Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios. These are our top stories. Donald Trump says Russia's President Putin has let him down over the war in Ukraine and the conflict is more complex than he thought. US talk show host Jimmy Kimmel has been taken off air over comments he made about the shooting of right-wing influencer Charlie Kirk. Mass strikes bring France to a standstill as unions challenge the new Prime Minister over budget cuts. To our top story, President Donald Trump has said Putin has let him down and that he wants all the Israeli hostages released now while speaking at a press conference alongside Prime Minister Keir Starmer. The two world leaders spoke after spending the day together at Chequers during Trump's state visit to the UK. The president also said the two countries will always be friends and their bond was like no other. Here's more of what both leaders had to say.
So this partnership today is a signal of our determination to win this race together and to ensure it brings real benefits in jobs, in growth, in lower bills, to put more hard-earned cash in people's pockets at the end of each month. That's what we're determined to deliver.
And we're grateful beyond words for the spectacular honour of the state visit yesterday at Windsor Castle, hosted by His Majesty King Charles III and Her Majesty Queen Camilla. These are two fantastic people. We're forever joined and we are forever friends and we will always be friends. This enduring connection is why I was thrilled that the United Kingdom was the very first country with which we made a historic trade deal and a very good trade deal. He's a tough negotiator. I think it was a better deal for you than us, but these are minor details.
It's a very good deal for both of us.
He's a great negotiator.
Let's go live to Washington now and speak to Republican strategist Adolfo Franco. Thank you so much for your time this evening. Great to have you on. Do you think Donald Trump has managed to achieve his state visit wish list?
Oh, I think so. I think this was a picture-perfect state visit in terms of the image of President Trump that he wanted to project, certainly in the United States and globally. Even the pomp and circumstance with the king was extremely important to the president and to his image. Secondly, on the business side of it, there are differences with Britain, but this is as friendly as it gets. To have the president correctly say that we are joined, have always been joined, and will continue to be our strongest ally, and then the Prime Minister referring to the special bond. That bond can sometimes be tested a bit, but it's never going to be broken. So that was achieved. The larger items in the agenda that were important were highlighted, that were positive, of course, the tech deal and so forth, and our foreign policy issues where we coincide. Things that are, where there are differences, so we can talk about them, they were largely glossed over. And that means that whatever is being discussed is done in private and that special relationship continues. President Trump has never been shy to try to sometimes even test other leaders publicly and say things that are quite undiplomatic. He did not do any of that in this instance.
Yes, indeed, President Donald Trump was almost the perfect guest. But Keir Starmer did discuss with President Trump ways to increase defense support for Ukraine and how to unite in ending the suffering in the Middle East. Do you think the royal family's soft power made a difference and actually helped Keir Starmer shift Trump's stance on Vladimir Putin and Israel?
I actually think it did. I know President Trump, and he's not a frivolous person, but this was probably, no pun intended here, a crowning moment in his presidency for both terms. This was extraordinarily significant. I understand in terms of even British standards, this is a little higher than normal in terms of the pomp and circumstance. And that meant a lot to President Trump. And this is why the royal family has been effectively used here and other places by the British government. It does soften it. No coincidence, this came before, of course, the actual business talks at Chequers. So I think that is absolutely the case. There still are differences, but there's certainly now, I think, a willingness. There was before, but this sweetener of trying to split the difference on some of these items, specifically with respect to Russia, I think there's an agreement, and I think you had it from the Prime Minister. President's position is certain countries in Europe need to stop buying energy, gas and oil from Russia. And the Prime Minister agreed with that. And I think President Trump, after this meeting, is probably more likely to be even tougher than he's already been with President Putin to date. With respect to Gaza and the Middle East, I think the Prime Minister's statements were very reassuring to the President. It was quite a rebuke of Hamas. Its past and future role, which is none, according to the British Prime Minister, which is certainly the U.S. position. The two-state solution issue, there are differences, but again, those were glossed over to send a signal to the world that we are united on the larger issues, and on the details we need to still continue to work privately.
So let's drill down a little bit more. In his speech, President Trump said, Putin has really let me down. You touched on sanctions there, but is it time for the US to put tougher sanctions on Russia? And many people and many critics will say Donald Trump was manipulated by Vladimir Putin. European leaders did try to say this to him, and now he seems to be coming around.
The Alaska summit, as you might recall, European leaders applauded it and applauded the effort. And there was an effort here. Had President Trump not done this effort and this outreach, I think it has had some effect, believe it or not, or potentially even in the future. He doesn't want to shut off the Putin government totally the way the previous administration did. But to your question, which is an excellent question, yes, those were his exact words. He's disappointed. He's disappointed because I think he believed that Putin would be able to come to the table without taking the next steps, which he had threatened in terms of sanctions before the Putin meeting. So he gave it a shot, to call it that. He gave it an opportunity. He's, of course, criticized President Zelensky as well, but the focus is now clearly on Putin, who's become even more aggressive. So I think, I don't know if he was manipulated. I don't think that was the word. I think he was actually trying to say, I gave it every chance to try to be resolved peacefully. And if that isn't what happens, then I am prepared to take additional sanctions. And I don't believe Putin believes that or believed that, but he will see a very different Donald Trump now.
And do we assume now, and do you assume that Vladimir Putin, after seeing this united front between the US and the UK and the special relationship in full display in front of the cameras, will this concern the Russian president now?
I think it will concern him, but and I understand this from totalitarian regimes. They always are skeptical of the West, a lot of talk, and we'll see what the actions are. The actions are the following. Will energy, as the president asked for, will energy sales from Russia dry up from Europe? Will additional sanctions, as President Trump has called for regarding China, which he's imposed tariffs in the U.S., will Europe do that? Will pressure be put on India from our allies in Europe? So I think Putin will a little bit of wait and see. Yes, he is concerned, to answer your question, but he wants to see the next steps. I don't think he wants to go to the extremes, for example, of taking Russia off the SWIFT banking system, which would complicate their economy significantly, as it did for Iran, or additional sanctions. He would not want that on Russia. But there's also some speculation in Russia, I'm sure, whether Europeans can afford to do what President Trump has done, and whether specifically, not only with energy sales from Russia, but are they willing to really step it up with respect to China and India? And that's where Russia would feel the pain. So yes, concerned, but I don't think alarmed at this stage, because he hasn't been alarmed with threats in the past until he sees decisive action, which is yet to be forthcoming.
And I just want to talk to you a little bit about the elephant in the room. And this question was asked to Donald Trump about Lord Peter Mandelson, who we do know was, of course, the UK ambassador to the USA and was in the White House. He was actually photographed with President Donald Trump in the Oval Office, and President Donald Trump said to him, "Oh, I like your accent." Today, when the question was asked, Donald Trump said, "I don't know who he is," and he completely deflected that question. And we know that Mandelson lost his job over links to Jeffrey Epstein. Why did we get this reply from Donald Trump when we know the truth is he did know Lord Mandelson?
Well, I think what he meant, and I want to be fair here, he meant he does not know him the way. One thing is, I've been in the Oval Office many times, in the White House for photo ops, and, Presidents Bush and Reagan had pictures with them and so forth. I don't know if they would say they know me. So that's just a normal photo op. I don't think there was or is a relationship with the ambassador. He was not here that long of a period of time or with President Trump. So I think that's what he meant, to be fair to the president. There's no question that both the prime minister and the president sidestepped the question. You're right. They punted on this. They didn't want to address it directly. They didn't want to get into the Epstein details, so to speak. We all know that's the reason he was recalled, of course, or dismissed. But to be fair here, this is not the president's friend or someone he truly knows, as he knows others in the diplomatic community. And again, sensitive questions, whether it be this one or some others regarding Gaza and the two-state solution and so forth, and censorship in Britain, those are issues that I was clear the two leaders did not want to discuss, and clear, unlike President Trump has done in the past, that he did not want to embarrass the prime minister or offend the British people or government.
So President Trump said Keir Starmer is a tough negotiator. Do you think the British Prime Minister has done enough to silence his critics and those who were vehemently opposed to President Donald Trump's visit? Because we know in the UK, President Donald Trump isn't seen favourably, especially if we look at his poll ratings.
Well, he's not looked favorably outside the United States, not only in Britain generally. But I will say this, I have looked at polls in Britain, and it seems to me the president's philosophical ally, Nigel Farage, and the Reform Party seem to be doing quite well in the polls. So it seems that Donald Trump's philosophical points of view seem to be gaining ground in Britain, and the prime minister has been struggling in the polls in Britain, at least on domestic issues. So I don't know if in any shape, way, or form this was part of the equation of, affecting the outcome or anything in Britain. But in terms of the tough negotiator, I actually think the United States has a pretty good deal with the United Kingdom. Of course, the steel issue, which we didn't touch on yet, is a sore subject for the British government, and 25% tariffs, U.S. tariffs on steel, and that was not touched. So it's a president. When President Trump says you're a good negotiator, that usually means President Trump probably got a good deal as well. Ultimately, I think the prime minister's views, social views, and other views are quite different than the president's. And I don't think he's going to be associated as a Trumper or anything of that kind. Whether some people in Britain believe he hasn't done enough, particularly on steel, is a fair question that remains for the British people to decide.
And you made a really good point there, because the Reform Party in the UK, of course, Nigel Farage is the head of that party, is storming ahead in the polls. And a lot of the problems in the UK is immigration, and he is seen favourably in that light. But Adolfo, before I let you go, let's talk about free speech. Something was kind of glossed over, but there's been criticism from Trump about free speech and, of course, J.D. Vance in the UK, and Elon Musk actually at a far-right rally that we saw happening recently. But overnight, Trump did support the cancelling of Jimmy Kimmel over his comments about Charlie Kirk. Do you think that is hypocrisy from the US president?
I don't at all. and for this reason. Nigel Farage has got a lot of press in the U.S. as well. What he has stressed is that in Britain, what is going on today, he's compared, maybe it is a little bit of hyperbole, Nigel Farage, Britain to North Korea in terms of censorship. What he's referring to, Nigel Farage, is our posts and so forth that occur in Britain, and people are prosecuted by the authorities. In the United States, the Kimmel matter was not a governmental action. The Kimmel matter was a decision by the private sector. Now, there is no First Amendment in our country or free speech with respect to social consequences or private sector market decisions. You can say whatever you want in the United States, and the government can't take action, as apparently is the case in Britain. That's the distinction. The Kimmel situation was a decision by public outcry. The president joined it and agreed with it, but the president didn't force it or make it come about. So there is a huge distinction. Again, one can say in this country, in the United States, what one wants unless it's to incite violence. But that does not mean you have protection on the private sector from actions such as these. The president joked a bit about Kimmel's low television ratings, which is true, but Kimmel was clearly dismissed because of that speech by private sector entities. In Britain, what happened with the arrest of the influencer, which by the way I understand was Irish or American, at least the one that got a lot of press in the US, is governmental control over speech. And there is the distinction. On those matters, I think there is sharp disagreement between the two leaders, but they were not going to be aired publicly.
And sorry, one final thought. I'm going to keep you for one more because I do know that you know Donald Trump. What will he be thinking now on his way home back to the US from the pomp and pageantry, the royal family, how the UK treated him? Will he be pretty happy with himself?
Oh, I think he's coming back in a glow. And I think he will be speaking about this for some time to come. This was, again, a very, very important point in his life, in his presidency. And by the way, not only the royal family and all of that, which was enormously effective, and we both know that the royal family is, I mean this in a polite way, an extension of the British government. The British government uses and approves these events and so forth. But it was effective. It was absolutely effective, and there's nothing wrong with that. It was effective. But in addition to that, I know the body language. He doesn't necessarily agree with all of Prime Minister Starmer's views, but he likes him, and the rapport is good. And the Prime Minister could not have been more gracious and supportive and kind to the president, and that resonates with him. Very different relationship than he has with, for example, President Macron of France, an ally, but a very different relationship. You would not have seen the same Donald Trump had this been taking place in Paris with respect to immigration, censorship, Russia, Gaza. You would have seen a much more combative President Trump, and certainly with respect to Spanish Prime Minister Sanchez. Again, another ally.
Adolfo Franco, I did think Donald Trump had a real buzz about him, and he was definitely a gracious guest. Thank you so much for joining us. I appreciate your time. We can now go to Al Arabiya senior correspondent Karina Kamel. And Karina, we're going to talk to you all about the business and finance side. Gosh, it's been a super busy day of deals after the pomp and pageantry yesterday. Trump and Starmer signed this groundbreaking tech partnership. What are the details of this?
Well, Prime Minister Keir Starmer and pretty much everybody in the British government will be breathing a sigh of relief after Air Force One took off from the United Kingdom, or Marine One at least departed from Chequers, that the state visit went off without a hitch, and the United Kingdom signed a landmark technology agreement with the United States. They're calling it the Tech Prosperity Deal. It's a blueprint for a new partnership in the tech space, and it focuses on 3 specific areas. artificial intelligence, AI, quantum computing, and also nuclear power generation, civic nuclear power generation. And some of the numbers that have been mentioned by both leaders are staggering, quite frankly. Prime Minister Starmer talked about 250 billion pounds sterling flowing across the Atlantic, so implying that that's sort of the totality of the size of the deal across both sides of the Atlantic. President Trump talked about 350 billion US dollars have been galvanized through these deals. Prime Minister Starmer talked about it being the biggest of its kind in British history. So who are we talking about? What are these deals? Chief among them is the investment that was announced by Microsoft, 30 billion US dollars over the next 4 years. We're talking about capital expenditure increases. Microsoft is going to be providing the United Kingdom with 23,000 advanced AI chips. Google parent Alphabet has talked about 5 billion pounds sterling for AI and for research infrastructure over the next 2 years. Blackstone, 90 billion pounds sterling to establish data centers over the next decade. Palantir, 1.5 billion pounds, and Nvidia. And this is a really interesting one because we saw those tech titans at the state banquet last night in Windsor Castle. Some of them, like Jensen Huang, the CEO of Nvidia, Sam Altman, Tim Cook, they were all there and they were leading this partnership that's been announced today. Jensen Huang, the CEO of Nvidia, talked about an 11 billion pound supercomputer that Nvidia, along with 2 other companies, is going to help the United Kingdom build right here so that in Britain, the United Kingdom will have the largest AI infrastructure in all of Europe. And he described this as the Goldilocks moment for the United Kingdom. And essentially what it comes down to, it's a win-win for both the United States and Britain because they both want to dominate and win the AI race. And also, we have to remember that who are they competing against? China. So it makes sense if they can join forces and compete with China in this very promising space.
Yes, indeed. Lots of big money today. But in both speeches today, President Donald Trump said there is no inflation in the US and also said without tariffs, the US would only have a fraction of current investment. How accurate is his assessment of the economic picture?
So Donald Trump likes to tout how much money the U.S. government is bringing in or can bring in the future from these tariffs. He sees the tariffs as a key revenue tool and also as a negotiating tactic to improve the trade relationships with other parts of the world and also, as we discussed, to bring manufacturing facilities but also jobs back to the United States. But if we look at the actual figures released by the U.S. government, according to official data, in June 2025, tariff revenue reached 28 billion US dollars. That's triple what it had reached in the same month the previous year. So yes, tariff revenues are higher, have been higher in the previous year. Now, according to the Congressional Budget Office, it's an independent body within Congress that issues financial and economic reports. According to the Congressional Budget Office, the tariffs essentially will cut government borrowing by 2035, so over the next 10 years, by $2.5 trillion. Now, that's all good news, and that all implies that what Donald Trump says is accurate. But then you have to take into account some of the other factors. For example, the CBO, the Congressional Budget Office, also says that tariffs could have a larger effect of essentially shrinking the economy, shrinking economic activity, because costs are higher for companies, so they hire less people, and essentially economic activity grinds down. The other thing is the tax cuts. We talked about the big, beautiful bill that was passed on July 4th. Massive tax cuts contained in that bill. So potentially the cost of the tax cuts to the U.S. government, along with the shrinking of the economy, could cancel out any revenue coming from the tariffs. So the verdict's still out on that. On the second point to do with inflation, the last reading we had for the Personal Consumption Expenditure Index, that's the preferred measure of inflation, was 2.6% exactly. It's higher than the 2% targeted by the Fed. And last night we heard from Jerome Powell, who said that he expects inflation to end the year around 3%. But he also said that he doesn't expect a large pass-through from the tariffs to inflation, basically saying that the feared impact from the tariffs on inflation hasn't materialized and doesn't look like it's going to materialize. So on inflation, Donald Trump perhaps is right and has been vindicated because we haven't seen that spike in inflation. Whether the actual tariff revenue will indeed boost government revenue, I think the verdict is still out on that one.
Karina Kamel, thank you so much for joining us this evening. Let's take a look at some of the other stories making the headlines today. Syrian Foreign Minister Assad al-Shibani arrived in Washington today. It's the first time a Syrian foreign minister has visited the U.S. capital in 25 years. He's expected to meet U.S. lawmakers to discuss the lifting of remaining U.S. sanctions on Syria. The visit comes as Syria and Israel engage in talks to halt Israeli airstrikes and the withdrawal of Israeli troops in southern Syria. The families of 4 passengers who died on an Air India jet that crashed in June have filed a negligence lawsuit in the US against Boeing and aircraft parts maker Honeywell. The lawsuit claims both firms knew about the faulty fuel switches and design defects that caused the accident. 229 passengers died in the crash. Saudi Arabia and Pakistan have signed a joint strategic defense agreement in Riyadh. Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman met with Pakistan's Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif, reaffirming the long-standing relationship between the two nations. The signed agreement states that any aggression against either country shall be considered an aggression against both. We can now get more on our top story. President Donald Trump has praised the exquisite honour of his second state visit to the UK after spending the day at Chequers with the British Prime Minister Keir Starmer. Trump also said the UK and US partnership will get stronger and stronger after signing a new tech prosperity deal. Here's some of what he had to say.
The ties between our countries are priceless, and it's really an inheritance. It's a beautiful inheritance. Today we're making those ties closer than ever before. We've done some things that financially are great for both countries, and we work together, and it keeps us together, and I think it's an unbreakable bond we have, regardless of what we're doing today. I think it's unbreakable. But this is very big, and I want to thank all of the incredibly talented business leaders, the best in the world, biggest in the world, here this afternoon for investing in the Anglo-American alliance, and you personify an important part of the unique national bond and really a world bond. What you've done is incredible.
We can now go to Lord Marland, who's the Prime Minister's former trade envoy under David Cameron. Lord Marland, what a pleasure to have you on the show. Thank you so much for taking time to join us this evening.
Thank you for asking me.
Of course, absolute pleasure. Starmer says the new tech deal has the power to change lives and create 15,000 jobs in the UK. What do you make of the agreement signed today between the US and the UK?
Well, it's a stunning amount of money on paper, but the real question is whether it turns to reality. One rather hopes it does. Any investor from America investing in the United Kingdom will have to struggle with a number of things. One is the high tax regime, which is putting people off, corporation tax going up, national insurance has gone up, which means that people in the UK aren't people to the extent they were. Employment is flat and will decrease. And people in the UK are not investing in their own country. So, you know, this is big headline stuff. The reality is when they look closer, lift the bonnet open and see what the engine looks like, they may well back off.
And it's so interesting that you do say that to me, because let's talk a little bit about what's happened today. The Bank of England kept interest rates on hold. And as you mentioned to me, growth has flatlined in the UK. You also mentioned that it's a good amount of money on paper, but the tax regime, the hike in national insurance. Rachel Reeves's autumn statement is coming up soon, and we're all anticipating this. What rabbit do you think she'll pull out of the hat?
Well, she's got very few rabbits she can pull out of the hat. You know, in order to get activity and growth into the country, you need to reduce tax. This government have been pernicious against non-doms, so a lot of them have left the country. It's been pernicious about employers, businesses, because they put corporation tax up, national insurance up, and of course income tax is at an all-time high. They're not responsible for that. The Conservative government, previous Conservative government, was responsible for that. But everything that they have been doing has been attacking the middle to upper middle class, who have been the wealth providers in the country. And, we are a country of about 66 million people. Only 16 million are actually paying revenue-creating tax. In other words, they're not part of the civil service, which 40% of everyone employed in this country is paid for directly or indirectly by the government. We have a very big amount of pensioners, and we have a very big welfare state. So those are the areas which are crippling the country. But she is hand-tied on tax. She says she's not put up income tax. She can't put up corporation tax anymore because it really will kill growth, and certainly the American businesses won't invest in it. So I'm not sure what rabbit she brings out of hat. She could get rid of stamp duty or reduce that into a level that is sustainable, because there's no liquidity in the housing market. And there needs to be liquidity in the housing market, because that gives people hope. It gives people turnover. It means that there's activity and there's prosperity within it. She could do that. That would be welcome. She could, of course, put a tax on higher value houses, which is something she's rumoured to be doing. But again, that's a negative for the earners, not so much the earners, but the entrepreneurial, the business people at the top end of the income tax provision.
Yes, indeed. We'll have to wait to see what Rachel Reeves does have up her sleeve. But more, Lord Moreland, I just want to go to something else that was discussed today in this press conference between Donald Trump and Keir Starmer, and it was the elephant in the room. We have seen Peter Mandelson in the Oval Office with President Donald Trump, but of course today, when asked about his sacking over Jeffrey Epstein links, Trump just claimed he didn't know him. It's pretty extraordinary.
Yes, he's good. He's good at that, isn't he? And some of the stuff that the president told us about, of course, was grossly overinflated in terms of how well the American economy is doing, how much inward investment there has been. But there's no doubt about it. He has created a trajectory and optimism within the country, which is what you need to do. A lower tax regime, which would be very welcome in the United Kingdom. And he's setting, he's playing for high stakes. This is high risk strategy. But if the strategy comes off, America will be boomtown, won't it?
And he says that. He always says that. America is the biggest place to invest right now. America is hot, in Donald Trump's words. But Lord Marlin, let's say President Trump said Keir Starmer is a tough negotiator today in that press conference. But do you actually think the British Prime Minister has done enough? As we know, over in the UK, he's on the political ropes. He's facing a lot of criticism. Will this get him out of hot water?
No, it won't. Even though, in fairness to the Prime Minister, he's done very well with international relationships. He has built a relationship with Trump, one of mutual interest. But and of course, he's rebuilt a number of relationships around the world. And I think he's shown a very steady hand in doing that. But that won't do him any good at home. People in the end will look at what's going on in their pockets. His reset has been dogged by scandal, and the Mandelson scandal shows utter lack of judgment from a man who's twice had been shown the yellow card, which is a phrase we use in football terms where you're about to be sent off, and then they've allowed him back on the pitch, knowing that it's a high-risk strategy, that he wasn't appointed in the correct way. Is most unusual in this country, not, of course, totally different from the States. There's a non-diplomat or someone who hasn't been in the civil service is appointed to the role of ambassador. It's only the Labour Party who's really ever done that, and they've largely ended in failure. Mandelson was always a high-risk appointment, and it's ended in complete dust. It's that sort of greed and not throwing the difference between right and wrong that he and indeed Angela Rayner have demonstrated. I'm not saying this is not a party political point of view, by the way. This is because also in the Conservative Party and Reform Party we have the same issues. It's knowing the difference between right and wrong, what you can and can't do, and not letting your eyes turn by power and greed. I'm afraid Mandelson has a history of that. He's a very able man, of course, but this was a high-risk strategy. But I tell you, the thing that will really not do the Prime Minister a very good service is that he didn't sack Mandelson himself. He got one of his minions to do it, as he did with his own reshuffle. And, a Prime Minister who won't confront individuals who he has to get rid of doesn't last for very long, because they realise he's a coward and, is a man of straw. So this will be the problem for Starmer, is that as he becomes eroded within his own party, it will be, in my view, a matter of time before he is got rid of. And I don't expect he will be fighting the next election. I don't think it'll be immediate, by the way, but I don't think he'll be fighting the next election.
Lord Marland, it was a pleasure to have you on the show and your thoughts and analysis. Thank you so much for your time this evening. France is seeing one of its biggest strikes in years as teachers, transport staff, hospital workers and more walk off the job. Over 1 million people have joined nationwide rallies disrupting schools, trains and flights. Unions want higher wages and better public services, piling pressure on the new Prime Minister, Sébastien Lecornu. For more on this, I'm joined by our Paris correspondent, Ross Cullen. Ross, a big turnout today. Over 1 million people have taken to the streets nationwide. Are these strikes just about wages, or is there something deeper at play?
No, there's so many different reasons why people are demonstrating today, Leigh Ann. This is the area where the Paris protest has come to an end for the day. A few running battles behind me, police and protesters staying around, and the use of tear gas as well. They are demonstrating about the cost of living, against the president, against the new Prime Minister, labour conditions, problems in the job market. They are protesting against austerity. They are protesting against the pension reforms from 2 years ago as well. There have been a lot of Palestine flags. So it's been a really mixed demonstration, but with more than 1 million people taking part across the country, you can see that it's not seen at a scale since the pension reforms that I mentioned in 2023. Huge rallies 2 years ago, and last week we had the Block Everything movement. That was nothing compared to today, when we have a total number of people of more than 1 million taking part across the country.
And we can see some of them behind you there in the street, Ross. But with schools, trains and flights, all of these things disrupted, how is everyday life in France, and how are people coping with such widespread protests?
Well, the protests have been taking place at different times. For example, Leigh Ann, Marseille, the second biggest city, had their protest this morning. The Paris protest came to an end a short time ago here down at Place de la Nation, one of the biggest squares in the French capital. So this area, you can see, is completely shut down. There are no buses running, there's no metros running, apart from the automated Line 1 round here. And then also we've seen many other areas of regular life continue. Just up the road, there was a cafe I saw on a side street, and people then are able to continue their life and continue what they are doing in their daily job. But we have seen pharmacists, we've seen firefighters, we've seen teachers. 45% of teachers have gone on strike today. So parents are having to deal with kids that would usually be in school. So we are seeing a real impact in many areas of French life. But of course, we are also seeing a lot of French life continue.
Ross, you handled that protester putting a sticker on you extremely well there. But are these strikes a sign that the French public is losing patience with Macron's legacy of austerity, or just a temporary flashpoint, do you think?
Well, it seems that Emmanuel Macron is certainly the target of many of the protesters' anger here. There have been so many calls, I've lost count today, chants calling for him to resign. They were the chants that we heard in 2023. They were the chants that the opposition MPs regularly bring up in Parliament, bring up in the streets, bring up in interviews, that they want the president to step down, even though he can constitutionally stay in power until April 2027. So a lot of demonstrators want Emmanuel Macron to step aside. They think that if you brought the presidential election from 2027 forward by 18 months, that might unlock a lot of the chaos. Protesters here are also speaking about the fact that there is instability in Parliament, that there is a real problem with the kind of logjam that they have in Parliament. Excuse for the language there you might have just heard, but they are really trying to put forward that they believe that if there is brought forward elections, or if you bring forward the presidential vote, then that might unlock the country.
Ross Cullen, thank you so much for reporting for us from those protests in France. And if anyone did hear bad language, we do apologise. Once again, Ross Cullen, thank you very much. And that's all from us on W News. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel and also follow us on X. We'll be back in a couple of hours with W News Extra. Goodbye and thank you.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important developments straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Now, turning our eye to other world news, and specifically to the Middle East. And the civilian death toll in Gaza is continuing to rise as Israel pushes its ground invasion of the Strip's largest city. That's despite growing international condemnation. Well, the UN Secretary-General Antonio Guterres says Israel shows no interest in a peaceful outcome. Well, for more on this, I'm joined now by Olga Cherevko, who is a spokesperson for OCHA in Gaza. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us, Olga. I gather you're in Deir al-Balah, which, for the benefit of our viewers, is a city about halfway down the length of the Gaza Strip, equidistant between Gaza City and Khan Yunis. Just tell us what the situation is like there in Gaza today.
Thank you very much, Tom. Yes, I am here in Deir al-Balah, and here the situation is very, very desperate. It is getting much more crowded than it already was. People are looking for spaces to sleep anywhere they can find, and as we have said repeatedly, there is a very, very small area of Gaza that is currently not either under displacement orders or in otherwise militarized areas. So people are in need of food, of shelter, of water, medical care, and everything is in a very, very short supply.
Indeed, and I mean, food insecurity has been a recurrent issue for several months now. What level of supplies, what sorts of quantities of supplies are managing to reach people that need them?
So there's some supplies that are entering. There has also been a limited commercial supply entering for the past few weeks. But the issue is that the conditions on the ground are not allowing us to deliver at scale to meet people's needs, which means that we continue to face delays to pick up supplies. We continue to face many denials of missions and obstructions, as well as the routes that are provided to us by the Israeli authorities are extremely limited and many times dangerous. And I'll give you an example. I was in Gaza City just 2 days ago, and the mission that I was on actually took 2 tries, which sometimes they take many more. But the first day we got to Wadi Gaza Bridge, which is just south of Gaza City, and we were told to turn around because the mission had been denied from that point on. Then the next day we went back, and it took us 14 hours to complete the mission to deliver supplies, medical supplies, to Gaza City. And these kinds of delays, they happen all the time, and missions take 20 hours sometimes and even more.
So when the Israelis said you mission denied access, are you given a reason for that?
Well, sometimes we're told it's security reasons, there's operational reasons, and that's about the limits of it. But what we tried to do, for example, with this mission that took 14 hours the other day, we requested a different route because the route that we were on, it was extremely congested because until that point, it was the only route designated for the people to flee. And of course, there's thousands fleeing from the north. Many are on foot. Many are those who are able to rent vehicles to move their supplies there in those vehicles. So it is completely, the traffic had come to a standstill. So people were spending hours and hours waiting on those roads. And of course, we were taking the same road. So when we asked for a different route, we got no response. So we had to proceed on the same route.
I want to ask you specifically about the situation in Gaza City in a moment, because having said you've just been there, and obviously much of the military campaign by the Israelis is focused on Gaza City, but we'll come on to that in a minute. I wanted to ask you about something else. You're quoted as describing a distinct smell in the Gaza Strip in some of the material I've read. Just for the benefit of our viewers, describe that smell. What is it?
Well, it's a smell of dead bodies. It's a smell of decaying bodies because obviously this is there are remains that are buried under the rubble in many parts across Gaza, and really anywhere you walk, you can smell it quite strongly.
And have you, in your career as a humanitarian, ever smelt or seen anything like what you're seeing and smelling every day there?
I have in a few other places, but certainly not to the degree that it is here. It is a very small place, and this is, I think, what makes Gaza unique is that it's only 2.1 million people here, and everyone is in such dire straits. I have never worked in a place where the entire population is in dire need of assistance, and of course the toll of this war on the civilians has been absolutely devastating.
I mean, it sounds like nowhere is safe. Even one of the reports I was reading, a grenade or several grenades hit a hospital, the Rantisi Children's Hospital. I don't know if you heard about that, but it's a hospital that's, catering for children with extremely specific medical needs. Do you have any information about what happened there?
Yes. So there were strikes on the hospital overnight, I believe. This is not the first time that the hospital has been struck. I was actually in this hospital a couple of weeks ago, visiting the various departments and talking to the staff about the lack of space, the lack of medicines, and the various times that they've had to rebuild and rehabilitate various bits of the hospital after the different strikes that they've sustained. So, of course, this is something that is a very stark reality for most healthcare facilities here, and very very few of them are operating now, and of course striking the ones that are still struggling to operate hits basically deals another huge blow to the healthcare system that is really on the verge of collapse now.
Let's talk about Gaza City specifically. It's being reported that Israel's been dropping leaflets on Gaza City, a city that was home to 1 million people. It's estimated about 600,000 people are still there, despite the very obvious dangers of staying. And you know, obviously Israel is trying to encourage people to leave. Why are people so reluctant to leave Gaza City, do you think, despite the very real dangers?
So there are many reasons. One of the reasons, which is the most obvious, is that many people have mobility issues. Some people are disabled. Some people are not able to leave their house. There's another issue that after 22 months of war, people's savings have been completely depleted. And for them to be able to afford to put their things on a vehicle to transport it, to transport their belongings to the south, it's very, very expensive. Many cannot afford it. Then the other issue is the space that I mentioned. There is a huge lack of space. The services in the south are overwhelmed. Again, many are near collapse, and people are really just, they don't know where they would go because there is simply no space. Another reason that people may not be able to leave is, and this is something that I was speaking to a friend of mine who is there now and has been trying to figure out a way to leave, but he simply cannot find a car that will take him because all of them are now engaged in transporting people. So everything is booked. So you cannot find a car. So either you do it on foot or wait for a car that becomes available. Today, I met a family in Khan Yunis. I saw them just walking down the street. The father had no shoes. The family had 3 small children. They were walking with two or three small duffel bags. And I stopped them and I spoke with them for a few minutes because I wanted to know where they came from. They came from Jabalia. They had been traveling for 3 days looking for a space in the south to sleep, and they hadn't found one until somebody had told them that they will make a small space for them available in Khan Yunis, and they were near that space when we saw them. But they have nothing. They have not even a sheet to cover them, and it's still extremely hot. They had a baby that was asleep, fortunately, but. Under such sun to walk in 3 days, it's beyond me to understand.
I mean, a horrific image you give us there of what reality is like for so many people there. And our sources are telling us that there's some confusion as well as to where people can go, conflicting information. I mean, is anywhere safe in the Gaza Strip right now?
Well, I think experience has shown that truly there is no safe place in Gaza. And I think perhaps this might be another reason that some people are not willing to move because they have moved so many times up to now. Almost everyone in Gaza has been displaced, and many people so many times that they stopped counting. So, and when they have moved, those places were struck as well. The places that were unilaterally designated as so-called humanitarian by the Israeli authorities. So this was a repeated experience by many people, and as we have seen also on the numbers of our colleagues being killed over the course of this war, we have seen that there's no safe place in Gaza.
Yeah, and you were just mentioning there people who've sort of undertaken the journey down sort of towards the south, and I looked at a map. It's about 30 kilometers from Gaza City to Khan Yunis. It would take about 6 hours on foot if you were able-bodied, but obviously not everyone is, as you've been saying. And what sort of scenes do people find when they arrive in the south? I mean, first of all, you mentioned there might not be any space. Are people also being turned away and told, to go back where they came from?
Well, certainly this family that I met today, they told me that this is what happened to them. They were basically they were looking for space for 3 days, walking around, and you see families walking in the middle of the night, searching for a space to stay and to put their heads down. And there are many families who are just sitting on the side of the road because I think they're so lost and they have no idea what they're going to do. They're just sitting there for hours and sometimes days. And many of them, of course, have no tents and have barely any belongings. And of course, the tents issue is extremely critical because for more than 5 months, no tents or no shelter materials were allowed. So this is a huge need, and especially for those families who are coming with nothing.
You're quoted as saying this: when Gaza burned and children starved and hospitals collapsed, did you act? When you said that, who are you aiming that message at?
Well, mainly to the international community, to the member states with influence, to those who can enforce international law, who can make decisions that need to be made to stop this war. Because what needs to happen here is not a humanitarian solution. Yes, we can do so much as humanitarians, but what needs to happen is a ceasefire that is permanent. And of course, the release of hostages, everyone who is arbitrarily detained as well. And this must happen immediately because I really, at this point, I don't know how much more suffering people can take. Everyone is at their breaking point.
I mean, the UN has been saying things, lots of things. The aid groups have been speaking up. Foreign governments have spoken up. There's been global condemnation of Israel, in particular with regards to its actions in Qatar, where it attacked Hamas representatives. I mean, who would you like to see doing what specifically?
Well, it's more basically it's putting words into action. So it is making decisions that will stop this war. And that is up to the member states with influence to decide which decisions these are, because it needs to be about putting pressure to basically lead to a sustainable solution that leads to actual sustainable, meaningful peace.
And when you heard, for example, the UN Commission inquiry, which concluded yesterday that Israel had committed genocide in Gaza, which, by the way, Israel said was scandalous and fake. I mean, I'm assuming you agree with that UN conclusion. I mean, what more can be done beyond drawing such conclusions? I mean, does that change anything, do you think?
Well, this is the thing. Of course, this is obviously this is an extremely serious issue, and of course, a legal definition of something is up to the international courts to decide and conclude. But what worries me is that, regardless of what the international courts decide, we might be too late by the time those decisions are made and those conclusions are made. And the same thing when famine was confirmed. In many ways, we were too late to save people because already so many died. So what needs to happen is we need to act. We need to actually start implementing decisions that will lead to an end of this war, that will lead to protection of civilians, that will lead to expanded access for us to be able to meet people's needs, deliver assistance, deliver services, and start on some kind of a path to sustainable peace.
We're coming to the end. I just want to ask you a couple of quick questions before we finish. I mean, how do you think history is going to judge this particular chapter?
I think it's honestly a stain on our collective consciousness. And I think that is how history will judge us, that in the time of technology, in the time of live streams and all these horrific, grisly images that constantly passed by on everyone's screen, still not enough action was done. And perhaps when it is finally done, it took so long that it cost an unimaginable number of lives that could have been saved. All of this is preventable and could have been stopped much earlier in the course.
And just lastly, I mean, let's talk about you, Olga. You're living right in the middle of the Gaza Strip, quite literally on the map, halfway down it. You've painted a picture in which, you know, world leaders are not doing what you want them to be doing. You're meeting people on the side of the road every day who are in a state of total despair, not knowing where to go, people living in famine-like conditions, the stench of death you've described for us across the Gaza Strip. How do you stay motivated amidst all of that despair, Olga?
Well, I think what keeps me motivated, I think it's having a good team, and it's actually the people that I speak to on a daily basis. It's the people that I meet, because even this family that I met today, this man without any shoes that kept walking, and he was just happy to have heard about a space for his family to go and sleep on the ground on. He had a huge smile, and he was so hospitable, and he was so willing to speak to me and just to tell me his story. I think that is what gives me the motivation to continue, because we have to be here. Because if we're not here, then I don't know what would happen to this place.
Okay, well, we really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. We really appreciate your work. Olga Sherevko, thank you very much indeed for your time.
Thank you.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
we deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Now, Saudi Arabia and the United Kingdom are on track to boost economic ties with some $485 million worth of joint investments. Well, those investments, which were announced on the sidelines of last week's Great Futures Summit in London, will create dozens of jobs in both countries, with energy and financial services amongst the sectors set to gain. Well, that summit was attended by the Saudi Minister of Commerce, His Excellency Dr. Majid Al-Kasabi. Well, the UK has a new ambassador to Riyadh, Stephen Hitchen, who's been making quite a buzz on social media for his fluent Arabic skills. He has also been hailing the strength of the relationship and the mutual respect between the two kingdoms. Well, here with me is Ali Raza, the Chief Investment Officer at Haytham and Company. Ali, we were talking about this at the beginning, and as you say, a lot of the stories today have got quite a lot of communality and linkages. I mean, just specifically on the UK, I mean, there's a long list of examples of economic cooperation between the UK and Saudi Arabia. I mean, one example that springs to mind is the fact that the PIF has completed a 15% acquisition of Heathrow Airport, but that's just one of many, isn't it?
Yes, I mean, the relationship in the trade context spans back many decades, but much like many of the other regions in the world, it's starting to heat up now and becoming very interesting, not only because of the potential for foreign investment flows into Saudi Arabia, but, you know, Saudi Arabia naturally, like any developing and advanced economy, has an appetite and a real strategy to enable export of their industries as well. So Al-Fanar is one of the groups that, is setting up operations in Saudi Arabia, particularly involved in energy and mobility. And they're known, obviously, within Saudi Arabia for being involved in several high-profile energy projects and many of the sort of infrastructure projects. But now you're starting to see the expansion of enterprises like this into different parts of the world. And in the UK context, I mean, that's one example. We've seen firms collaborate in the private capital context, A&B Capital and one of the counterparts in the UK have built a partnership to invest into growth stage enterprises. We're seeing some developments in the insurance sector. So you could extrapolate the financial services sector out somewhat broadly. On top of all of this, I mean, this is yet another reflection. If we go back to some of the earlier points, there's a changed sentiment in the market, and the UK has had a long-standing relationship with Saudi Arabia in any case. But the improved sentiment, the unique opportunities, and the potential for joint interests is only multiplying with all of the developments taking place, and that's what we've seen this week. One of the interesting relationships that's been established. I mean, you don't typically see the UK as a mining and resources nation per se. We know the UK for financial services and professional services, and even a degree of manufacturing. But there's a very strong critical minerals relationship being established, which has been part of perhaps not the discussions this week, but a few months ago. So there's quite a broad-ranging set of interests that are being developed between the two states, and like with many others, I think this will continue to grow in the coming months.
I don't know if you saw it, but Stephen Hitchen has been quite visible on social media the last couple of days because I think there was a clip of him, and we showed a bit of it just before we crossed to you, walking around in Riyadh, I think it was, speaking fluent Arabic, and that I think has wowed quite a lot of people. I think he was previously ambassador in Iraq, so he had a bit of a head start by the looks of things, Ali.
He certainly seems to have the energy and the pizzazz for a place like Saudi Arabia, and to fly the flag not only on one side but also the other and bring people together. So we hope that will be the case, and all the best of luck to him and his counterparts.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Tunis, the capital of Tunisia and one of North Africa's easygoing cities. Yet, behind its laid-back approach is an exotic appeal. Tunis deserves to be the perfect introduction to the region. You'll find most of the main sightseeing in the Medina or Old Town, which is already an attraction in itself. There are winding routes along the alleyways, and behind the high walls, you may find yourself lost. But that's the charm of the city. There's a fabulous mosaic collection of the world-famous Bardo Museum. And then there's the remnants of the once glorious Carthage that's a tourist highlight. Carthage, the fabled wealthy seafaring city of the Phoenicians, lies scattered across the Bay of Tunis. Its columns and pile of marble rubble are bordered by a panorama of the Mediterranean Sea. And who could resist such a view? The sea is actually vital to Tunis's prosperity. The Carthage was completely destroyed in the Third Punic War in 146 BC. And the surviving ruins is worth the visit. The view is yet amazing, especially with its seafront setting. Meanwhile, there's also the Medina district or Old Town. It is considered Tunis's historic heart and known as the Port de France during the colonial period. Because while the Old Town walls of the Hafsid period may have long ago disappeared, when you get inside the mosques, mausoleums, and the madrasas, or the Islamic schools for learning, you'll see opulent tile art and splendid Fatimid and Ottoman architecture decorating the streets. Get lost in the beauty of the district's monumental relics. Last but not least is, of course, the shopping. In Tunis, the Souk des Chechis is the place to be. Makers of Tunisia's traditional woolen hats will be found here and are even conducting workshops. Looking for furniture to bring home? You'll find them between Rue Gemma es Zaytuna and Rue Kasbah. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
Obama, he read the daily briefings. Obama was never interested in politics. It was just pure narcissism. That's why Obama and Trump don't get along. It's what Freud called the narcissism of small differences. They're mirror images of each other. They're both just stupendous narcissists, Obama and Trump. But Obama read the daily briefing. Trump, nothing. But there is a question. Do you prefer in that Oval Office somebody who's hyper-competent or hyper-incompetent? I'm not sure which I prefer. I'm sure Tony Blinken was very efficient, very competent, very knowledgeable. And you know what? He was a moral monster. He was a moral monster. So do I prefer a Trump to a Blinken? Or a Blinken to a Trump? I don't know. I don't know if I want somebody hyper-competent or incompetent office. But you say, it's true, Trump is so erratic that you can't really predict what he'll do. It's true.
Even he says he doesn't know what he's going to do.
Yeah.
From the White House to Gaza, Kyiv to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deep fake and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
my campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
sorry, Tom. I'm late. I'm nearly there.
Morning. Happy wedding week. You have a lot on your plate. Let us know how we can help.
Maybe someone could help me write my wedding vows.
How about this?
I, Anna, take you, Eric, a man whose daughter is a little demon thing with an obnoxious accent.
What is taking so long? We wouldn't want to be off schedule, innit?
First of all, welcome to the Freakier Club. How does it feel touring with Jamie and Lindsay?
Oh, it's so wonderful. They're great.
How was the experience of meeting the fans there, and how did you feel their expectations were?
Everyone was so excited just to be there and to feel that energy and to see what we had to, to give and offer. And I feel like that electric energy really helped, especially in the moment.
Yeah, I think I underestimated how many fans there still are and are. This is all very new for me, and I'm just so grateful and excited. And it's been such a wonderful journey since when we first met to now through filming. And honestly, we wrapped the movie less than a year ago. So this is all just like, go, start, let's go, do it. Yeah, it's so fun.
How did you girls work with Lindsay and Jamie, and what do you think about them? I mean, there's something really special about each one of those girls.
Yes, they're so lovely, and they're such trustworthy and trusting people where they can give and receive love so flawlessly, and it's beautiful because they're both mothers and they're both very maternal, and I think that I can come to either of them about anything, and creatively or emotionally. It's about the technique of working with them. We all live life through context, so being able to build that past, like you were saying with the London, and why does Lily want to be in London? Building that context through character work and movement coaching and developing a past for these characters when they're so new to us, so that we can feel like they're a little bit more lived in. I think that was really, really influential to how we actually played these characters.
Yeah, absolutely.
The final question is about fashion and music, the favorite topics of everyone. How much were those two things a very important element to the film for you girls?
It's so important because when you're a character, or when you're playing a new character, especially in a body swap, it's wardrobe, makeup, hair, environment. It's so important, and a lot of times people create playlists of music to listen to as their character. Like Jamie does that, and she wears different perfumes as her different characters. I think that's such an interesting, that's such a fun little nugget of information to take with you.
Girls, that doesn't work. Ow! Ow!
I think I just peed a little.
Hey girls, how are you?
Good. Hello, Raya.
Hello, nice to see you, Jamie.
Nice to see you too.
How's everything?
Very good, thank you. Having a great day.
I'm sure you're having a great tour, because I anticipated excitement about this, but I think it's gone beyond the excitement. Everybody's like so much waiting for it, isn't it? Do you feel that energy?
Yes. Without question.
Yeah. And it's an incredible feeling.
It's one of those feelings you can't describe to people. Like, I call home, my husband says, "How's it going?" I really can't describe it to him, because you have to really be there and feel it. Lindsay and I were on the red carpet for the UK premiere, There was a moment after everybody else was taken away, and the two of us were standing there. We were holding hands, and in that moment, we looked at each other, and it was like, wow. Because we've been talking about it for a long time.
You've walked in each other's path. You learned a lesson that may serve you again.
Okay, that's enough.
Thank you
very much.
One more thing. Right over there is a QR code that you can tip me with.
Did you discuss throughout the years what they would become? Did you already have a sequel in your mind before it was
No. We discussed just things as friends.
We've just been friends for all these years. But then as soon as it was clear that we could make a Freaky Friday sequel, then the conversation, but by the way, I didn't write it. It wasn't like I went to Disney and said, here's the story. That's why God invented writers. It was just the spark of saying, Lindsay's down for it, I'm down for it, she's the right age, let's go.
Change the hearts you know are wrong to reach the place where you belong.
Oh my God, what is happening?
Okay,
Who am I?
It's me. It's Mom.
If you're me and I'm you, then who's that?
I'm Grandma, sweetheart.
It was a different experience for me because I became a mother in the between. Was it?
Oh, you too.
Yeah, exactly.
How old is your child?
She's 9.
Oh, wow. This is a perfect
age.
Yeah.
So how much did it change the experience now that we are all mothers?
Oh, a lot. I mean, especially being able to play a mom for the first time on screen and knowing what it feels like to be a mom and the things that we juggle and how we multitask and everything how our lives change for this more beautiful reason when we have kids. It was different for me to play a role like that on screen. And also it was refreshing for me to get to play Anna in a very different light as a mother, because we only know her as someone who's like kind of grumpy and figuring herself out, and not always grumpy, but she complained a bit. And I think Anna's changed now.
Last time, we convinced everyone that we were each other until we switched back.
I didn't want to be a part of this family, and now I'm part of some dodgy family curse. And I'm the eldest?
Anna's wardrobe has always been there, but Tessa's wardrobe in this one is very exciting. So tell us about how you worked on it, Jenny.
Let me say this. It's not Tessa's wardrobe. It's Lily's wardrobe. It's what Lily does to Tessa's wardrobe. Not my style. Let me just say this out loud. Lily, as a teenager, is very different than both Anna was as a teenager and Harper.
Yeah.
Lily is almost like a mini adult. Right? She puts on the airs of being very sophisticated, and she knows Anna Wintour. And so it's harder to differentiate physically. So the clothes really helped. The language helped. The hand gestures helped differentiate between the two of us.
All you have to do is reunite her with her first love.
Very good.
Flip your hair. Good. Big moves. Bite your lip. Not your top lip, your bottom lip.
I know what this is. You're having a stroke.
No, I just need to go to the bathroom.
How excited do you feel, Lindsay, that this is very much of an empowering kind of film, you know? There's now 4 strong women in this story.
Oh, I think it's beautiful. I think we don't really see enough movies like this. You don't get a lot of stories where it's walk a mile in my shoes. Try to understand me so that I can understand you better. And the fact that they're all forced into understanding each other and what comes out of it is so beautiful, I think is a necessity right now today for women to see and just everyone to see. Yeah, I think it's a beautiful story.
Nice car. It's totally mine.
She thinks you're cute.
I do not.
Yes, she does.
I do.
She so does.
Dr. Coleman?
Oh my God, go.
That's my therapist.
H-O-T-T-O-G-O.
Let's do this.
How exciting is it to revisit those characters? I mean, they're unlike anything else.
Honestly, I was looking so much forward to doing this film, and it was just a lovely experience filming it. It's, as always, a huge pleasure to work with Bob and with the kids and all of the characters that we've, had the pleasure of bringing back from the first film. And at the same time, then, adding to that, Colin Hanks and Sharon Stone and all these other amazing other characters. It was really, really great.
Is it very adrenaline driven? Because there's a lot of action, but it's also quite emotional.
That's why I love this film from the get-go, from the first film, because there's like this tenderness between Hutch and Becca, and like this sort of persistence in loving each other through the crises of life. Bob in the first film is your typical guy who's forced to do a normal life.
Yes.
And to suppress a truth about himself in doing so, because at some point there's been a pact. The past is in the past. We're now raising kids. In Nobody One, that obviously went to smithereens, and now in the second one, Hutch and Becca are working on finding a balance between work and family. And it's that balance, that work-life balance, that is also an underrunning joke in the film.
I also loved, the location shooting in this one. How much fun was it to kind of recreate that world?
On the first day at work, Bob showed me like this incredible real video from the 80s of what it looked like when, people took their kids to vacation to this kind of vacation village, with a park and rides and like a carny experience and so on. And I was just like, that will be really hard to recreate. And then I came on set and they had totally created it. And it was amazing.
We all have different sides. But most of all, you're a dad. Go fix this.
It's very exciting to revisit these characters from an audience point of view. But for you, do you keep his backstory in mind? Is he the kind of character that kind of stays with you? Also, obviously, with the writing.
Absolutely. I was a part of inventing the character and the story of the first film. Some parts of it are built out of my own actual life. My family had 2 break-ins and left me with a lot of feelings I wanted to act out on screen. But, of course, much of it is invented, and we have ideas in our conversations, myself and Derek, about who these characters are, what their backstory is, and where they might be headed.
I've come to terms with the fact that you don't have an average job.
You guys having fun at the convention?
Is he an exhausting character to play, although that enjoyable? Because he is mentally exhausted as a character.
Yeah, he is. You're right. There's a lot of weight on him. And from the way he processes the world and the rage that I guess he's born with, that's in his DNA, we could say. So yes, characters like that are exhausting, as was Saul Goodman. Saul Goodman is not me, and I'm not like him, and there's a lot of joy in him as well, and hope. But these are guys who are burdened to a great extent, and that's true of Hutch for sure. And they can be exhausting to play, yeah.
And summer break's just a few days away.
We should do something. Strictly family time.
Come on, kids. It can be an adventure.
How did the idea of the holiday and making up that holiday world come about?
We had talked about it being he wants to go on vacation, and the first outline by Derek Kolstad had Hutch and Becca in Italy. Poor Hutch and poor Bob Odenkirk do not get to go to Italy. They don't get to. That's for for other people. Hutch gets to go to the same place he went to when he was a kid. And I called Derek, the writer, and I said, what about the Wisconsin Dells? Luckily, Derek grew up in Madison, Wisconsin, and he knew exactly what I was talking about. It's a vacation town in the middle of Wisconsin that I went to as a kid. So we made up Plummerville, and we took him to a rinky-dink, somewhat weathered, old little vacation town that you go to when you can't afford to fly to Hawaii or go to Disneyland. And that's where he takes his family, and they're trying to make the best of it, but they're unimpressed.
They're trying to make those memories he longs for.
Well, he does make memories.
He definitely is unforgettable.
Yes.
Hey, city boy.
Hey.
Get out of here. Let's go right now.
I understand protecting your sister, but there are other ways to handle things.
I left my phone.
Hutch, no!
So about unforgettable, how much fun was it to gather the supporting cast for this one and have, the likes of Sharon Stone have way too much fun?
Yeah, it is a joy to put this group together. John Ortiz is a beautiful guy and a joy to work with. Colin Hanks, when I wrote to him and asked, would you play a really, really bad guy? It was wonderful that he said yes. Sharon Stone, I said, please play the biggest, baddest villain you can imagine if you're willing to do so. Connie Nielsen and the crew of my family, Christopher Lloyd and Rizza, always happy to rejoin us. Their energy and their good vibes are always appreciated. But let me mention Paisley Catarath and Gage Monroe, who play my kids. In particular, I want to thank Paisley Catarath, who plays Sammy, who was just perfectly dialed in as far as being a girl who is just barely still a little girl, but not so much anymore.
Go fix this.
I told you.
I'm on vacation!
Best you can do. I've got to fly back to London. I need you to take care of my cat.
I like cats.
I like dogs.
How are you guys?
Hi.
You having fun doing this together?
Yeah, we are actually.
Yeah. It always makes the process easier when the team gets along. So tell us a bit about the atmosphere on these types of sets.
Oh, wow. I mean,
it was good.
It was good. I mean, we all liked each other.
We laughed.
We laughed a lot. This was not a huge budget film. I think we've all, like the last few things we've all done have probably been bigger budgets. And sometimes I feel like in the smaller budgets, when you're in spaces where you have to be with each other and interacting,
going back to a trailer.
Yeah, we weren't going back to our trailers in between every scene. We were all like being held together because they call it actors holding area.
Yeah.
But we got a chance to really laugh a lot.
Yeah, and as I don't know if you've seen the film, but there's some quite interesting characters in it, in the story, but also in life they were quite interesting, quite extreme. Yeah. He cast quite big personalities, Darren.
Fully.
These guys you messed up with, they're scary monsters.
This is easily a very fun character to play, extremely colorful, but very layered as well. So how much fun did you have with those characters that are kind of very different from what I assume you guys are in real life?
Yeah, I mean, sadly, I'm not. I sort of wish I was a bit more like Russ in many ways and just didn't really give a flying what's it about that, I think. Yeah, I really admire that about the attitude of punk. It's like, I don't care, this is my idea about the world and I'm going to pursue it, irregardless of how I look or what other people think about how I look or how I act. So I sort of learned a lot of him in that way. Yeah, but it was fun. I got that cool haircut every day. I got to dress. There's a great sense of style to being a punk, which, ticked the box for me. And I loved how sort of demanding he was.
Yes. He was demanding that, right?
Regina.
He demanded attention all the time.
What did you get me into?
Welcome to Narnia.
It's a huge amount of cash, and you're their fall guy.
And for you, Regina, what was the main inspiration for the role? She's, you know, we don't want to give too much away, but she's a layered character.
Yes. I mean, I guess, you know, to have the opera, I've played a New York cop before, but totally different cop. And just the opportunity to play a cop again, and I feel like people can see miscongeniality too, and see caught stealing, and those are two totally different women. There are differences between all the characters you've played.
Everyone gets a cut. The Russians, the Puerto Ricans, the Hebrews.
Was New York a character for you? Because New York is full of, you know, characters that feel that way.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
But it was wonderful, a wonderful, vivid character.
Absolutely. Well, thank you. They're already wrapping me up, but congrats on the film.
Thank you.
Cheers, you guys. Bye-bye.
I like you, Hank.
Drink them if you got them.
Let's go back to your place so you can take advantage of my poor judgment.
I depend on your poor judgment.
I want to know if I can take this seriously.
What do you need to take us seriously?
How are you guys?
Good, how are you?
Good. How are you?
Very good, very good. Congrats on the film. I want to know how the atmosphere is on set, because New York is such a character in the film.
We had a great time. It was so nice to shoot in New York, and especially when we were on location and night shoots, Lower East Side, weekends, like, or Friday nights, you know. It was like, it's rowdy, and it does kind of like give you so much energy, and it's so fun to shoot in the city.
For me, it's a psychological thriller embedded in an action film. Did you feel the same, Austin, or you saw it differently?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, we were just talking about movies like Frantic and Enemy of the State, and you know, Blowout, After Hours. You know, all these films that have the same sort of thing for me, where it's like somebody who's just an everyday person who's thrown into an extraordinary situation, and yeah, the psychological effects of that, and then the action of, I guess, yeah, they're chased by bad people.
And everyone gets to kind of ask themselves, like, what would I do in this situation, you know? And it's like, yeah, you just kind of have to roll with it. And yeah,
exactly. That's I love that about thrillers, where we were just talking about that moment in Frantic where Harrison Ford has a suitcase full of stuff and he's on the rooftop. Yeah. You know what I'm talking about? I literally gasped out loud in that moment.
Yeah.
And it taught me so much about like when you're really with the character, how affected you are.
Yeah. You run away from what you're afraid of, then it owns you.
Buckle your seatbelt.
How much did you discuss their emotional connection before we even see them on screen, you know, kind of their romantic backstory?
We talked a lot about it, you know, and we were just saying it's so interesting. Darren was very focused on where they were in their connection and relationship. You know, I think it would have been more obvious to make them, you know, already a couple, you know, very comfortable with each other, you know, but the fact that they were kind of, you know, casual and in this place of realizing that they both feel more for each other, and kind of, you know, sussing out what they're ready for, but acknowledging that there's like real care and love there. I think it's like such a tender time in a relationship, and the fact that that's what gets disrupted by the chaos, you know. So yeah, it was really about like, where are they, you know.
These guys you messed up with, they're scary monsters.
How much was Charlie Houston a reference for Hank for you, Austin?
I read the book a number of times before starting, and that was great because the way that he wrote the book, you have the inner dialogue of Hank. So it allowed me to understand him more from Charlie's inspiration. And I was very grateful to have Charlie. He was on set.
He was on set a lot. Yeah, it was nice to have him.
The best you can do. I've got to fly back to London. I need you to take care of my cat.
I like cats.
I like dogs.
My final question is on the cat. Does the cat have a credit, like a former credit in the film? And if not, should we complain to SAG-AFTRA? The cat was the cutest.
The cat was the cutest.
I think, yeah, for sure.
That's a great question. I don't know.
I don't know how that works.
What number is Tonic on the call sheet?
Tonic deserves to be number 1.
I know.
Yeah.
We're gonna look into it.
Yeah.
We're gonna call his agents.
Exactly.
And we're gonna see what's up.
Yeah.
Exactly. The cat deserves the trailer.
Yeah.
The cat stays in the picture.
The cat stays in the picture.
Thank you. Have a great day. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
I don't want to.
Should I stay or should I go?
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
it can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs. But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Arabiya News.
At the recent Shanghai Cooperation Organization summit in Tianjin, Russia and China advanced the Power of Siberia 2 gas pipeline, signing a key memorandum between Gazprom and CNPC. The project, routed through Mongolia, is designed to supply 50 BCM a year, nearly the same volume once set to Germany via Nord Stream 1. For Russia, this is a strategic reorientation of gas exports away from Europe towards Asia post the Ukraine war. For China, Power of Siberia 2 strengthens long-term energy security by diversifying pipeline imports alongside LNG. However, critical commercial details remain open. Until those are resolved, the pipeline's geopolitical significance might outweigh its immediate commercial reality. With me to discuss the strategic and market ramifications of this new pipeline is Tatiana Mitrova, Research Fellow at the Center on Global Energy Policy at Columbia University. Tatiana, thank you for coming on the show. And let's begin with this. China is one of the 2 biggest LNG importers in the world this decade and is forecast to lead LNG demand growth in the years to come as it switches from coal to gas. Although gas will not flow in the Power of Siberia before the 2030 at least, how can it change the game for the global LNG markets, particularly for US LNG projects waiting for final investment decisions?
Thank you, Nasser, and thank you for inviting me and for great question. Indeed, a Power of Siberia 2, even without real contract signed, starts already to change the global LNG market game and all the perceptions of the market players, first of all. Just a little bit of historical perspective. We are now approaching to the 3rd large LNG wave of new projects. The first wave was like 100 BCM, the second wave was 200 BCM, the third wave is 350. So the market is already preparing to a huge gas glut. The prices are supposed to go down to the benefit of the customers, but the competition will be really fierce. And in this very situation, when suddenly the market learns that probably post-2030 there will be additional 50 BCM of pipeline gas from Russia to China to the key growth area, this means that probably certain projects that are now approaching FID will not see the future. They will not become bankable because banks are also investigating the market realities, assessing supply-demand balance, and they will see that it will be extremely difficult to get their money back. So certain projects in the US, first of all, might be put on hold, but also the others struggling to attract financing and to proceed, like in Mozambique, for example. For them, it's really bad news, though, as you've mentioned at the very beginning, there is no real deal at the moment. It's just expectations, but you know how the expectations can affect markets.
Of course, Tatiana, the memorandum, although said to be binding, lacks any details, which means further negotiations are forthcoming. What are the contract parameters that you would be looking for, and who or which party you think has the upper hand on each of those factors?
Well, a short spoiler, China has.
Absolutely.
Obviously, everywhere. Russia desperately needs this project, first of all, for the geopolitical reasons, but also to somehow monetize gas, which became stranded after real termination of relationship with the European countries. So this memorandum, it has the volume, 50 BCM, as you've mentioned. It has the route fixed via Mongolia, and Mongolia has confirmed and is really interested in proceeding with this project. What is missing is, first of all, price, the key parameter. And here, as far as I can see from all the rumors and leakages, you know, it's always very confidential issue. But the key bargaining is between the price, this is price similar to Power of Siberia 1. This is a request from Gazprom. It is oil-linked, but it is actually at the moment the cheapest imported gas that China has. So it is already several times cheaper than the price Gazprom had in Europe. But China is requesting even lower price for the second pipeline. They are actually talking about the price equal to the Russian domestic gas tariff for the industrial consumers, which is about $120 per 1,000 cubic meters. It's like $1.5 per MMBtu. It is extremely low. So somewhere in this range, they will find a balance. The second key parameter is take-or-pay volume. So the volume that a customer is obliged to pay for, whether takes it or not. In normal contracts, in most standard, it's about 80-85%. In this case, China is insisting on just 50% take-or-pay level, which is extremely low, and which means that China would be able to offtake just 25 BCM out of this 50 BCM capacity and keep the rest as an emergency insurance in case if it needs additional gas. But it also means that the period of payback for Russia is becoming much longer. When you cannot predict the load, it's really quite challenging. The third issue is financing. Who will pay for the pipeline construction? Obviously, China will finance the segment on its own territory, but who will pay for the Russian segment? For Power of Siberia 1 and for another pipeline to China from Russia, which is called Far Eastern Route, it is Gazprom, which is paying everything. China refused in 2014 to provide any loans or any advanced payment for this construction. For Power of Siberia 2, there was an indication from Alexei Miller, CEO of Gazprom, that they are discussing these financing issues. What will be the result? I do not know, but it is really important for the project economics, at least for the Russian side. And fourth, last but not least, of course, it's timing. When exactly they are planning to start? Russia was ready back in 2023. They've prepared already all the project documentation, all the permits, everything. But China, as you see, is not in a hurry. It's like postponing the project. And probably, though we are discussing early 2030s, it can go further to the right. It can be postponed for another 5 years, as it happened with Power of Siberia 1, which took 10 years for China to make a final decision and to really start the project. So these four key uncertainties, which means that there is a lot of further tough negotiations forthcoming.
Surely. But how can the Power of Siberia 2, Tatiana, make China a bigger swing player in the global gas markets once that pipeline gets built and gas starts to flow?
Excellent question, and it refers to this take-or-pay condition which I've mentioned. So if China will succeed to obtain 50% take-or-pay level, then it means that it will have 25 BCM of flexible capacity. That's a lot. And even without vast underground storages, China will be able to play in the market. It will have this arbitrage between pipeline gas from Russia and LNG all over the world. And if you add to that the fact that during the past few years, Chinese companies have built incredibly efficient trading capacities, both in oil and in gas, that means that they will be able actually to, well, manipulate the market. Yeah, they will have this flexibility. They will be able either to resell LNG cargoes that they do not need, as it was happening back in 2022, or when this undemanded LNG was going to Europe and actually saved Europe from a real gas collapse after Russian gas flows stopped. Or it is happening right now. Yeah, this LNG goes to Europe, the one that China doesn't need, because actually, though, at the very beginning, you've mentioned that China is the biggest and fastest growing LNG consumer in the world. The last year wasn't really good enough. So Chinese LNG imports actually went down. So there are also some concerns about future China's gas demand. And if Chinese buyers are negotiating now with any LNG producer, what they say is, we will have, let's say, $1.52 per MMBtu for Russian gas. So what can you propose us? What is your value proposition in this case? Yeah, so it's a lot of bargaining
Gives them a
power.
lot of leverage, indeed.
Exactly.
Tatiana, let's move from the market implications to the strategic implications. Strategically, vis-a-vis the United States, what does POS2 mean from Russia's standpoint, especially after the overtures from Trump and the Alaska summit between Trump and Putin?
Well, the broader context of all these dances between Putin and Trump is, I think, led by Trump's desire to split China and Russia strategically, because this alliance is really becoming threatening. Russia having not only enormous resources, not only energy, but also materials, minerals, everything, and nuclear weapons, and China with all its economic and military capacity, that already looks like quite a frightening bloc. So agreeing to give some concessions via Ukraine, sanctions, Trump seemed to be hoping to actually attract Putin to the other side. And their Alaska summit, when they've mentioned different Arctic economic cooperation projects and all this stuff, it looked like a signal that probably Putin is turning to the US. But 10 days later, with all these Shanghai Cooperation Organization summit rhetorics, with the military parade, which Putin also attended, and with Power of Siberia 2 memorandum, for me it looks like a clear signal that Putin has chosen China's side at the moment. Maybe he is waiting for additional concessions from the US. Maybe it is like the final word. We will see. But for China, which was very slow to confirm this memorandum, by the way, on the official level, while Russia immediately started to celebrate, China was not actually confirming for a period. So China definitely leaves some window for further negotiations, both with Russia and with the US. So it's this big trilateral geopolitical game ongoing.
Okay, so despite, Tatiana, China having the upper hand on the POS2 negotiations, isn't it safe to say that China also does need Russian gas, given that the US LNG is stuck in that trade war currently taking shape between Washington, D.C. and Beijing? Also, Qatar LNG is susceptible to the Hormuz closures in any future wars on Iran. And furthermore, Australian LNG is not so politically dependable either for China. So does Beijing need to secure the reliability of the Russian piped gas, especially before Putin could be swayed by Trump towards the West with promises of sanctions, relief, and so on? Do you think this is what finally moved the needle for China on the Power of Siberia 2 pipeline?
Exactly, Nasser. That is our reading. So we were asking ourselves at Columbia, why now? What changed? For so many years, China was actually putting this project on hold, and now suddenly they decided to make quite a significant step, though not final, but still. As you've mentioned, first of all, Iran-Israeli war and this threat of Hormuz closure, it really became quite a wake-up call for Chinese authorities, who were always very much preoccupied by energy security, but now it was so close that they started to reassess reliability of the supplies from the Gulf. Then the U.S. trade war. And again, during the last year, actually, China stopped importing U.S. LNG. They've already basically refused from it. So, as I've mentioned, there is a lot of LNG around the world forthcoming in the next couple of years. So I think China will be able to replace the U.S. LNG by the other suppliers, but they need an insurance. They need some hedge. And therefore, Power of Siberia 2, though it's not absolutely the must for Chinese gas balance at the moment, it's something like nice to have, just in case, just to be sure that if there is maritime blockade, either in Hormuz or in the China Sea, if anything happens with the pipeline gas, which is going through common border and through Mongolia, you don't expect any big problems. And as the world is becoming more fragmented and confrontational, it seems to be a smart move from China's side. And also don't forget about price. It will be very cheap gas, which will support China's industrial policy and global competitiveness. So China is not losing anything, but it wins quite a lot.
Tatiana, fascinating, of course, discussions with regards to the Power of Siberia 2 pipeline, what it means for the markets and strategically for both China and Russia vis-a-vis the West. Thank you so much for coming on the show and sharing your thoughts. Tatiana Mitrova, Research Fellow at the Center on Global Energy Policy at Columbia University. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
welcome to a special interview on Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora. Dr. Gad Saad is a professor of marketing at Concordia University and a trailblazer in applying evolutionary psychology to consumer behaviour. He's the best-selling author of the book The Parasitic Mind, a fearless critique of ideological extremism, and also the host of the popular YouTube series The Sad Truth. Loved by his fans for his wit and championing of reason and science, and perhaps equally loathed by his critics who disagree with his takes on society and politics. Dr. Saad is a fierce advocate for free speech and intellectual freedom. Dr. Saad, thank you for making time and joining us here on Counterpoints.
Well, I'm delighted to be with you. Thank you for having me.
You published The Parasitic Mind back in 2020, but it's still being talked about and critiqued across multiple platforms as if it's a new release. Why do you think it continues to resonate with readers?
I think it's because many of the parasitic ideas that I discuss in the book, and I'd be happy to expand on why I use the term parasitic, still hold true today. Many people thought that with the victory of Donald Trump, many of these ideological parasitic ideas would somehow cease to exist. But it took between 50 to 100 years for these ideas to proliferate, first in academia and then in every nook and cranny of society. So it's going to take a lot more than just Donald Trump coming for a second term for all of this nonsense to disappear. So I think that's why it's still so relevant.
So do you think that you could be in for another 50 to 100 years of people expanding on your psychology then, for you to, or for society to maybe come back to what you would consider a sense of normalcy?
I mean, I'd like to think, fingers crossed, I'd hope to think that it won't take as long to eradicate those ideas. And maybe it might be worthwhile for your viewers and listeners to get a sense of what I mean by parasitic ideas. So, for example, postmodernism, which is a philosophical framework that was developed in academia, say, about 50 years ago, purports that there are no objective truths. Everything is shackled by subjectivity. Everything is shackled by idiosyncrasies, by personal biases. Well, if there are no objective truths, that's how you can get up is down, left is right, war is peace, slavery is freedom, men are women, women are men, because there are no objective metrics by which we can judge reality. Cultural relativism is another idea pathogen, which basically says, who are you to judge the conduct of people in other cultures? You don't have the right to do that. Social constructivism is another idea pathogen. It basically says that we are born with empty minds, we don't have biological imperatives, and it's only socialization that makes us who we are. So this cocktail of departure from reason has led us down the abyss of infinite lunacy. So hopefully it won't take 50 to 100 years to redress the ship, but as I said, it'll take a lot more than an anti-woke president to set things straight.
So one of the first parasitic thoughts you mentioned there is around truth. And the quest for truth is something that you talk about a lot. You call yourself a truth defender. Is truth ever subjective? Are there instances when you accept that your version of the truth could differ from my version of the truth?
Yeah, that's a great question. So it depends what kinds of, epistemologically speaking, which types of truths we're talking about. It may be true that I prefer Japanese food and you prefer Mexican food. Now, that is based on a sensorial aesthetic preference, so that truth can be subjective. But is it true that on average men are taller than women and heavier than women? That is an absolute, incontrovertible biological truth, even though your Aunt Jenny is taller than your Uncle Roscoe. It is a truth, right? 2 + 2 is equal to 4. My background is in mathematics. There are axiomatic truths that are inviolable. So no, we're not always shackled by subjectivity. By the way, you couldn't get up as a scientist in the morning to do your work if you didn't think that there were objective truths to be discovered in the natural world. Now, truth can change in science, right? What was true 300 years ago, we've revised it. So There are provisional truths, but epistemologically speaking, there has to be truth. Otherwise, all scientists are wasting their time.
Where do you think this idea of fake news plays into the idea of truth then? It's almost as if now we have politicians, and if they don't like the way that perhaps something's being phrased or something's put to them, they just call it fake news. Are they distorting truth?
Right. Well, there are all sorts of ways by which people who are in power seek to eradicate those pesky other folks who might be attacking their foundational ideas, right? And so in the worst case scenarios, we kill people who don't think like us. In the West, luckily, we're not quite there yet, so we come up with other mechanisms. If you say something that I don't like, it's hate speech. If you say something that I don't like, it's misinformation, it's disinformation, it's fake news. And so I've challenged people. So for example, when someone comes out with some idea about settled science, I will repost or retort by saying, which is the true statement? Can men menstruate or can men not menstruate? And usually they run away. And so the idea that there are absolute settled science truths is a very dangerous idea. What's beautiful about science is that it is always autocorrective. We're always seeking to better approach truth. So anybody who tells you that they have a complete hold on what is true or not is probably a fan of Orwellian reality.
When you talk about hard truths maybe in society, what do you think are some of the hardest truths that society is having trouble swallowing these days?
So that's a great question. My original idea of writing The Parasitic Mind came to me nearly 30 plus years ago when I first finished my PhD and I was trying to incorporate biology into an understanding of human nature. I was shocked to see that so many of my social scientist colleagues thought that I was insane. How dare you argue, Professor Saad, that human beings are shaped by biological forces? Apparently, biological forces apply to every species on Earth except one species called human beings. That's insane, right? I mean, somehow when you are a consumer, you know you are no longer purview to your biological imperatives. And so this is probably, at least in my academic career, has been the most difficult thing for my academic colleagues to swallow, namely that we are not just a cultural animal, we're also a biological animal.
Do you believe in nature versus nurture? Is it one or the other, or is it a mix of the both?
It's exactly what you just said. And let me I mean, what you just said when you said it's a mix of both. Actually, that's called the interactionist framework. If you start and you want to bake a cake, before you bake the cake, each of the ingredients are separated. There's the butter, there's the sugar, there's the flour, and so on. Once I bake the cake, if I were to tell you, please point me to where the eggs are or where the sugar is, you wouldn't be able to, because now it's been baked into this inextricable mix called the cake. So for most human phenomena, we are an inextricable mix of our biology and our environment. It is both nature and nurture. But I should just add one more point. Nurture exists in its form because of nature. So yes, it is true that men and women are socialized into their roles, but they are socialized into those roles precisely because of biological imperatives. So it doesn't exist outside of biology. We are taught what we are taught because of biology.
Staying with biological imperatives, as you call them, why do you think that the subject of gender has generated such an impassioned response from people on either side of the argument? Why is it that one issue that seems to be the topic that people can't get past or continue to go back to?
There are several answers to that, but I'll start with one manifestation of what you're asking. So take, for example, equity feminism. Equity feminism is a great idea. It basically says that there should be no institutional reasons under the law why men and women should be treated differently. They should be equal under the law. Based on that definition of feminism, most of us would say, yeah, sign me up. I'm an equity feminist. Then radical feminists come along and say, well, in the service of squashing any sexism in society, let us now promulgate the idea that men and women are indistinguishable creatures. There is nothing that men could do in a superior way to women or vice versa. All sex differences must be due to social construction, and therefore, by promulgating this idea, hopefully it will allow us to battle sexism in society. Well, I always remind people that in the service of a noble goal, we don't murder and rape truth. So I can walk and chew gum at the same time. I can be all for equality of the sexes while also recognizing that men and women do have evolved sex differences.
Why does it matter to you or to me how someone else identifies? Isn't that an issue for them and not an issue for us?
Yes, great. So I'm assuming you mean, for example, transgender issues,
Indeed.
Right? Gender ideology. Yes. So I went up in front of the Canadian Senate to give some expert testimony in 2017. At the time, Canada was debating a bill called Bill C-16 that sought to incorporate gender identity and gender expression under the rubric of hate speech laws. And I said, look, to your point, I believe that anybody should live free of bigotry and have a dignified life. And so sign me up for that laudable goal. But again, in the service of that noble goal, we don't get to murder and rape truth. So identify however way you want. That doesn't mean that I need to put gender pronouns next to my bio. Because until 15 minutes ago, the 117 billion people who had existed on Earth seem to have been able to very easily navigate through the conundrum of identifying who is male or female. But it's only 15 minutes ago that a bearded guy who's 6'4", 280 pounds has to put he, him next to his because he doesn't want to marginalize some transgender person. So I can be both very socially progressive whilst ensuring that I don't murder and rape truth.
So an offshoot of the quest for truth is your assertion of the importance of being able to admit you're wrong. Do you think world leaders, as equally as your average person on the street today, has a problem with admitting when they're wrong? And if so, why? Why is it so hard for us?
I'm smiling because it reminds me of a question that I was asked by a British psychiatrist. I had appeared on his show maybe a year ago, and he was the first host to ever ask me the following question. He said to me, I'm paraphrasing, I don't have his exact words. He said to me, what is the singular, most surprising phenomenon that you have witnessed in your study of human nature and human behavior in the 30 plus years that you've been a professor? And so I paused for a minute, and then to your question, Melinda, I said, probably the inability of people to change their opinions once it is anchored, irrespective of how much information I might throw at them. And so to your point, I think it's a regrettable feature of the architecture of the human mind that people never wish to admit that they're wrong, or very few people wish to admit that they're wrong. And actually, there's a great book, and maybe I should start charging them some royalties for being such a promoter of their book. There's a book by Dan Sperber and Hugo Mercier titled, these are two French psychologists. The book is titled The Enigma of Reason. In the book, they argued that our ability to reason did not evolve to seek some objective truth, but rather it evolved to win arguments. So as I provide you with evidence, hopefully to change your opinion, your reflex is to go, la, 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 I don't want to hear it because I don't want to lose the argument. So I think it's a very, very challenging and difficult task. Never mind to change the mind of world leaders, to change the mind of my local, barber. So that's the challenge that I face every day in the public arena.
What about challenging yourself in the regard of when's the last time you have admitted you're wrong or maybe changed your opinion? Do you equally find it as difficult as someone who's studied this for their career?
I mean, it's tough to answer this question because it's going to seem as though I'm engaging in ego defensiveness myself. I'd like to think that if I am a objective truth defender, that if incoming information comes in that invalidates my positions, I will be more than happy to readily admit that it's time to autocorrect. But by the way, I do that every time that I test a hypothesis in my scientific work. I've had many papers that I've published where the final findings turned out to be contradictory to what I had hypothesized at the start. So if I am an honest academic and an honest scientist, it has to be baked into my epistemology that I'm open to change.
Well, if and when that ever happens, I hope you come back onto Counterpoints and tell us all about it. Do you think the denial of truth, this ability to admit that maybe our opinions are flawed, has played a role in the polarizing nature of party politics that we're seeing these days? Republicans versus Democrats, the Remain versus the Brexiteers. It's almost become a team sport. Can we no longer admit that the other side has something that we could benefit from?
Yes, regrettably, yes. And I would even add a more pessimistic bent to what you just asked. Oftentimes, when you demonstrate to someone that their position is incorrect and you present them with evidence to the contrary, that only solidifies their position. So, I mean, imagine how disheartening that is, right? You'd like to think that if you take position A and I show you that it actually should be not A, that if you're an honest interlocutor, you'd say, okay, fair enough. Maybe I need to change my opinion. No, you will even be more emboldened in your position. So that's I mean, one of the things that is both exciting about the work that I do, but also so disheartening, is that when I engage people on social media, oftentimes, I quickly realize that irrespective of how much information I share, I could never move them an inch, which is exactly the reason, Melinda, why I often refuse to debate certain folks. It's not because I'm too afraid to debate them, but I know it's a futile exercise. We're just going to talk past each other and no one is going to move 1 millimeter. So what's the point of engaging you?
All right, well, looking ahead to your next book then, coming out, it's called Suicidal Empathy. I'm not sure if that's the full title or an abridged version. Can you explain what you mean by that?
Thank you for that question. So in The Parasitic Mind, I argued that our cognitive system could be parasitized, could be zombified. Our cognitive system is just a fancy way of saying our ability to think. But we are both a thinking and feeling animal. And therefore, suicidal empathy completes the story and says, here is what happens when our emotional system is hijacked. And I use empathy as the key value here because while empathy is a beautiful value to hold, right? We are a social species. It makes perfect sense that we be empathetic to the people that we are interacting with. Aristotle explained to us more than 2,000 years ago that all good things in the right amount, at the right place, in the right measure. So empathy is good, but when it targets the right people at the right measure and so on. Suicidal empathy is where you become so orgiastic in your meting out of empathy that it no longer serves a valuable objective. And so let me, if I may, draw an analogy. When I scan the environment for environmental threats, that makes perfect evolutionary sense. So for example, if I have the pleasure of meeting you, Melinda, and in person, and I notice that you just sneezed into your hand and then you put out your hand to shake my hand, I realize, oh boy, I better go and wash my hands after I finish shaking the hand of the lovely Melinda because she may have a cold. That makes evolutionary sense. If I then spend 8 hours in the bathroom because I have germ contamination, what started off as an adaptive reflex becomes maladaptive, and it's called obsessive compulsive disorder, right? So when an adaptive process misfires, it becomes dysfunctional. That's my argument in suicidal empathy. Empathy is great when it is properly regulated. It becomes really problematic when it becomes dysregulated.
And I know that you've admitted in interviews in the past that you're a bit of a germphobe, so I won't take offence that you spend 8 hours washing your hands after I sneeze. Can you give me an example in modern society of where you think you see suicidal empathy?
Right. So we can break it up either in domestic policy or foreign policy. Let me give you one or two, say, from domestic policy. To argue that all illegal immigrants have a right to experience, the United States liberties is a form of suicidal empathy. To say that MS-13 gang members should be more worthy of our empathy than American vets who might have lost limbs defending the liberties of the United States is probably suicidal empathy. To argue, for example, that all immigrants are equal in their proclivity to be able to assimilate into a host nation is suicidal empathy. That's simply bafflingly untrue, right? There are some cultures that are more aligned with the values of the host society than others. And to recognize that doesn't make you bigoted. It makes you someone that has a functioning brain. And so again, the reflex to be endlessly orgiastically empathetic, while it might make me feel good in the moment, it has some really dangerous downstream effects.
Mm-hmm. Let's move on to truth and freedom of speech. You're a free speech absolutist, I think, if I'm interpreting that correctly. Are you concerned about threats to free speech, either from censorship or self-censorship? Do you think there should be any limits to free speech? And is self-censorship becoming more of an issue than perhaps an overarching censorship by the government?
Right. So let me start first by what I mean by an absolutist stance on freedom of speech. I'm Jewish. I grew up in the Middle East. I've had some very difficult realities in my childhood because we had to escape Lebanon. So I'm very much wedded to my Jewish identity. Yet I support the right of Holocaust deniers to spew their nonsense. There's almost nothing that could be as insulting and offensive as to deny the Holocaust. But if you wish to live in a free society, you have to be able to bear the imbeciles, the racists, the bigots. Where I draw the line as to what constitutes freedom of speech is already what's enshrined in the First Amendment, which is there can't be a direct incitement to violence. So I can perfectly say Judaism is one crock of nonsense. It's all garbage. And I would say I support your right to say that. On the other hand, if you say, let's go on the corner of Broadway and 7th Street, and when the Jews are coming out of the synagogue, let's beat them up and kill them, then that becomes direct incitement to violence, and you're not allowed to do that. But you can criticize any ideology, any belief systems. You can be scornful. You could mock it. You could satirize it. That's the price you pay to be in a free society. Regarding your other point about self-censorship, I exactly agree with you. The greatest threat to freedom of speech in the West doesn't come from the government. It comes from creating a zeitgeist that causes people to self-regulate, right? So when the student says, you know, I don't feel comfortable saying that I like Donald Trump in a classroom because maybe my professor will downgrade me on my essay. That's the danger, right? So I don't think in the West the danger comes from, you know, the big Orwellian Big Brother stopping us from speaking. But if you create an environment where people are afraid to express themselves freely, then the fascists have won the game.
There's a recent example that I want to get your take on. I'm sure, as I'm sure you've seen, you're very active across social media. Kanye West, or Ye, has released a new song titled Heil Hitler. Do you think it was wrong for Spotify and other platforms to ban it, or do you think it should have been allowed online?
Now I'm going to get tons of hatred from fellow Jews who are going to say, how dare you? I think that fits under my free speech absolutism, right? Is it grotesque? Yes. Do I wish that he wouldn't glorify Hitler? Yes. In a free society, do we have to tolerate imbeciles? Yes. And so, from my perspective, I support the right of him to be an idiot.
You said you'll probably get a lot of feedback on it. You've gained a lot of notoriety and publicity thanks to your image as this controversial thinker who's not afraid to say exactly the truth as you see it. Do you like that image of yourself? Is that notoriety part of what drives you now?
It's a fair question for you to ask, but absolutely not. What drives me is the following. I have a very exacting code of personal conduct. I'm my worst critic. Therefore, when I go to bed at night and I put my head on the pillow, the only thing that stops me from having insomnia is to know that I never modulated in my defense of truth. My mother told me many, many years ago when I was a young man, she told me, you know, Gad, the quicker that you realize that the world doesn't abide to your purity bubble, the happier you'll be. Well, guess what? What drives me is perhaps a naive perspective on living in a purity bubble. And so if I were to stop from speaking, then I would feel as though I'm fraudulent. I would feel as though I'm a charlatan. So I don't do what I do because I get the ego strokes of being notorious and famous. I do what I do because if I don't, then I would consider myself to be a fraud.
Okay, well, let's put some of those famous views to some current global events, because there's a lot of things happening that I'm sure our viewers, your viewers, will be interested to get your take on. You've spoken and written at length about intellectual terrorism, as you call it, on university campuses. So as a self-proclaimed free speech absolutist, how do you feel about the current US administration's crackdown on student protests?
So again, if the student protests are, we think that this particular policy by this foreign government is wrong, go at it, have fun. If that means that Jewish students are afraid to walk to class, or they can't walk to class because there are blockades, if they feel harassed, intimidated, and so on, then that crosses the line into incitement to violence. I've said this before, but I'm happy to repeat it. I took a leave of absence from my home university in Montreal, and I'm currently a visiting professor at Northwood University in Michigan, because it became quite dangerous for me to be at my home university. This is not happening in Yemen or in North Korea or in Chinese communists in the 1950s. It's happening in Montreal, Canada. That's probably not a good thing. So protest as much as you want because we believe in free speech. That doesn't give you the right to infringe on the rights of others.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Elon Musk is a fan of yours. He went all in with Trump's campaign, taking on responsibility for cutting government waste, for example. But there was some considerable backlash, and now it seems as if he's pulled back a little bit. How do you think that history, society will remember his involvement in politics in Trump's second term?
I'll answer that in a second, but I went on record as soon as I had found out that Elon was going to purchase what was then Twitter. I went on my channel and I produced a clip where I said, of all things that Elon Musk has done or will ever do, none will be remotely as consequential as him having done that, because he has allowed a proliferation of voices, including mine, that would have been, if not silenced, much lesser amplified had he, and I know this for a fact, because until he came along, my reach was lesser. I mean, it was big, but it was lesser than after he, unleashed freedom. In terms of his politics, look, I think from the perspective of someone who's written The Parasitic Mind, I wholeheartedly supported the fact that he went all in on Donald Trump, because Donald Trump, for better or worse, whether you like him or not, is very much anti-woke. And there is nothing in life that is as dangerous as a parasitized mind. So the fact that, for example, I no longer apply for research grants because I'm not willing to give diversity, inclusion, and equity statements as part of my application, that doesn't bode well for science. And so I'm thrilled that he chose the right candidate. But as I said, the most important thing that Elon Musk will ever do is his staunch defense of freedom as per his purchase of X.
You've said that he deserves a Nobel Prize for his purchase of X. Is that just a Nobel Prize for someone who has a lot of money and can splash it around so that he can have the things he wants to hear on his own platform?
I mean, I wouldn't say that the Nobel Prize is just for having purchased X, but certainly for having promoted a proliferation of ideas. And but in that sense, yes, you're right, that came about through his purchasing X. Look, from a straight commercial economic perspective, many people were saying that he was an idiot for having purchased X at the price that he did. So one could argue that commercially speaking and economically speaking, he took a huge hit in order to do that, which exactly proves the purity of his objectives, which is notwithstanding the fact that he knew that he would lose a lot of money, potentially, that he would create a lot of enemies. That has turned out to be true. He was willing to put his neck out. And so from that perspective, he certainly deserves it much more than Prophet Barack Obama.
Donald Trump won his historic term despite legal woes, despite being no stranger to controversy. Why do you think that he was a more appealing choice to people rather than Kamala Harris?
Well, first, because Kamala Harris is a lobotomized fool that can't complete a sentence, so that could certainly have something to do with it. But beyond that, I think that most people had had enough with having to nod politely when a 6'4" male was sharing the locker room with their 12-year-old daughter, right? And so, you know, common sense has a way of catching up to all of your ideological capture at some point. And so to the extent that Donald Trump was a exemplar of a return to reality, a return to common sense, most people said, look, I've had enough with, you know, and I mean, I keep saying the transgender issue, but it's hardly only that, right? There are many, many other issues. For example, Kamala Harris was, I mean, even though she didn't call herself that, she is an avowed communist in her ethos. When she says we have to create policies whereby all people end up at the same place, that is literally the definition of socialism/communism. No, we don't have to end up at the same place. We should start with equal opportunities, but that doesn't mean that we all have equal talents, equal ambition. Some of us are taller, shorter, better looking, less better looking. And so E.O. Wilson, the famous Harvard biologist, when he was famously asked about his views on communism, he said, great idea, wrong species. And he studied social ants. Ants are communistic, human beings are not. And the United States is a capitalist country, so it doesn't surprise me that most people said, given those two choices, I'm going to go with Trump over lobotomized Kamala.
The almost exact opposite seemed to have happened in your home country, in Canada. What did you make of this apparent dramatic turnaround of the fortunes of the Liberal Party, reportedly as a direct reaction to the rhetoric of Donald Trump?
Well, what an amazing question. Thank you for that. I think if I can tie it back to an earlier segment that we were chatting where I said it is so difficult to get people to change their opinions, Canadians perfectly exemplify that, right? So they had one mandate under Justin Trudeau, and most people complained that it was disastrous. So then they went to the ballot box and said, hey, let's vote for Justin Trudeau a second time. And then when that happened, they said, here's a great idea. Let's put him back in power for a third time. And when that ended, let's bring the next guy who is just Justin Trudeau in what appears to be a slightly less woke skin. And so I was baffled by it, but perhaps not surprised in that, and not to be critical of Pierre Poilievre, I think that he didn't do all that he could have done, which resulted in him losing. I can't remember what the exact numbers were. I think he was ahead by 30 points or whatever it was, some insurmountable lead, and then he lost it. It speaks precisely to our earlier point. Once people commit to a particular course of action, it's difficult to dislodge them. And I'll just mention one other thing. I will often be approached by fans on the street, and they'll say, "Oh, I love your work. I love everything you stand for." And then I'll look at them politely and say, "So who did you vote for?" "Oh, Professor Saad, I voted for the Liberal Party, of course." I say, "But do you realize that almost every position that you're saying that you support in me is contrary to that of the Liberal Party?" And then they sort of scratch their heads. It speaks to the fact that most people don't necessarily put in all of the cognitive effort when they're casting their votes.
Can it not be viewed the other way, though, that if you looked at the polls, yes, the opposition had this insurmountable lead. People were going to vote for him, but then they did have the ability to change course, to change their mind, because they didn't like the way that that was going.
I mean, of course, I don't have the empirical evidence to counter what you just said, but certainly from the anecdotal evidence that I have from interacting with many people who come up to me and chat with me and so on, I didn't get the sense that what you said is what was happening. But who knows? We'd have to let the political scientists test that hypothesis.
I'm sure that they will. All right, on the ongoing conflict between Israel and Hamas, as Jews in Lebanon, your family was displaced and forced to flee during the civil war in the 70s. So how do you view President Trump's plan to then displace Palestinians from Gaza to build what he calls the Riviera in the region?
Yeah, I'm not sure if the optics of how he went about it is going to make a lot of people in the region happy. So I might have chosen a slightly different stylistic approach, but that's what Donald Trump does. Look, in an ideal world, I would love for both peoples to coexist. That's only going to happen when both people recognize the right of the other to exist on that land. From my perspective as a Jewish person who had to wear some really good running shoes to outrun those who wanted to do bad things to me, I know where the lack of acceptance of the other comes from. Once all peoples in that region say, "I want a world where my neighbor can exist," it will unleash a new era in the Middle East that is absolutely unbelievable. And I'm glad to see that many of the Gulf countries, by the way, are starting to demonstrate that reality, right? I mean, if you see Saudi Arabia, if you see Dubai, if you see Abu Dhabi, you're seeing a real rapprochement with Israel. And so, inshallah, as we say, we will see some love flowing in the Middle East soon.
We're almost out of time. I just have two questions for you. One parasitic thought that you highlight is this idea of ostrich syndrome, burying your head in the sand. Like you were saying, la, 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 I don't want to hear it. There are many people and many international organisations accusing Israel of genocide and starvation in Gaza. Do you see this ostrich syndrome as the behaviour of some of Israel's ardent supporters?
You mean in the sense that those Israeli supporters are denying a reality that the other camp is saying? Is that what you mean?
Yes, indeed.
Yeah. Look, have there been an untold number of people killed? Yes. Is it tragic when any innocent person dies on either side of the aisle? Absolutely, yes. That said, when the Hamas directory comes out with their casualty figures, it may not be a manifestation of ostrich parasitic syndrome to maybe question the veracity of their data, right? And so it is undoubtedly probably true what you're saying, which is some people on the Israeli side are not going to be willing to accept any evidence that is contrary to their narrative. But I would also urge people to realize that maybe the other side is not always fully accurate when they report their data.
And again, just to balance that question out, on the flip side, there are probably supporters of the Palestinian cause of Hamas who are equally not willing to see the Israeli side. Is it a bit of a case of one person's freedom fighter is another person's terrorist?
I mean, there is a bit of that. And it's also, look, I was mentioning earlier about empathy and misguided empathy and suicidal empathy. One of the ways that you really are able to do horrible things to the other, irrespective of who is in camp A or camp B, is to lose your ability to empathize with the other, because then that allows me to do horrible things to the other, right? And I'll give you a good example that actually I discuss in my forthcoming book. So you're getting some preview, some
great news.
Exclusive
We love that
content.
on Counterpoints. Give us an exclusive, Dr. Saad.
There you go. Do you remember when in, I think it was maybe 2014, I can't remember the exact date, but I do have the reference in the book, where there were, I think, 1,500 Shia Iraqis that were being led in a long, orderly queue by ISIS, and they were being summarily executed. Well, when I watched that clip, I was filled with rage. Why? Because I didn't see those Shia Muslims as my enemy. I saw them as human beings, and I just couldn't believe that one set of human beings can do that to another set of human beings, right? And therefore, I had the right empathy in my heart to recognize that it didn't matter that they were Shia Muslim or Sunni Muslim. Anytime someone innocent is being killed in such a grotesque way, they are deserving of my empathy. And so what I'd love to see is for the Israelis to recognize that when the other side feels pain, we should empathize with them, and vice versa. And if we can get that, then we can find our common humanity.
Well, on that positive, optimistic note, let's end on some happiness. You wrote a book called The Sad Truth About Happiness, 8 Secrets to Leading a Good Life. It was one of your earlier books. To round out our conversation, what is the most important rule to happiness for you?
And it's not because she's within earshot. I would say that choosing the right spouse is certainly going to, give you a heads up or headway in terms of climbing Mount Happiness. Because if every morning I wake up next to a person and I look and I go, oh God, not her again, that's probably not going to make me happy. But if I wake up next to that person and go, yes, what have I done in life that I can deserve to wake up to such an angel, then I'm probably going to have a good day. So I would say choosing the right spouse and choosing the right profession that gives you purpose and meaning, which certainly the profession that I have chosen has given me that purpose and meaning, is one of the reasons why I'm referred to as the happy warrior, and I always have a smile on my face.
Well, whether people agree or disagree with you, I think that is one topic that people can get behind. I think that's a wonderful way to finish our conversation. It's been really interesting to get your thoughts, to challenge you on some topics, and to have your really unique perspective. Dr. Gad Saad, evolutionary behavioural scientist and author, thank you for your time here on Counterpoints on Al Arabiya English.
Thank you so much. It was a delightful conversation. Thank you so much.
And as always, thank you to you at home for joining us on this special Counterpoints interview. You can, of course, catch all our debates on Al Arabiya English on our YouTube channel and follow us on X and TikTok. We'll see you next time.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts, or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News Extra, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios. These are our top stories. President Donald Trump says Russia's President Putin has let him down over the war in Ukraine and the conflict is more complex than he thought. US talk show host Jimmy Kimmel is taken off air over comments he made about the shooting of right-wing influencer Charlie Kirk. Mass strikes bring France to a standstill as unions challenge the new Prime Minister. President Donald Trump has said Putin has let him down and that he wants all the Israeli hostages released now, while speaking at a press conference alongside British Prime Minister Keir Starmer. The two world leaders spoke after spending the day together at Chequers on Trump's state visit to the UK. The president also said the two countries will always be friends and their bond was like no other. Take a listen.
Today is a signal of our determination to win this race together and to ensure it brings real benefits in jobs, in growth, in lower bills, to put more hard-earned cash in people's pockets at the end of each month. That's what we're determined to deliver.
And we're grateful beyond words for the spectacular honour of the state visit yesterday at Windsor Castle, hosted by His Majesty King Charles III and Her Majesty Queen Camilla. These are two fantastic people. We're forever joined and we are forever friends and we will always be friends. This enduring connection is why I was thrilled that the United Kingdom was the very first country with which we made a historic trade deal and a very good trade deal. He's a tough negotiator. I think it was a better deal for you than us, but these are minor details.
It's a very good deal for both of us.
He's a great negotiator.
To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined by correspondent and columnist Gemma White and news editor of the Arabian Gulf Business Insight, that's Shane McGinley. Shane and Gemma, thank you so much for joining me this evening. So, Gemma, yesterday you were on and we were talking about all the pomp and circumstance and the royals hosting the Trumps at this fabulous event. But today it was really about the policy and it was about the business side of things and the serious conversation. Has it paid off during today's talks, the fact that the royals put on such a fabulous show yesterday?
I think it really has, you know, sort of, we had the soft opener, you know, the royals and all the royals, not just a couple of them, you know, William and Kate and Charles and Camilla, the whole big ceremony at Windsor Castle that we spoke about. And I do think it was given Trump quite a glow. He's you know, he's had an absolutely amazing time, and then they've sort of handed him off to Starmer at Chequers, and he's still kind of reveling in that post-glow of he loves meeting the royals. So, as you can see, it's been very sort of a good meeting between them. They're clearly very close friends, and Starmer has spoken about their friendship and said, we genuinely like each other. You know, we're world leaders, we genuinely have a good relationship. Now, what we've seen, some very big numbers being bandied about now. So, we've seen the figure figure £250 billion, which is $338 billion. Now, that's, as Starmer says, flowing both ways across the Atlantic. So that's a big injection from the US and the UK going back as well. Now, of that £250 billion, £90 billion was a commitment from the private equity firm Blackstone. And there's also pledges from Microsoft as well. So we've got some big names, and it's all very tech-based also. So as far as that goes, there are still critics. So Nick Clegg, the former Deputy Prime Minister, he actually called the deal sloppy seconds from Silicon Valley. He said a lot of these tech companies are going to be building these data centres anyway. It's nothing special. They've just moved it forward a little bit so that they could talk about it.
And I did think that the criticism from Nick Clegg on the Today Show was quite strong. It wasn't something that I was expecting. Like, he did say that sloppy seconds, it's something that was set up a while ago. But at the same time, it also puts into focus the fact that we have so much talent in the UK, especially when it comes to AI. So away from the criticism, I actually think Keir Starmer has done a pretty good job here.
Yeah, I think he's done a great job. I was watching the press conference, and I thought Trump in particular, as he showed some of the clips there, he looked very laid back. There was no aggression. There was no sort of some combativeness that you've seen generally. And I think maybe it's because he was, sort of outside the Oval Office, where generally we've seen so many of these leaders sort of fall. But I did think, I'm not British, but I thought sometimes Starmer was greasing the wheel kind of a little bit too much, and I thought he could be a little bit more sort of statesman-like, if you know what I mean. But I thought definitely, I think all the compliments were coming from both sides. But I kind of think it is definitely going to go down sort of in history as a moment, and I think it should as well. Like, the UK should have, gone to this effort, because at the end of the day, Donald Trump is the most powerful man in the world. But also, he's the president of the United States. So I think befitting the office he has, whether you like the sort of the orange man, or whether you agree with him or disagree with him, I think the president of the United States should get this kind of treatment in general. But they did go way over the top in terms of, like, this was the largest military ceremonial welcome for any state visit. And I kind of think if you were to think what other state visits has there been in Britain since Charles, we kind of remember France a couple of months ago, but there was South Africa, South Korea, Japan. I don't really remember any of those particularly.
No,
to be honest.
They didn't get a fly pass, did they?
No, there was none of that. So I think it is befitting the so-called special relationship between the two major English language.
And I do agree with that, and I do think the special relationship was in full force, because we must remember the history between the UK and the US, and this is something Donald Trump spoke about, and also King Charles spoke about the deep history. But I thought the news conference was very revealing today, the one with Starmer and Donald Trump. I really was watching it quite closely, and I was quite surprised when Donald Trump said that he'd been let down by Vladimir Putin, almost sound like he was interested in pressuring Putin more than he maybe had been in the past. And was that the influence of King Charles brought up Ukraine in his speech last night, and conversations with Keir Starmer? And I also thought the difference when it came to recognising a Palestinian state and the conflict in Gaza was another interesting point of view. And they said, we don't disagree, we don't agree on this. This is our stance. So do you think the soft power really did work in many favours?
I think him talking about Trump in that way, it shows that he was very comfortable where he is, and he has been cosseted, and they are friends. So it's almost like, when you're that comfortable, you can make these admissions that he might not have made in other countries or any other times. So I do think that's quite telling.
They kind of helped each other out in the press conference. If there was an awkward question, they said, well, I'll pass that to you. Or, like when the Mandelson question came up, weirdly, the journalist didn't mention, sort of Epstein or anything like that, just called it like historical sort of issues, which I thought was a strange move. But they kind of helped each other out when you kind of think in a lot of the Oval Office sort of speeches that we saw with other leaders, you kind of felt like Trump was almost out to get a gotcha moment. at the whole time, but there was no sense of that at all. So I kind of think
comfortable.
Maybe, and it was, you kind of noticed that as well on the Gulf trip as well. So I think the best way to get sort of Trump is to get him out of the White House and get him onto like strange territory where he's maybe going to be impressed by sort of gold and his history and royals. So I think that seems to be the way forward, is trying get him out of Washington. The only thing I heard mentioned, which I think is worth considering, is whether when Keir Starmer went over and sort of gave the letter from King Charles, whether they've gone too early, because like there's still 3 more years to go, and you've had the state visit. You can't really do another one. He's the only president who's had 2 state visits. Yeah. So, you've kind of, it's like as if you're playing poker or some game and you've given away all your cards early.
So I have heard this theory being brought up, did we play the cards too soon? But actually, if you look at the dynamics and you look at the picture, you zoom out more on Keir Starmer than you do on Donald Trump. Keir Starmer is on the ropes politically in the UK.
Yeah.
We've seen Angela Rayner, the Deputy Prime Minister, lose her job over a scandal involving house payment and tax. We've seen 11 MPs leave his cabinet, and he's been in power a year and got that huge landslide majority for Labour.
Mandelson.
We just brought up Mandelson, links to Jeffrey Epstein. And then Reform are surging ahead in the polls. So I wonder if we say, is this too soon? Or do you think this will be something that will bring Starmer back into favour with the British people? How positive this has gone.
Possibly. Like there was a lot of interesting commentary I saw on a lot of the TV stations today saying that, okay, a lot of people may not agree with Trump, the personality, but actually Trumpian policies and politics are on the increase in the UK. If you look at, even in the press conference, they talked about how he had stopped, I think, like all Mexicans illegally coming in. I don't know if that's true, but it was said. And he was saying about, like you've got the issues with the small boats coming in. He's clamping down on crime. He's, lower taxes, lower oil. All of these are the things that are now becoming very popular in the UK. So even if you don't like the man, his politics in the UK is increasingly becoming mainstream.
Perhaps it is savvy by Starmer. Obviously, Reform is a right-wing political party. Trump is a well-known right-wing politician. So by Starmer saying, hey, look, I might be left or centrist, but I'm really good friends with this guy who has right-wing policies, perhaps it looks like he can play both sides.
And I agree with that. I think in some ways might have been a bit early, but it's actually come at a good time for Keir Starmer. Thank you so much for your thoughts on that. Stay right there as we move on to a story which is actually linked. Keir Starmer could recognise a Palestinian state this weekend, days after President Trump's UK visit. The British Prime Minister said he planned to take the step at the UN General Assembly in New York if Israel failed to meet a number of conditions to improve the humanitarian crisis. Other countries, including France, Australia and Canada, also plan to take this action. However, the US remains opposed to giving official recognition to the state. Shane, this is happening after President Donald Trump leaves the UK. That's something that was actually brought up in the press conference, wasn't it?
Yeah, and even that moment, you think like, oh, this is where the tensions are going to come in, and maybe Trump's going to sort of like throw a sort of bomb right into the middle of things. But actually, it was fine. The only thing I know he said a couple of times was that nothing is going to happen. He's not going to push back on Israel until all of the hostages are released. So I think that he's quite clear on that regard. But I don't think that's going to happen because Hamas is not going to give up its negotiation sort of tactic. But I don't think it's really going to change much because, like you said in your intro, I think it's France, Canada, Belgium, and Australia are also talking about doing this, and that has made no impact whatsoever. So I think the UK coming in and saying it is not going to have much impact either. I think at the end of the day, it's what the White House says that is going to be the determining factor in Israel's.
And I guess the reply that Israel has given is by countries like the UK, France, Germany, and not Germany, Canada and Australia, thinking about this move to recognise a Palestinian state. It's almost giving Hamas what they wanted is elevating Hamas and they are going to get recognition.
Yeah.
And that's something that has been quite controversial when we do look at this. But Gemma, the UN, it's going to start its assembly, General Assembly next week. And obviously this week we've heard from the UN Commission who say genocide is now happening in Gaza. But Israel has really shown a lack of interest in anything that the United Nations has said. So will this summit make a difference, or does Netanyahu just think it's irrelevant, basically?
I think it's going to be a very interesting summit to watch, for sure. As far as Netanyahu is concerned, I don't think he cares less what happens at this summit. He's already said that Trump has invited him to meet in the White House 3 days after the summit. So he's already looking beyond the summit to the meeting he's going to have with Trump in the White House. Now, this is a man who has, you know, obviously the war in Gaza, he has bombed 5 different countries with 0 repercussions, either from European nations or from the Arab states. The meeting with Rubio in Jerusalem, where Rubio there was no criticism, there was no mention of ceasefire. That will bolster his confidence. This is a man who's feeling very confident right now. And as well, obviously, last August, the Israeli government gave final approval for the E1 settlement. And last Thursday, Netanyahu said, we are going to fulfill our promise that there will be no Palestinian state. This place belongs to us. There is utter defiance here. So, no, I don't think whatever happens at the summit, I don't think that's going to have any bearing on his decision-making at all.
No, and even if you look at, you know, I think it was about like just over a week ago since the missiles went into Doha, and the European Commission is still sort of thinking about what to do, and you kind of think, what do you need to happen?
Yeah.
Do you need sort of Hamas to be attacked in London or in Cardiff or Paris or something for it to become like a major issue? And if you think about it, we were saying earlier, like, money makes the world go round. Like, the European Union is Israel's biggest trade partner, and we're talking like 42 billion euros. And they're just kind of thinking, oh, we might do something.
Yeah.
You know, what are they going to do? Sort of, you know, cancel the Eurovision, and that will be like enough of a warrant. But I think something needs to be done, but it's going to have to come from Donald Trump. I thought there was a slight inclination where he was saying, if the hostages are returned, then it'll be sort of like neutral territory, and then he may come down on Israel, but nothing will happen before then. So if you read between the lines, if that happens, so if you're Hamas, you could kind of think, well, is that a tactic to use? I don't think they will, but it'll be interesting to see what happens going forward. But the UN, I don't think anyone really cares too much what happens there.
And that's quite a sad state of affairs, because actually when this General Assembly happens, the UN was created 80 years ago. And when I look at the UN, there's been so much criticism about how they've handled themselves in the situation with Gaza. And we were saying earlier, they haven't even been able to get aid in.
Yeah.
And it's been quite disappointing, I think, for a lot of people at home and everyone who's viewing the famine, the man-made famine in Gaza, which people are calling it, and now with genocide. Where have the UN been?
I think that's what I found the most surprising, that they weren't able to override and get their aid either airdropped in or taken by road. When I was growing up and I would watch the news, the UN seemed like this all-seeing, you know, like powerful group of nations. And as I've got older, I've realised it has absolutely no teeth. It's kind of been rendered, I don't want to say obsolete at all, because I firmly believe in the nations coming together. But the fact they have not been able to do anything about what's happening in Gaza.
No, and it just shows that, you know, it's really what the US thinks. So when Donald Trump's always threatening to sort of pull out of the UN, then the UN would then definitely be obsolete without any sort of US participation. So it all just comes down to sort of Trump. So unfortunately, I think, there is some merit in the UN. You know, they come up with all of these sort of, you know, human rights and climate change and all of that kind of thing, and, you know, the 17 strategic goals and all that kind of stuff. But it needs teeth, and it needs to. Unless you, like you were saying earlier, maybe we should just leave the politics to NATO, and then the UN looks after the aid, and then you have a separation of priorities. which I would probably advocate that would be a good idea.
Because I think a lot of the criticism coming from Israel is the UN has been far too political in this conflict with Gaza, and it's been biased against Israel, and that's why they're not taking the UN report seriously. So maybe there's a question to be asked, should the UN not be political, keep that to NATO, and concentrate on the aid and the delivering of people into war situations, which we always remember the UN for. But thank you so much for your thoughts on that. Let's move on now. And US talk show host Jimmy Kimmel has been taken off air over comments he made about the shooting of right-wing influencer Charlie Kirk. In a statement, TV network ABC confirmed Jimmy Kimmel Live had been pulled indefinitely. Earlier in the week, Kimmel had made a joke about members of the MAGA movement scoring political points from Kirk's killing. President Trump has celebrated the show's cancellation, calling it great news for America. Oh, so there's been a whole lot of talk about what's happening here and free speech, but could cancelling Kimmel also be cancelling free speech? And we know Charlie Kirk always spoke about debate and free speech, and that was something that he tried to take to the youth and the grassroots of the conservative movement in the US.
I mean, for me, it absolutely is an attack on freedom of speech, which, as we know, America holds in such high regard. It's the cornerstone of their constitution. Now, for me personally, I've watched what Kimmel said, and I feel that he wasn't making a joke about Charlie Kirk's death, the tragedy around that. He was talking about reaction to it. So it depends which way you want to see it, to be honest with you. Now, what I found...
It wasn't even that shocking. I felt maybe I've got a low threshold. You know, I don't get shocked by anything anymore. Yeah. But I've seen a lot worse, you know, said in, you know, by other people than what was said in that clip that's going around.
Yeah, it's. I mean, he is one of Trump's most prominent critics, and he does have a demographic, a youthful demographic who watch his show, and you know, he's sort of very seen as very influential in that. So, yeah, Trump, even in the UK, he has taken his time out. He's obviously been on Truth Social to celebrate this firing. He said that Kimmel was fired because he had bad ratings. So he has kind of shied away from, you know, the free speech kind of the debacle that we're talking about here. Now, what I found most interesting is that the show has been taken off the air by the network operator Nexstar. Now, Nexstar and Sinclair, they're two of the biggest TV station owners in the US. Now, they are both currently seeking approval from the Federal Communications Commission, that's the FCC, for upcoming deals. Now, here's where it gets interesting, because the chair of the FCC is a man called Brendan Carr, who was handpicked by Trump for the position. Now, unlike his predecessors, he has opened a lot of probes into television station owners that Trump has publicly disliked or fallen out with. No other chair has gone in as hard or has done as much. So it does at the moment look as if the FCC is being used for the Trump administration. If they've got an axe to grind, they're sending in the FCC in order to control certain aspects of the media.
Because when Brendan Carr was appointed, he did say that he was seeing unprecedented surge in censorship, particularly over the last few years, and that he was going to be one of his top priorities, and he was going to smash what he considered the censorship cartel. So you kind of think that has to be across the board. You have to sort of crack down on anyone, not just like freedom of speech is not where you don't like anything that someone...
Yeah, just because you disagree with what
exactly.
They're saying.
So I kind of think it's a little bit strange that they need to sort of control both the right and the left elements of the broadcasting. But I did do some sort of fact checking on what Trump was saying, and he was saying about was bad ratings, when actually Jimmy Kimmel is number one, as you said, in the 18 to 49 demographic who watch late night. But the problem is that not many people are watching late night, and his ratings and all of the late night ones are down by about a third. But then at the same time, all of network primetime TV in the US is down by about that, because everyone's watching Netflix and YouTube. So that's not entirely accurate to say that the ratings are bad. And also he said that he was just untalented, when actually I looked up to try and find some, and Kimmel's own rating, approval rating in 2024 was at 62%, when Trump's at about 50. So he's actually, I don't know whether you can, I think Trump would equate popularity with talent. So if you were to take that stats, as I always prefer, rather than just merrily saying anything like the right wing.
But Trump's also mentioned like Jimmy Fallon and Seth.
Yeah, he said they're next. Seth is it not Rogan? That's the other one. Clearly, he's not that famous.
Myers?
Yes.
Yes. His name escaped me for a moment.
I must say something. American comedians is definitely not my strong point, but
in a quiz we would not be asking you about American comedians.
I preferred Stephen Colbert. He was the one that I watched, so I was quite sad that he's going, and I was
But
quite
Trump's
glad
already
he won the
set his
Emmy.
sights on, like, he's mentioned Fallon and Myers in a tweet. It's like he's setting his sights on everyone that he's got beef with.
But I just want to play a clip to you, because earlier I spoke to Republican strategist and media analyst Adolfo Franco. I asked him if it was I can't say that word, actually. Hypocrisy for Trump to support the cancellation of Jimmy Kimmel. Take a listen.
In the United States, the Kimmel matter was not a governmental action. The Kimmel matter was a decision by the private sector. You can say whatever you want in the United States, and the government can't take action, as apparently is the case in Britain. That's the distinction. The Kimmel situation was a decision by public outcry. The president joined it and agreed with it, but the president didn't force it or make it come about.
So that was a point there from Adolfo Franco, the Republican strategist. When I did ask him this question earlier, I did say, was it hypocrisy, this whole situation? And he did say, this didn't come from Donald Trump. It came from the private sector, and it came
the
from
Nexstar Group.
The Nexstar Group. And the only thing is Donald Trump was saying, OK, I agree with it, but actually had nothing to do with it.
Because I think it's to do with the system that they have in America in terms of, like, it's not just ABC has, you know, they put it out and then everybody watches on TV. It goes out to about 200 and sort of like 50 affiliate stations. And then the stations can decide if they're going to take individual shows. So like you said, Nexstar, which is one of the biggest ones, they decided, OK, we're not going to show this anymore. And then it was after that Disney came out. So it was kind of like they were forced into it.
They did it before Disney, ABC.
Yeah, so they were kind of like pushed into it. And it's interesting, the wording, they said the show's going to be gone indefinitely, I think. So does that say it's cancelled, or it could come back like in 2 months, 3 months, a year? Or,
well, I
don't
do
know.
think that the FCC are doing an investigation into what was said, and then I think we'll get those findings in a report and probably know more after that.
Well, I mean, Carr has already given an indication of what that report might look like. He called Kimmel's comments the sickest conduct possible, which is really strong language. I think it gives you an indication of where that report might be heading.
And the more and more we talk about free speech, the more and more we hear about it. I think it's become a really hot topic in both the UK and the US. But thank you so much for your thoughts on there. Stay right there as we move on to another story now. And France is seeing one of its biggest strikes in years as teachers, transport staff, hospital workers and more walk off the job. Over 1 million people have joined nationwide rallies disrupting schools, trains and flights. Unions want higher wages and better public services, piling pressure on the new Prime Minister, Sébastien Lecornu. Well, Shane, I must admit something. I know this sounds bad, but I feel like there's often a strike in France. We can't forget this. It's quite popular among the European movement,
workers,
let's put it that way. Just when you thought the drama that unfolded recently in France, you know, was all over, it's back again.
No, exactly. And there's like 800,000 people that are going out on marches, and they're going to...
It was actually over 1 million
was
they
it?
counted today, so it was slightly
it's
higher.
even more.
Old stats, Shane.
Yes, exactly. From a couple of hours ago. But yeah, I did kind of think about it because, like I said earlier, I went to France a lot on holidays, and we always, every single year, ended up getting stuck in some sort of protest and having to miss something or miss the ferry or something. So And I kind of thought to myself, well, is there a lot of protests going on in France? So I thought, let's just, put this. Is this some sort of like, anti-French sort of sentiment? But actually, no, it's true, because there was a massive research done on all of the European countries over a sort of 20-year period. And in France, for every 1,000 workers, they lost 127 days to striking. Well, can you guess what it was in sort of the UK? It was around about 20. So that's
right.
But this makes me crazy.
Yeah, that's a huge difference. So it is fair enough to say in France, I think Cyprus is only the one that was more ahead of them, but France, they just love going out on strike. It goes, and I read a report today saying it goes all the way back. It's a long tradition to the French Revolution, where you go out onto the streets and push back. So it is part of the sort of the culture. And one of the things that seems to be sort of the turning point was the retirement age and the pension age. That has changed from 62 to 64, which doesn't seem that much to me, but I suppose if you're 62, it makes a big difference.
Yeah. But also another big thing that was a big cause of concern was cancelling a public holiday.
Yes.
And that also caused an absolute outrage in France, but it doesn't sound like they're going to work very much anyway, which could feed into the problems with the economy. Because we can't forget that France is in an economical...
It's pretty dire. Like they've got a really bad budget deficit at the moment, which is nearly double what the EU allows, which is 3%, and also their debt pile is 114% of GDP, which is pretty shocking. So there's not much wiggle room for the new Prime Minister and for Macron to do anything. So they kind of people have to work more in France. That's just the way it is, or unless the country's going to go bankrupt and the IMF has to come in.
And bail them out. But I know that the big questions being asked in France is the fact that they need to stick to this budget to make sure that they come in line with the European Union rules and regulations, but the problem is they just can't push it through.
No,
and,
exactly.
We're seeing that on our screens now when it comes to the protests. But, Gemma, there's been another big story happening in France, not so much in France, but it's gaining lots of traction, of course, in the US. As well as the strikes, President Macron and his wife, Brigitte Macron, have said they're going to provide scientific evidence to prove Brigitte is a woman. OK, what do you make of this? And also, this all really came out of that intense investigation that Candace Owens, the podcaster, did into if Brigitte Macron was a man.
I'm not sure I'd call it an investigation, rather than just a string of unfounded allegations for attention when it comes to Miss Owens. So this is a defamation suit that they've taken, against the right-wing influencer Candace Owens. Now, she has been pushing her belief that Brigitte Macron was born male.
Yes.
She has done an 8-part podcast on it. It appears to be something of an obsession, to keep pushing this rhetoric that the Macrons have categorically denied. She claims that Brigitte Macron was born Jean-Michel Trogneux.
Who was the brother.
Now, that is the name of Brigitte Macron's brother.
Yes.
Now, he lives in Amiens in northern France, and he attended Macron's presidential inaugurations in 2017 and 2022. Now, why now? This has been going on for a long time. As you mentioned before the show, there was a book out about 10 years ago that called into question, her gender at birth, Brigitte's gender at birth. And in 2021, the Macrons also took 2 French bloggers to court for also perpetuating.
But they lost that. The Macrons lost that.
They won, first of all, and then they lost
second.
on appeal, because the definition of defamation in France, it has to have malicious intent, and the court found that it did not. So now,
Why do you think the Macrons are doing this now? It doesn't seem like a smart move in terms of making the allegations go away.
See, for me, I would grow tired of this lady in America constantly dragging my name and my reputation through the dirt, if that's something that mattered to me. What matters to me might not matter, you know, to other people, but if I'd sort of reached the end of my tether...
To make an example of her and
and she's also making money out of it. Like, she sells T-shirts on her website, Bridget is a man, you know, printed across the front as well. So she's also sort of capitalising off of this rumour that she's perpetuating.
Well, I saw some reports today, which I thought were quite interesting, were saying that maybe Macron himself, because you've got so much bad stuff going on in terms of his career. We just talked about the strikes, everything that's going on. You kind of think, I just want one win, and you kind of think proving your wife is a woman should be like a simple win.
Yeah. But it is quite interesting because I have watched the series.
The podcast.
The whole podcast.
Yeah.
All 8 episodes?
Probably, I think there's more than 8. She started a second season now. Candace Owens. And I do that because I'm a journalist, and this is a really big story.
Yeah.
And I feel like even her alleged unfoundness and Candace Owens' so-called obsession with this...
So did you feel that she had any smoking gun at all?
I did feel like she did. And there were periods in the podcast where I did feel like she actually had some good information and some good insight. But then it's all alleged and it's very difficult to prove. But I think it's always interesting, because I watched Candace Owens do this, and obviously now the Macrons are suing Candace Owens. But it's also been politically difficult because President Donald Trump has actually spoken to Candace Owens. She's spoken about this on her podcast because he said it's ruining diplomatic relationships, with France. It's also now spreading to France and the movement's picking up there, where Brigitte Macron is the First Lady. So things are becoming a little bit complicated because of how focused this podcast has been. But I watched it out of interest because it's a talking point. It's in the zeitgeist. It's on YouTube, and it is interesting to watch, but unproven, of course. So we don't know. And I was thinking, this scientific...
Did she manage to sway you from when you first listened to when you finished listening to them? Or
I would say I was a little bit more in the middle now.
She's a controversial figure anyway.
Yeah, she is, of course.
Because of the way her and Macron met, his age when they met, her age. She was married, I think, with 2 or 3 children already. She was his teacher. So there are people who are going to have disliked her for a very long time, and obviously this does sort of feed into that as well. I do think, though, if it does turn out to be true, who cares? It's none of
I was just going to say,
business.
what if she is a man? Like, what?
Yeah, to what end? Like, it's none of
And I would agree with that.
Yeah.
Like, who really cares? And why has Candace Owens gone so deep into this investigation? All those questions.
She called it her life's mission.
Exactly.
To expose this.
Expose this.
Yeah.
But I do think we'll see what happens. First of all, I want to know the evidence that's going to be given up, because what I was reading is it looks like it's going to be photographs of series of Brigitte Macron throughout her life, because there's not many photographs of her, but there's actually not going to be DNA evidence to prove her gender. So we'll have to look to see.
Wouldn't that be just the ultimate proof? Just do a DNA test and get over done.
I mean, Shane, there's, I mean, it would be, but apparently that's not what it's going to be. So we have to wait and see what the evidence is. But thank you so much. And it's that time of the show where Gemma and Shane have chosen their quirky stories of the day. And Gemma, oh, this is a lovely story. A 94-year-old Italian nonna. I love this. Nonna is grandmother in Italian, if no one knows that, has become a tourist attraction in her local village. Tell us why Nonna has.
So, Margherita Chiarletta, hope I'm saying this correctly, she is 94 and she lives in a glorious medieval village in central Italy's Abruzzo region. Now, she has become a tourist attraction, so tourists are going to this lovely village to seek her out especially, because they see her as this person from sort of like a different age. Now, you'll see what she's wearing here. Now, that is the traditional dress of the region, and women have been wearing that for hundreds and hundreds of years. And she has been dressing like that since she was 18. Now, I think that she's become a bit of a cultural touchstone, a link to the past with all the craziness that's going on right now. But yes, people are flocking to this village. She's been nicknamed L'Ultima Regina, please pardon my Italian there, which means the last queen.
I think that's so lovely.
And she leans out of her balcony and she greets passers-by and she takes selfies. But I really do think it's a way of people slowing down their lives and perhaps getting a bit back to basics with what's going on in the world in general.
I absolutely love that story. You can see the big pots they've got when they do the cooking, which is very traditional in Italy. And Shane, I want to talk to you about something completely different. We've got a nonna there. Now we're going to talk about fantasy coffins that are going on in Ghana.
Ghana, yeah. So I saw this, and I saw the pictures first, and I thought it was amazing. So basically what it is when you die, you can go to this carpenter who's inundated with orders.
Yeah.
I'd imagine even more so now. So you can get like a cruise ship, or there's people, one guy had a giant pink fish. I presume maybe he was a fisherman. There was a colourful peacock. There was an airplane. There you go. There was one where there was a teacher, so they did like a school and some books. So it's basically to sort of just bring a bit of colour to the funeral. And the guy, the carpenter, said that people forget for a moment what's inside. They admire the coffin, and the atmosphere lifts.
And I tell you, what a fantastic craftsmanship.
Yeah,
You know, he's made a really lovely job of those coffins to send people off in the best way possible. What a fantastic idea, actually.
It is quite cool. It got me thinking, you know, what would I want for my fantasy coffin? And I haven't really thought too much. I think, you know...
What's defined you in life?
Probably books, so it could be like
that would be
made out of, you know, like a lot of sort of like first editions put around the side.
We can do a paper mache and then like a binder.
But we can't cremate you because we're not burning the first editions. Okay?
Oh,
yes. We're going to take those first.
That's true. And there was a show on Channel 4 last year called Celebrity Send-Off, where celebrities got to stage their entire funeral, and part of me thought it was creepy, but then, you know, like, you kind of think, like, what songs would you want? You know, watch everyone cry and stuff like that, so... what coffin would you have?
I'm not sure. I've never even thought about it. But seeing those, I'm now inspired. Maybe a pink fish.
What about a mermaid?
Oh, mermaid would be pretty
Yeah, that would be cool, wouldn't it?
Yes.
I think a mermaid would be quite cool. Or,
What are you thinking?
For me...
Something glittery.
Something like dogs with tiaras on it.
I was thinking dogs, yeah.
Dogs with tiaras.
Dogs with tiaras.
Or a mermaid. Ariel. I used to love that show. But anyway, the good news is that we're alive and well, and we're going to wrap up the show now. And thank you so much to today's guest, correspondent and columnist Gemma White, and news editor of the Arabian Gulf Business Insight, Shane McGinley. And that's all from us on W News Extra. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel, and of course follow us on X, GNT with Tom Burges Watson. Will be coming up next. Goodbye and have a nice evening.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
it can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News. Hello and welcome to Global News Today, bringing you exclusive interviews with leading experts every weekday here on Al Arabiya English. I'm Tom Burges Watson. Coming up on the programme, we'll be taking an in-depth look at the ongoing US presidential state visit to the United Kingdom. We'll analyse the key messages that have been coming out of London, plus we'll have the latest for you on the upcoming elections in Syria. Hello and welcome to the programme. We continue our coverage today of the US President Donald Trump's second state visit to the United Kingdom. Well, the trip has been full of pomp and ceremony, with a grand welcome from the royals, especially from King Charles, on whom President Trump heaped praise during his state banquet speech last night. Let's take a listen.
The bond of kinship and identity between America and the United Kingdom is priceless and eternal. It's irreplaceable and unbreakable, and we are, as a country, as you know, doing unbelievably well. We had a very sick country 1 year ago, and today, I believe we're the hottest country anywhere in the world. In fact, nobody's even questioning it, but we owe so much of that to you and the footing that you gave us when we started. Together, we've done more good for humanity than any two countries in all of history.
Well, as for King Charles, he too returned the praise.
This unique and important occasion reflects the enduring bond between our two great nations, anchored by the deep friendship between our people. This relationship, which, with good reason, we and our predecessors have long called special, has made us safer and stronger through the generations. Our countries have the closest defence, security and intelligence relationship ever known.
Well, let's get more now on the special bond between President Trump and King Charles. And we can speak now to Julian Payne, who's a former communications secretary to their Royal Highnesses, the Prince of Wales and the Duchess of Cornwall, now King Charles III and Queen Camilla. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. Let me just start by asking you for your observations so far. I know you don't work for the royal family any longer, but what's your observation of how things are going?
I think that they've had an extremely successful visit. I think you could not have had more pomp and circumstance, as we would say, than the president was able to witness and enjoy these last couple of days. He's met a wide number of the family, of course, King Charles acting as host with the Queen. And you can tell from his remarks at the state banquet last night how much it's meant to the president. So I am sure that all parties involved so far will feel it's gone very well indeed.
Yeah, I mean, just listening to President Trump last night and then listening to some of the media pundits early this morning who were saying he was very much on his best behaviour. Do you think there were a few sighs of relief there at Windsor Castle last night at the end of the evening, that everything went, as well as perhaps could have been expected?
I think sometimes the media like to perhaps expect or hope for mischief, but actually, the president is a global statesman and is no stranger to these big events. Of course, no stranger to a state visit to the UK. I don't think it's a question of being on his best behaviour. Actually, I think he enjoys it very much, and he wants it to succeed just as much as the British royal family do. And when you look at the two of them together, when you listen to the warm words that have been exchanged between the two of them, it's clear that this has been a really good few days.
I mean, British royal protocol is not simple. I mean, it requires some research. It requires some homework. I mean, you were obviously there during the first Trump state visit, and there were comments that there were one or two protocol hiccups during that. I mean, do correct me if I'm wrong, and add some colour to that. But when you looked at the pictures of last night and today, have you noticed any protocol hiccups at all?
I haven't seen any hiccups. I know that people previously had said that perhaps the president, when he was visiting for a working visit with the Queen at Windsor, that he had moved in front of the Queen when inspecting the military lineup. Now, actually, that is protocol, and that is what Her late Majesty would have wanted of him. I think it was portrayed as a hiccup, and in fact, they were doing it in the right way. I remember when the then Prince of Wales, now King Charles, was welcoming the president to Clarence House, where the Prince of Wales, now King, lives. Back for the first state visit, there was much trepidation that perhaps this meeting was going to be a showdown between the environmental prince and the oil and gas president, and they imagined that perhaps there'd be some kind of lecture from one to the other. And I remember talking to His Majesty about this and him saying, well, why would anybody imagine that I would do that? I am here to welcome this head of state on behalf of the UK. It's a state-to-state meeting. It's not an opportunity for anybody to start finger-wagging. And of course, when they did have their cup of tea, both the Queen, the King, the President and the First Lady enjoyed each other's company enormously. And that meeting ran over. It was only meant to be, I think, about 20 minutes, and they were there for nearly an hour. So what you see is within those state-to-state moments, those personal connections start to actually shape and deepen the bond between the two countries.
Right, so you're saying they had 3 times more to talk about than anyone had anticipated before that meeting had taken place. And we heard President Trump saying that King Charles is, quote, a great gentleman and a great king. I mean, what do you think they talked about during their conversations? What sort of topics can you imagine the two of them discussing?
Look, I think the first thing to say is the King understands absolutely where the constitutional red lines are. So he knows what is government business and he knows what is diplomatic business. And in many ways, the King is the senior diplomat that the UK can wield on the world stage. That said, I'm sure they will have been discussing the topics that all of us talk about on the world stage, the Russia-Ukraine conflict, the global economy, challenges with the environment and the impact it's having in different parts of the world. All of those things will be topics that they will discuss. They're areas of shared mutual interest. They may not have exactly the same point of view on every single one, but the ability to discuss and the ability to share views on these topics is absolutely what will be going on behind those closed doors.
I mean, there were lots of photographs, lots of pictures that everyone will have seen around the world, extremely beautiful pictures, almost made for television moments. Who do you think stole the show?
That's a very good question. I mean, personally, I always like to see the magnificent horses as they parade through Windsor Great Park. All eyes always are on the First Lady, on the Queen, and of course on the Princess of Wales. But I think it's always really interesting to see. What I look at is the body language between everybody. And I see in the relationship between the King and the President, there is a familiarity there. Don't forget, these two individuals have known each other going all the way back to the beginning of the 2000s. They first met in New York, I think, in 2005. And you can really see they have a little bit of a joke together. There is a warmth. There is a familiarity with one another. And when you're thinking about those state-to-state moments, having a connection with the individuals at the heart of it really, really helps. Just helps things to go along in a really nice and smooth way.
Yeah, and they're also a sort of similar age, aren't they? Because King Charles is 76, rising 77. Donald Trump, the President of the United States, 79, rising 80. But the King has been unwell lately, and that's been publicly acknowledged. I mean, are you detecting any signs, you know, and when you hear him speak, are you seeing him slow down a bit?
I've always known him to have one speed, which is go. And the reality is what you see is a very full diary, a very full commitment of activity during the last couple of days, a large amount of time spent outdoors, on both of them on their feet, hosting receptions, hosting dinners. These are not things that you are likely to be undertaking if you are in failing health. So I actually, as I stand back now, and I don't have obviously any inside knowledge on this, but I observe that the diary is full, the engagements are packed, and I take from that very good signs.
I mean, there were concerns, even, you know, as the presidential plane was arriving from the United States with those images that were projected on the walls of Windsor Castle, that Jeffrey Epstein was going to be, you know, a bit of an elephant in the room throughout this trip. And you know, there is a bit of a common thread with him because President Trump had dealings with him. The King's brother is known to have known him, Prince Andrew. And then Sir Keir Starmer's ambassador to the United States, Lord Mandelson, was sacked only last week. How successfully do you think they swept that story aside last night?
Yeah, look, there are rarely occasions when a state visit from any individual does not garner some form of protest or other. I know that the royal household is very accustomed to these noises off, one might say. They don't dismiss them, they don't take them, they don't minimise them. They'll, of course, be aware of them, but their job is to, as I say, it's the state welcoming the state. So while these things are going on, I don't think they distract too much from the really important business at hand. But that's not to say that it's not important that people have a voice and have the right to share their opinions.
OK, so loads of work goes into a visit like this. I'm assuming you've been involved in the past in these sorts of visits, and you know better than anyone how time-consuming they are. Before I ask you what it's like organising such an event, let me just ask you, what's the motivation? What are the hosts hoping to get in return, do you think?
Well, it's a really good question. In many ways, the royal family are, as I say, they are our top diplomats on the world stage. And it's important to remember when they travel to other countries, they do so at the request of His Majesty's government. So they're not looking at the globe and thinking, well, where should we go next week? These are state occasions where the King and Queen are, and the Prince and Princess of Wales are deployed at the request of the government. And they take those responsibilities of representing all of us here in the UK to the world extremely seriously. The King, as you say, has been, he's been doing this kind of work for more than 5 decades. And, I've been privileged to witness it up close, and the professionalism with which he both delivers the set-piece moments, but also the deftness of touch when he has to handle those diplomatic moments, especially if something does go wrong, as occasionally it will do. They are a very safe pair of hands. They take the job very seriously. They don't let it close out any possibility for fun and amusement. Don't forget, they will want their guests, the President, First Lady, to be enjoying their visit, to make memories as human beings as well. So they'll be very, very focused, but they'll also be acting as hosts as any of us might do.
OK, so you were telling us that you've obviously been an insider, and you've been privy to some of what goes on behind the scenes. And in the build-up to a visit like this, clearly lots of meetings have to take place, and I'm assuming between not just British government entities, the Buckingham Palace, the government, but also with the Americans to make sure that everyone's really on the same page. I mean, can those meetings get quite heated? Are there sometimes differences of opinion?
I think you're absolutely right. The preparations take months to get right. The good thing is, the royal family, their team around them, and the government, of course, has got a great deal of experience of doing these things. I must say, I wouldn't like to disappoint your viewers, but in that very British way, there may be a difference of opinion, but I never saw a sort of any temper, any emotion come into those discussions. It's not the way things are done. People are thinking through the options. They're united by a common goal of what these trips are there to do. Yes, there'll be points of negotiation across the programme. Of course there will. But the team, certainly at the Palace, who I work with directly, Sir Clive Alderton, the Principal Private Secretary to His Majesty, is an absolute consummate professional and knows how to navigate those diplomatic challenges as they come along, and does so with great skill, as you would hope that he would.
Any anecdotes you can share with us about the 2019 state visit? Did everything go according to plan, or were there one or two little things that didn't happen that, the way you'd hoped they might?
I remember the state visit in 2019, and when the then Prince of Wales and Duchess of Cornwall, as they then were welcoming the President and First Lady to Clarence House for tea. when people had been suggesting that perhaps there might be this showdown between the environmental prince and the oil and gas president. And the first thing that happened was there was a lineup, one of these very set-piece photographs of the portraits so that everyone could capture it for posterity. And the room was full of people, much busier than usual, as everybody wanted to see the president and everybody was anxious about what was going to happen. And I remember just as they turned to depart and go into the room, the now Queen turned round to her team and winked at them. And in that moment, I thought that is her to a T. It's as if to say, listen, I know everybody's terrifically worried about what may go on now when we're pouring the tea, but don't worry. You're in safe hands. We're not going to let the side down. And it really just broke the ice and actually was the beginning of a really very warm and friendly trip.
Okay, I mean, that's a lovely sort of indication of the, the warmth perhaps between the now Queen and the people working for her. And I just wanted to ask you lastly, I mean, supposing there had been a blunder on that trip or indeed on this trip, I mean, where would the buck stop?
Again, a very good question. I like to think that if there are mistakes that when I was there, that we owned them as a team. But obviously, there is a high level of expectation in those people that are running the show, whether on the US side, in the government side, or in the royal household. There will be someone at whom the buck stops. But I'm glad to say that on the last occasion, and certainly what we've seen of this one so far, everything seems to be running pretty smoothly.
Okay, fair to say this is the most important engagement so far of the new King's rule, would you say?
Well, I mean, you have, of course, the death of the late Queen and the accession and all of the global attention that came both on those days and the accession in May the following year. I will say they are used to the big occasion. They're very comfortable on the big stage, and yes, this is one of the big ones without a doubt. But my experience of the last US state visit, of those other big occasions, they are places where the royal family operate in a very, very comfortable way. Don't forget, he's been doing this for more than 50 years. The Queen has been doing it for getting on for 30 years. This is not their first rodeo, and I think that if I could choose a team to have out there representing the UK, of course I'm biased, but I certainly would say that they are the kind of people that I'm delighted that we have representing the UK.
Okay, well, we really appreciate you sharing those insights with us. Thank you very much indeed. Julian Payne, former press secretary to the British royal family. Thank you very much indeed. Well, while trade and investment between these long-term allies looks promising, experts have pointed out to one awkward elephant in the room between the US President Donald Trump and the British Prime Minister Sir Keir Starmer, namely the Epstein scandal. Well, their meeting comes just days after the Prime Minister fired the British ambassador to Washington, Peter Mandelson, over his own ties to the late sex offender. Well, let's get more analysis on the state visit, and we can speak now to Lord Maurice Glasman, who's a UK Labour Party peer who attended President Trump's inauguration earlier on this year. Lord Glasman, thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. Let me just start by asking you this. What are your observations of the state visit so far? How do you think it's gone?
Really, very, very well indeed. It turns out that Trump and MAGA have an affection for my country, particularly for England, but for Britain generally. And once again, having a royal family is an enormous political asset. King Charles and Queen Camilla have charmed them. There's a genuine, really good feeling in all this.
And how do you rate King Charles's diplomatic skills as sort of diplomat-in-chief as he looked yesterday?
I mean, exemplary. I mean, republics have got no idea. You have a king, you've got a focus of solidarity, you've got a continuation of tradition, and I think King Charles just was exemplary in simultaneously stressing he called the United States and Great Britain, he called us kin. that we were kin. So he established a family relationship. And then he had the courage to say, but we will support Ukraine come hell or high water. So simultaneously, he cemented the relationship and he strengthened our autonomy.
So it sounds like you're saying that having a monarchy gives the UK a bit of an edge over perhaps some other countries that don't have them.
Of course, this is the glory of our tradition. We are simultaneously democratic and monarchical, and it works perfectly for our people. And I urge people in Saudi Arabia, don't give any thought. Look at Iran, they're a republic. What a nightmare. Look at Iraq, they're a republic. What a nightmare. But you have a king and you have a monarchy, so that gives you the freedom to strengthen democracy, not to weaken it.
OK, now, in the run-up to this state visit, there were, of course, the headlines that I presume the organisers of the state visit found quite tiresome, that wouldn't go away, with regards to Jeffrey Epstein. And now, you were one of the people to have warned the British government against the appointment of Peter Mandelson as British ambassador to the United States. And, of course, he was sacked last week. Why were you so sure he was the wrong man for the job?
Well, because you shouldn't have anything to do with paedophiles. I mean, it's just morally wrong. And plus, this Jeffrey Epstein was like the apex of a whole theory in America around QAnon about paedophile rings. It was just much too toxic. Now, I just want to say as well, Peter Mandelson is the supreme politician of the last 40 years. He created New Labour. He negotiated the Good Friday Agreement with Northern Ireland. He went to America and he negotiated a very good trade deal. He's an immaculate politician, and deal maker as well. But he's got demons, and those demons have brought him down again. This is the third time he's had to be removed from office.
OK, so when you flagged this up to people, presumably in Downing Street, and you expressed your objection and your reservations about him being Britain's man in Washington. Reservations. What were you told? What did they say to you when you said he's not the right man for the job?
Not too much. I mean, the point is, I then talked about it publicly. There's people walking up to me in the inauguration showing me photos of Peter Mandelson clothes shopping with Jeffrey Epstein, blowing out the birthday candles. So I said, look, I said very publicly that I thought this was a bad idea. And I got a message telling me to, that discretion is the better part of valour and to stop talking about it. That's all I got.
So you can't have been very surprised, were you, last week when you found out that Lord Mandelson had been sacked?
No, as I have said, it didn't come from a clear blue sky. This was completely predictable. But I do want to honour Peter Mandelson and the work he did on the trade deal. That was very accomplished.
How damaging do you think this whole Mandelson chapter has been for Prime Minister Starmer?
I think it's exaggerated. I mean, our Prime Minister is a decent man. He's an honest man. He's got no idea about these paedophile conspiracy theories, QAnon. This has taken him completely by surprise. But I hope it tilts the balance away from New Labour and towards my ideology, which is Blue Labour, which is much more conservative, much more Brexit, much more resolute about borders. And just to say to the people of Saudi Arabia, we are absolutely with you. We want to strengthen our relationship with you and also strengthen our opposition to Iran, which we consider a global menace.
Yeah, I'm going to ask you a little bit more about Blue Labour in just a minute. We're just going to close the Epstein chapter.
The Epstein chapter is not a big chapter in British politics. It's very much an American story. But Peter Mandelson played his way into that story, and now he's out. That's done. OK,
clearly a bit of a vindication for you. Are you going to be listened to more, do you think, now by people in Downing Street, given that you've been proven right?
It's not so much me. Just to say to the people in Saudi Arabia, we have a Muslim woman who's the Home Secretary, Shabana Mahmood. She's very much our leader of the Blue Labour grouping. She's now got a very powerful position about boats, about immigration, about the law. We're supporting her. So, we're in the court, let's say, and I think that the way that Peter Mandelson has behaved actually does strengthen our position overall.
Do you think it made much of a difference not having him there last night? Would he have been there in a parallel universe, and not having him there, did it change anything, do you think?
Nothing at all. I mean, President Trump has a very long-standing affection for our country. Marco Rubio was there. Our foreign minister was there. Our prime minister was there. Our home secretary was there. And above all, the king was there. And he was an immaculate host. And I think this visit was not affected in the slightest by the presence or non-presence of Peter Mandelson.
Now, you were the only senior figure in the Labour Party that I'm aware of, do correct me if I'm wrong, who attended President Trump's...
junior figure. I was the only figure, yeah.
The only figure, OK, who attended President Trump's inauguration earlier this year. I want to ask you, what's the secret to your apparently clear and, your strong ties with President Trump's inner circle?
Well, I think there's two. The first is that I'm a writer, just to let people know. In England, politicians also write books. And J.D. Vance liked one of my books. So we had an exchange. I had no idea who he was, And at the time, we were talking about rebuilding the New Deal coalition in the Democrats, just to let you know how life goes. So that was one side. The other side is I'm not a socialist. I welcomed the election of Donald Trump because it's the end of globalization. I want to see strong democratic nation states. I want to see nations go their own way, be themselves, do their own thing. You won't have me giving lectures to the Saudi people on how they should be. I just want the friendship and a mutual respect. So the combination of those two things meant, I think, that they viewed me as a much more friendly force, within Labour.
OK, so you've got these close ties with the Trump administration, notably Vice President J.D. Vance. I've also
and Steve Bannon.
And Steve Bannon. I was going to mention Steve Bannon as well. Do you think, is Nigel Farage, who obviously heads up the Reform Party, is he someone who's obviously in President Trump's orbit, is he someone with whom you engage?
Every week I talk to Nigel Farage regularly. I think that Nigel Farage and Peter Mandelson are the two biggest political figures in British politics in the last 40 years. Peter Mandelson created New Labour, delivered the Labour Party to Thatcherism and globalisation and free trade and all that. A huge figure, Peter Mandelson, and so is Nigel Farage. Nigel Farage, very lonely figure. He more than anyone else is responsible for the Brexit referendum and for leaving the European Union. I respect him very much.
OK, and just lastly, I mean, how well, just looking at the pictures today, how well do you think President Trump and Prime Minister Sir Keir Starmer get on?
I think President Trump views himself as a king. So I think he was happier with the king. He enjoyed that a lot more. But he understands that Keir Starmer is the democratically elected Prime Minister of our country, and I think he behaved today with a great deal of respect.
OK, well, we're going to have to leave it there. We're out of time. Thank you very much indeed, though, for speaking to us, Lord Maurice Glassman. Thank you very much for your time, sir.
OK, and blessings to everybody from the House of Lords in London. This is part of the library I'm speaking from.
Well, it's been a pleasure speaking to you. Thank you again.
And to you. Bye-bye.
Now, after what's been described as the largest military ceremonial visit for a British state visit, today's focus for President Trump is more political. Well, on the second and final day of his visit to the United Kingdom, he's been holding talks with the Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer, at his country residence Chequers. Well, under discussion, Ukraine, Gaza, technology and trade. Let's take a look.
In so many ways, this story is a story about enterprise. The US is our single biggest, largest trading partner. The deals and investment that you're announcing today break all records. What a day. £250 billion flowing both ways across the Atlantic. It is the biggest investment package of its kind in British history by a country mile. And let me spell out what that means. It means life-changing investments across the United Kingdom. It's expected to create 15,000 jobs in Belfast, in Birmingham, Hartlepool, the Humber, and well beyond.
The British Prime Minister speaking there alongside the visiting US President Donald Trump. Well, we're joined now by Carla Sands, former US Ambassador to Denmark, Greenland and the Faroe Islands. Thank you very much indeed, Carla, for joining us. Always a pleasure talking to you. I was just looking at the body language there between Prime Minister Starmer and President Trump. President Trump looking a little bit tired, perhaps, not sure. It's been a busy agenda for him. But overall, how would you say things have gone so far on this trip?
It's incredible, Tom, to see the good relationship between President Trump and Keir Starmer. Literally, people from the UK were talking to me back in 2016, right after the election. We want to get a trade deal done. It took this long because even though there was a conservative government in the UK at that time, they could not get that deal done. There was inside politics happening. And to see this trade deal happen, that there will be thousands of jobs in Great Britain, thousands of jobs in the United States, is a great day for, I would say, the working people of both of our countries.
Yeah, I mean, impressive pictures. It looks like they really pulled out all the stops. We're being told it was the largest military parade for a state visit in living memory. Obviously, a huge security operation. And then yesterday, it was all about those gun salutes. There were the mounted horses, the bagpipes, the glittering dinner, the jewels, the tiaras. How do you think President Trump likes the hospitality laid on by King Charles?
I think it's showing respect to the leader of the free world. And we are our language in the United States came from England. Billions of people around the world speak English because of the people of Great Britain. And so it was a wonderful, I think, acknowledgement of our shared foundation, our shared friendship. It is a special relationship, even though we did have a revolution and break off. Certainly, we are very, very close. And I think it's more than just language. And you saw the horse-drawn carriages, the beautiful dinner last night where His Majesty King Charles did a beautiful toast, as did President Trump, two great leaders, and Keir Starmer really stepping up. He may be a Labour leader, but he can get the deal done, and he did. So it's exciting. I have to just say, as a personal aside, when I became the U.S. ambassador to the Kingdom of Denmark, I was able to ride in a gold carriage with white horses with the footmen, and it was extraordinary in the 21st century, a young woman from Pennsylvania being able to ride like this. Well, this is President Trump in that horse-drawn carriage yesterday with his beautiful First Lady, Melania Trump. And there they were in that horse-drawn carriage. It is, for an American, a pinch-me moment, no matter who you are.
Yeah, well, for President Trump, it's the second pinch-me moment he's had, because this is his second state visit, yes. Something very unusual. And President Trump called it the greatest honour of his life. And I'm wondering, what is it about the grandeur of a banquet like the one we saw last night, and all that pageantry? What is it about that really appeals to President Trump, do you think?
Well, I think it appeals to, there's something in the human spirit that loves to see that it's something thrilling no matter who you are. And that's why the richest men in the world showed up to that dinner with King Charles and President Trump. You saw the CEO of NVIDIA, the CEO of OpenAI, Sam Altman. You saw Blackstone's CEO there, Steve Schwarzman, and so Rupert Murdoch, so many others that attended that event because of it's about coming together with some of the greatest minds and the richest people. And I mean, I'm sure there was, even though it was a dinner and you're not supposed to, I'm sure there was deal talk and deals getting done right there at the table because they get to talk freely in a very special setting. That setting at Windsor Castle, if you've seen the photos, was just extraordinary to see that one long table. I've been to Windsor Castle. It's never looked so beautiful, so glamorous.
Yeah, that table, 47 metres long. And you mentioned all those people who were there, Rupert Murdoch being one of them. There's obviously a bit of a legal battle going on between President Trump and Rupert Murdoch. So perhaps they were avoiding eye contact last night. But it was interesting to listen to President Trump because he was very much on script. He stuck to what was clearly written on his notes that he was consulting every now and then as he made that speech. He didn't go off on a tangent as he sometimes does. Do you think we were seeing a different sort of President Trump last night, one that the British media were describing as being on his best behaviour? Did you notice that?
Well, first of all, regarding Rupert Murdoch, I'm sure they set them far apart. But, you know, President Trump does come together and make friends with people that he's been in lawsuits with before. He said that about RFK Jr., that he was sued, and then he offered to let him use his plane to go back to California from the East Coast. So, you know, there certainly is a love of people from President Trump. But I actually think that he has stepped into the persona of president in a new kind of way. You know, when he came in the first time, he was a deal guy, a brander expert, a celebrity on television, and a real estate mogul. And today you see a man that is fully transformed into the aura of the president of the United States and the leader of the free world. I think one of the reasons is because of the hardship that first of all, a second term is very special. A second term with 4 years to prepare for a second term is unprecedented. There's only one other man that ever had that opportunity. But also the fact that there was an attempted assassination on his life twice, one that actually hit him, I believe it gave him a new kind of awareness, awakening, maybe a spiritual rejuvenation that has changed him on the inside, and you see it on the outside. He's still Donald Trump with, you know, none of us are perfect, but I believe that he will go down in history as one of the 3 greatest presidents in our country's history.
I just wanted to ask you, as a former US ambassador, how much of a difference do you think it would have made not having the British ambassador to Washington present there yesterday and today? Because, of course, he was fired last week because of his relations with Jeffrey Epstein, and that, of course, is a point of embarrassment for the king, because his brother is associated with him, a point of embarrassment for President Trump, because the headlines just won't go away, and a point of embarrassment to the Prime Minister, because his ambassador had to be sacked. I mean, how do you think they went about containing that? And do you think it made a difference not having a British ambassador from Washington present yesterday?
You know, Tom, the world is so dangerous. People want good paying jobs. They want to be safe in their homes. They want to prosper. They want their kids to have opportunity. There are so many issues in the world. This is a distraction. I don't think anybody cares. It doesn't mean anything in the real life. We care about the victims always. We care about the victims, and that is tragic, and there must be consequences. But as far as the big picture goes, we're focused on the positive, on the what is possible coming out of this meeting with these 2 world leaders, and the fact that there's $250 billion in bilateral trade happening. It's the biggest, as Keir Starmer said, biggest ever in the history in our relationship. And we are the biggest trading partner that the United Kingdom has. So let's focus on that and not on the small negative things.
How much coverage is this trip getting in the United States? Is this front page news? Are all the pictures splashed all over the press there?
You know, it's getting coverage, but I would like to see it wall to wall. In the old days, CNN and Fox, then when it came about, they would stream the whole thing, and there'd be someone talking about what Melania Trump is doing right now. But it seems like the news cycle has tightened and gotten a little less, I would say, a little less soft and fun, because it's fun to watch this. I mean, it's just pure joy and entertainment. We need good news. So I think the United States, is starved for good news after the tragedies that occurred last week. And so I would like to see more coverage than I actually am seeing.
Okay, well, yesterday was the fun part, really. That was the pomp and pageantry at Windsor Castle. Today, it's very much about Prime Minister Sir Keir Starmer welcoming Donald Trump to his country home, Chequers. And they're going to talk about some quite tricky issues, aren't they? They've got to talk about Ukraine, Gaza, trade. I mean, do you think the fun part's over?
Well, I think that I like the foreign policy and security policy part. So I love it all. I'd love to see the whole meeting live streamed. Of course, it won't be, because there'll be many things that the 2 of them are going to talk about with their teams that the public can't be part of. those private conversations are important because we do have that security partnership. The UK is part of the Five Eyes, which, you know, it's Australia, New Zealand, UK, Canada, and the United States. And we share security information almost like one body. And so there will be, I'm sure, many things that are important talked about for the security of our two nations. But I would love to be a fly on the wall for all of it, frankly.
Some analysts are saying that if Prime Minister Starmer gets it right, he can, and he is beginning to position himself as being a bridge between the United States and Britain's European allies. How do you rate his chances of success, Ambassador?
Well, he hasn't been polling well, and his party hasn't been polling well. So that makes it, I think, tough for him. But at the same time, this visit and the successful trade negotiations will probably benefit him and his party. So I think it's to be determined. I mean, the news cycles are so short. If the British people begin to feel better economically, because let's not forget that their economy is not doing well, not at all. Unfortunately, the British people have been suffering from bad policies from both sides of the aisle. And there's been like an economic wet blanket on the people. You could say that bad, you know, first of all, bad business policies, but also bad energy policies that have caused the cost of energy to skyrocket. The people in the UK pay about 3 times as much as Americans pay for their energy, just for example. And then there's the GDP per capita. In the UK, the per capita income per capita is less in the UK than it is in the poorest American state of Mississippi. And so when you think of it that way, you can see that the UK is not thriving and should. They have skilled workforce. They have, you know, all kinds of resources. It's just about bad government policy that's really been strangling the businesses in the UK.
Yeah, sure. And certainly Prime Minister Starmer will be hoping that this up until now successful state visit is going to give his polling numbers a bit of a boost. And we were saying earlier on that, you know, Prime Minister Starmer being from the left, you know, the Labour Party, and President Trump being from the Republican Party doesn't make them natural political bedfellows, does it? But what do you think President Trump makes of Sir Keir Starmer? What do you think he thinks of the man, Keir Starmer?
Well, it's interesting you asked that because I look at these two, and President Trump had center-right government in the UK in his first term, and really they didn't work together well. I think they weren't interested, as a matter of fact, from the UK side. But today, the UK says we need the United States in order to have success. So we're going to cooperate. We're going to put the politics aside. That's what I believe is happening. That's my personal opinion. And so when you look at a president who's center-right and a prime minister who's center-left come together, and it seems like a great personal relationship, getting things done on behalf of both of, you know, their country's citizens, it is such a win-win that I'm really encouraged. I'm so happy to see the UK do this. And I hope that they'll look to Trump, believe it or not, as an example. Better energy policies, unleashing the UK energy, because they have energy, they have coal, and they have natural gas. If you remember Liz Truss just several years ago saying, well, we should bring fracking to the UK, and she was sacked. But it is actually a really clean way to use domestic energy, and it's cheap. So there's ways to do that, and then decrease regulation on businesses, control their migration, make sure that the government is working for the people and not suppressing the people's rights in the UK, because that is happening. Their free speech is greatly under attack by their own government.
And just going back to the personalities of the two men, Prime Minister Keir Starmer, President Trump, we were talking yesterday to Mick Mulvaney, former Chief of Staff to President Trump, and his interpretation is that Sir Keir Starmer is perhaps the closest of all Western leaders to President Donald Trump. Would you agree with that?
Well, I think that they do have a really good relationship. I understand that he calls Keir Starmer, that they have conversations, you know, in an informal way. I do think that Giorgia Meloni has also had a pretty good relationship with him. President Trump wants a good relationship with every world leader. He knows that that's important, that he can pick up the phone and talk to them and sort things out. So I think if you look at Keir-Starmer, the fact that they share language, I think, is helpful. The fact that Keir-Starmer has been actively working to increase the economy of the UK. We need our allies to have strong economies, and we don't want them to fail. We want them to succeed and flourish and be secure. You can't have a strong defense if you don't have a strong economy. And therefore, it is in all of our best interests that they have a great relationship. I mean, they're very different people and a generation apart, but it does seem like they do really get along well. And I don't see any friction between them whatsoever. And that is really encouraging. I just hope that that can be the same around the world with every world leader. Wouldn't that be a better world? Yeah, well, actually, the King of England and President Trump are only three years apart. So perhaps they found a little bit more common ground in terms of generational divides. I mean, clearly the hosts want something in return for all of this show and the warm welcome they've given. We've talked a bit about trade, but do you think the British will achieve what we can assume their goal to be, which is to get some commitments from President Trump with regards to Ukraine and perhaps bring Israel sort of to the table to discuss the situation in Gaza? I mean, do you think the British will succeed in winning President Trump over on either of those two scores? Well, I don't speak for President Trump, but my awareness, my understanding is that President Trump is not happy with Israel and what has occurred. But I do not believe that he's going to do what other countries ask him to do. Regarding Ukraine, the American voters, his base, will not accept money going to Ukraine or American boots on the ground. They are willing, I think, to let European buyers buy our equipment and give it to Ukraine, but I think that they should get the money first because, you know, these deals are sometimes a little fuzzy. But I do think that they will be talking about important issues beyond the economy, of course. The issue of the Ukraine-Russia war is just so awful. And President Trump has now asked the Europeans and the UK to put 100% tariffs on Chinese goods. He's asking for tariffs on China and on India, but he wants to do it with them, not without them, because it won't work if we only have one bloc, the EU or the US, do this. But if China feels the pain of high tariffs, they will stop funding this war and the war will end the next day. Because Russia can't prosecute this war against Ukraine without China's help. China is actively assisting Russia in this effort. And so my hope will be, and I have talked to leaders from some of those EU countries within this week, please go along and work with Trump on this, because this is the only way to end the war. And what I'm getting back is we're not really sure that we're willing to do that. We think that you'll take advantage and get a trade advantage if we put that big tariff on China. But the deal has to be that we come together as two huge blocs, the EU and the US, and put those big tariffs on China. India already has tariffs from the US because of the oil, but China is the key, not India. I mean, they're both important, but the biggest deal is China and how they're funding this war. So my hope is that all nations will come together. Okay. All good nations, and go against China's funding of this war. Okay, and just lastly, and briefly, if you will, I mean, do you think that events like the one we saw at Windsor Castle last night, this grand dinner, you know, somehow give the British a bit of an edge over other countries that don't have castles and monarchs and all the rest of it? Would you buy into that argument? Not at all. This is a one-off, very unique. We are the children of Great Britain. The American people are, you know, they're our cousins, if you will. But President Trump is an equal opportunity deal maker. He wants deals around the world. You could see that in the incredible visit he made to Saudi Arabia, the UAE, other countries in the region, stitching up deals. And a lot of it was around AI and chips, and that's the same here in the UK. So I know that he wants to work with every nation around the world, and certainly nations that share values, even more so. So I think he's an equal opportunity deal maker. Let's get deals done and let's increase the prosperity of the people around the world.
Okay, well, we're going to have to leave it there. Thank you very much indeed, Ambassador
Thanks
Carla
so much, Tom.
Sands.
Good to talk to you.
Now turning to other news, specifically to the Middle East, because Syria is preparing to hold its first parliamentary elections since the fall of Bashar al-Assad, elections that are set for late September of this year. Well, 1/3 of the 210 seats will be appointed by the Syrian president, Ahmed al-Shara, with the rest to be elected. Well, there are, of course, multiple challenges in Syria, and we're going to be discussing some of them with our next guest, who is Nawar Najma, the Syrian spokesperson for the Higher Committee for People's Assembly Elections. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. These are, as I was saying, the first elections since the fall of Bashar al-Assad. How important are they, both symbolically and in terms of what these elections will change?
Thank you so much for having me, and my greetings to the viewers. I think that all the moves that have been made following the fall of the Bashar al-Assad regime are symbolic, but this one is of significant importance since it reinforces the principle of people's just participation at large. Since the 8th of December, there were demands at the local and international levels to expand the scope of political engagement. We believe that this could be the most important step towards this direction, as we believe that there could be a diversity from the just the Syrian components and segments that could contribute to the People's Assembly, and that could really voice the aspiration of the Syrian people. As you know, the most important power is the legislative power in Syria.
Okay, so as you say, some extremely important elections and a real concrete step towards a new chapter for your country. What's the public mood like with regards to these elections? Is there a general sense of excitement?
Of course, the public mood is really great for the Syrian people. Perhaps this is due to the fact that it is their first experience, given the fact that they have not experienced this for the last 6 decades. Today we had the final list of the candidates for the parliament elections, and many people are satisfied with the electoral college, but the public mood has been following up the events of those elections, and they have keeping a close eye on those details. So I think, at large, if we are talking about the public mood, then it is really quite positive.
Okay, and for people who are concerned about Syria and the transition from one leadership to the new and current leadership, does it look to you like Syria is well and truly on the track towards genuine democracy?
Well, with those kind of political transition, we are talking about radical changes here. Of course, this always comes with some kind of concern, because the changes always come with some kind of concern. But this concern is diminishing step by step over the last 8 months. Now, the level of concern is way less than it was on the 8th of December. There are many practical steps that have been taken by the Syrian community at large, not only the authorities, in building trust with the components and segments of the Syrian society, so that we can move into a more democratic system. The question of democracy will happen gradually, and that's why we are taking cautious steps and maybe slow steps at times, but to ensure that they are safe. We need a democracy that would really suit the Syrian society. But what we are doing today is a genuine step for building a democracy that could resemble the Syrian community and the circumstances that they have been through.
Obviously, Syria is a country made up of many different groups, ethnic groups, religious groups, And Syria has been in the headlines these last 11 or 12 months regarding incidents involving these minorities, whether it's the Alawites, the Druze, the Christians. With regards to these elections, what's being done to make sure that all of those different groups are represented and their voices are heard?
يعني الحقيقة نحن عند تشكيل الهيئات
As a matter of fact, when we started the Supreme Electoral Commission for the People Assemblies, we have taken into account the ethnic background of all those provinces so that we are fair. We have seen a great enthusiasm from the Syrian people toward the People Assembly. The Syrian community is diverse by nature, and they have been so thousands of years ago. Nothing changed except for the fact that that over the last 6 decades there was just a propaganda of the authoritarian regime of Assad. Now they are just getting their nation back, and that's why the reflection of the representation of all those components and segments, of course, will give them the fact that the opportunity to have just a political participation, and this will be this will be ignoring any kind of ethnical division that they lived in the past.
Okay, and it was confirmed a couple of days ago that, I mean, obviously given the situation in the south of Syria, in Suwaida, which is of course home to a Druze majority, elections unfortunately doesn't look like they're going to take place there. I mean, do correct me if I'm wrong. Will elections be held there eventually? Why can't they be held now?
لا هو الحقيقة لن تعقد الانتخابات في السويداء.
In fact, the elections will not be held in Suwaida, and the reason is due to the fact that those kind of elections would require a kind of transparent and safe environment, which we are missing now in Suwaida. And with the fact that there are just armed controls that are outside the control of the government of Damascus, and that they are controlling the situation there. So the problem is Suwaida is not a problem with a certain sect, but rather with a certain factions of this sect that they are taking control in there. And we, in fact, are not able, from a security perspective, to hold elections in these places. With that said, we are keen that the people in the province of Suwaida would be represented in the People's Assembly, and therefore we have just decided to leave their seats vacant so that they could exercise their right to be represented, hoping that those armed factions could have a higher level of responsibility to understand that the unity of Syria is what matters for the integrity and dignity of the Syrian people, but sadly they do not perform anything of what has been discussed so far.
Okay, so that Suwaida is one place where elections are being postponed or not being held. Also, Raqqa and Hasaka are other places that are going to see a postponement of elections. So in all, about 10% of the council seats are not going to be elected during these elections because of various security issues. I mean, it does mean, doesn't it, that we can't say that Syria is fully on track towards democracy.
لا هو يعني نقص 10% من مقاعد
Well, 10% of the People's Assembly's vacancy is something really sad, but we cannot say that Syria is not on track toward democracy, because 90% of the Syrian people are tiptoeing toward democracy and to represent people at large. And there are just a great number of people who wish to be involved in the political process, but they don't have the freedom to exercise this right as a result of the control of those armed factions. Of course, the absence of those seats might really have an impact on the People Assemblies or the Parliament from a symbolic point of view. Going forward, we hope that the People Assembly's seats will be filled, but this will not have any ramification at the legislative level, and all those who are elected will be undertaking their functions soon.
And just from where you said, obviously you're in Damascus and I can see Damascus behind you, but does it look and sound as though the situation in the provinces we mentioned is coming under control and that peace and stability is on the horizon? Is that how it looks to you?
يعني الحقيقة أنا يعني كنت أقول دائما
Well, I have always been saying and even calling on those people who are living abroad, whether they are Syrian or just the media outlets, to look at Syria from within. It is really sad that the people in Raqqa and Suwaida do not just entertain the security status that we have it in other areas which are under the control of the legislative government in Damascus that are living in peace and calmness. And we could see some signs of improvement of economic conditions, which gives us hope. We hope that this will apply to all other provinces. As far as Suwaida, Al-Hasaka, Raqqa, the military factions do not just deprive the people from their political involvement only, but rather but also to hop on the train of developments that have just started in Damascus and Syria at large.
Okay, and of course, Syria is still in a fragile situation security-wise. It's a transitional phase, and a lot has happened in a very short space of time. But how much of an issue and how much of an obstacle has security been in organizing these elections?
The
security situation in Syria is improving on a daily basis, and especially in major cities. Of course, with that said, there could be some just minor incidents, but they are on the decline. As far as the elections are concerned, there are no security challenges, and we have seen that firsthand from our work at the Supreme Electoral Commission for the People's Assembly, where we started 2 months ago in holding consultations in different provinces, and we had not encountered any security situation. I think the security situation will improve with the increase of the Minister of Interior personnel, their training. Generally, the security situation in the major cities is really great.
And given that the last regime was so masterful in generating propaganda and fake news, extremely present on social media with trolls and everything else pumping out their messages, are you concerned about interference in these elections from external forces, which could include elements still loyal to Bashar al-Assad?
يعني طبعا نحن هذه القوى وربما بعض الدول أيضا.
Of course, maybe it is fair to say that some of the countries that have been supporting the defunct regime have always been betting on the failure of this process, and that can be seen from those just actors that have been interfering negatively. But I can see that there is just a public opinion for the Syrian people, where even in the coastal area, now we can see that there is an increase in the level of awareness for the state building, but not to a specific sect or segment. I don't think that they will be able to intervene in the Syrian affairs or to distort the facts, and many of them have been tweeting on social media, as we can see. Let me say again that now the Syrians' immunity, so to speak, has become now so great.
Okay, just a practical question now, because the seat distribution in these elections is based on the population size of Syria's 14 governorates, but the population was determined in a census back in 2010, and since then, around a third of the Syrian population, about 7 million people, have gone to live abroad. There's widespread displacement still within Syria. People's homes have been destroyed, whole towns and cities have been destroyed. How difficult is it to organize an election in this context, and given these rather historic census results?
يعني هو الحقيقة هذا التحدي هو الذي يعني
As a matter of fact, this challenge is so pressing, and that's why we have started the process of indirect election process, contrary to the traditional pathway of elections. Maybe this could be a stumbling block, given the fact that we are just relying on the 2011 census. But we thought that those people, even though that they have just left their places, but the growth of people has been quite proportionate to the number of seats based on the censuses of 2011. And I think this does not have any impact on the election. Also, we have now just ignored the matter of the addresses that have been changed, or the people who have moved just to different parts of the country. And as I mentioned, this mechanism that we are adopting is not quite traditional or conventional.
Okay, so you've got everything ready. The voting process is ready to go. Are you confident that voting will happen in a secure context? Are you concerned about the possibility of any kind of disruption or any kind of violence surrounding these elections?
يعني أنا أتوقع أنه نعم سوف تجري الأمور بشكل آمن.
I think things will just go smoothly. There are no indications that would just that those elections might be disrupted by any acts of violence. But we know that there are some people who really do not wish for the Syrian people to paint a new chapter for their lives in Syria. By and large, I'm quite optimistic. And I don't think there would be any security challenges, but rather things might just go quiet, smooth sailing, and it would be different from the elections that we had in the past. And from now, we can see that states media, that media outlets from different parts of the world have started just to come to Syria. This will be a milestone, a historical event to hold those elections given those circumstances.
Yeah, and obviously very different from elections that were held whilst Bashar al-Assad was running the country, because he tended to win an extremely implausible number of votes, didn't he? Very often winning 80-90% of the votes in elections like these.
لا طبعا يعني هو أساسا لم يكن هناك انتخابات في سوريا كان هناك
honestly there were no elections. It was just a part of the tyranny of the Assad regime, and they have always focused on form and not content, and there were no genuine elections over the last 6 decades. What we have seen is that it was a kind of reinforcements for the principle of tyranny of the Assad's family. But now things have changed. Maybe the mechanism is just not conventional as mentioned, but it will be a political process that will really help us just to have this legislative power that will be paving the way for the upcoming phase.
Okay, Mr. Najma, when can we expect some results to emerge from these elections? How long will it take to tally all of these votes?
لا هو ظهور النتائج سيكون سريعا جدا.
I think it will happen quite fast. So the elections will be held before the end of September, and we are quite hopeful that with the early beginning of October that the People's Assembly has started its sessions.
Okay, and just lastly, I want to ask you about a visit today by the Syrian Foreign Minister to Washington. Foreign Minister Asad al-Shibani is there. It's the first visit to Washington by a senior Syrian official in 25 years. What do you think that indicates about where Syria is today?
يعني الزيارة اليوم والزيارة المرتقبة أيضا.
Mr. Shibani's visit to Washington and also the President's visit to the United States means a comeback of Syria to its natural place in the international community, and also having those political figures representing the Syrian community. And this is really an evidence that the Syrian government would love to have a normal relation with all the neighbors and the countries of the world at large. And now Mr. Shaban's visit to the United States has got many symbolic dimensions and political dimensions, which mean that the Syrians and the Syrian government are quite keen and eager to have great relations with all countries, including the United States. And this is the new Syria. In fact, this is the new Syria that is aspiring for peace.
Okay, well, we wish you well with the elections, and we wish Syria and the Syrian people all the best with this new and exciting chapter. Thank you very much indeed, Nawal Najma, Syrian spokesperson for the Higher Committee for the People's Assembly election. Thank you very much indeed.
شكرا جزيلا لكم.
Well, that is all we have time for on Global News today. Thank you very much indeed for watching. Be sure to join us again tomorrow for a look back at some of the best interviews of the week. Until then, bye-bye.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Dublin. The capital and largest city of Ireland, Dublin. It has become a historical and contemporary center for education and the arts, a fast-improving economic industry. And today, it's become one of the frequently visited cities in the world. Dublin's unique charms is its string of attractions that offers a bit of everything for everyone. The Guinness Storehouse is one, being one of Ireland's top visitor attractions. It is a massive 7-story building that once served as a Guinness fermentation plant. Now it has been remodeled into a shape of a giant pint of Guinness. The storehouse teaches guests how to make the world-famous beer. The Gravity Bar inside is a favorite, where they get to enjoy drinks while enjoying breathtaking 360-degree views of the city. The Dublin Zoo is a highlight too. See many rare and exotic animals in their natural habitats. There's a gaze of giraffes, zebras, scimitar oryx, and ostrich. There's also the Kaziranga Forest, where you'll see a herd of ancient elephants. One of the most innovative water parks in Europe is the National Aquatic Center. It's great for family fun and thrilling adventures with friends. Go through caves or water adventures, fly through the air, or have an enjoyable family day. It's got the biggest water rides and attractions. The National Gallery of Ireland is where you'll find over 2,500 paintings and some 10,000 other works in different media. Watercolor art, drawings, prints, and sculptures are all there. Another museum is the National Museum of Ireland Archaeology, where you'll be transported back in time. The finest collection of prehistoric gold artifacts in Europe can be found here. Then, there's also the National Botanic Gardens. It has many attractive features like an arboretum, sensory garden, rock garden, and burn area, large pond, and extensive herbaceous borders. Plus, it has an annual display of decorative plants, such as a rare example of Victorian carpet bedding. Another popular destination is St. Patrick's Cathedral. It is one of the few buildings left from the medieval city of Dublin. It remains as the largest cathedral in Ireland, with a fascinating history worth knowing. Houston, Texas counts as probably one of the most interesting, mysterious cities in the world. And this is perhaps mainly because of its space center, the place for NASA's astronaut training and flight control complex. Alongside its outer space and otherworldly curiosities, the city also includes the Theater District, the Houston Grand Opera, the Historic District, among others. The city is beautified with 19th century inspired architecture with trendy establishments. It's known for being one of the diverse places to live in Texas. Welcome to Houston. Here you'll find world-class attractions and events. Its dining, shopping, entertainment, and nightlife are commendable as well. Space and science is, of course, one of the things unique to the city. Houston was actually the first spoken word from the moon. You'll find NASA's Johnson Space Center here. Energy, aeronautics, transportation, manufacturing, and with a leading healthcare sector are things to boast about Houston. Best of all, the city's resources for space and science is what provides tourists and residents an abundance of employment opportunities and educational advantages. At the same time, Houston is also home to a lot of shopping fun. The Galleria is the largest mall in Texas, providing pure shopping gratification for visitors. The suburb is in fact called a leading outdoor retail outlet spot, as it hosts over 200 specialty stores in its compound. Another thing you've probably heard about the city are its sports teams. Professional football, baseball, basketball, and soccer games are big here. Houston is home to Reliant Astrodome, Minute Maid Park, Toyota Center, and BBVA Compass Stadium, and sports enthusiasts flock to see the Astros, Texans, Dynamos, and Rockets play their best game. College sports are major here too. Houston has 5 prominent teams to follow. Minor leagues play around town as well, including the women's teams. At the same time, a variety of annual sports-themed events are scheduled all year round, such as golf tournaments, running marathons, and the rodeo, among others. Also find in the city a 17-block area full of entertainment and arts. Art organizations, galleries, plazas, and movie theaters line the streets of downtown Houston. Be sure to visit one or catch a show during your visit. Luxor, the famous city of Luxor, Egypt. On the outside, the city is admittedly not all that charming. So what is it that will make you visit the city, with its scorching hot weather and dust-choking streets? Dare to explore deeper into the sun and sand to find its hidden gems. Egyptian sites, monuments, tombs, and temples. Amid the ancient sites are modern attractions as well. First is the Temple of Karnak. It's a massive ancient site that has several different temples that are dedicated to specific gods. The hypostyle hall is a pinnacle part of this temple. The pillars, so grand, will make you feel like you're in the middle of a canyon with cliffs surrounding you. Visit this majestic place that will make you want to learn more about the ancient gods and their beliefs. Next is the Temple of Luxor, a rather easily accessible place right at the center of town. It was founded by Amenhotep III, but altered in later years by Tutankhamun, Horemheb, and Ramses II. The secret is to pay a visit at night, as you will see the illuminated yellow lights that paint nicely on the ruins and statues. It's a calm and curious place to sit by and hang out, or watch the people or little children playing. There's also the Luxor Museum, another breathtaking tourist spot. It houses some of the most important relics collected from temples and tombs around Luxor. The Valley of the Kings is also worth the trip. You can access it from across the Nile from Luxor. It's tucked beneath a barren mountain, and you'll see it stop like a triangular pyramid. The valley is hollowed out like an anthill. Buried beneath it are some of the most legendary pharaohs of ancient Egypt. It is considered a sacred place that secures and ensures eternal life. You will surely be amazed at the relics, reliefs, hieroglyphics, and spells plastered on the walls and carved into the stones. Nearby is the Valley of the Queens. The place has been hailed as the resting place of royal family members and relatives. It is where princes, royal children, and of course, queens are represented. And then there's Deir al-Bahri. It is the mortuary temple of Queen Hatshepsut, the only female pharaoh to rule Egypt. Its interiors are quite deteriorated, but the view of its facade, with its multiple terraces and colonnades, is impressive. Indeed, a visit to Luxor gives you a dose of heavy history and a culture you won't have in any other city. New Orleans. New Orleans, a city of jazz, Mardi Gras, and Cajun cuisine. It's alive and buzzing with activity for adults and youngsters too. The largest city in Louisiana is located along Mississippi River and has one of the largest inland ports in the United States. It is considered a melting pot of cultures, with French-speaking Cajuns, including Creoles, Italian, Irish, and German residents. As a result, the city's cultural diversity can be experienced through many things: its music, food, and its schedule of fun festivals you should definitely be part of. To some, it's called the Big Easy. For others, it's referred to as the Queen of the South. New Orleans is foremost known for its regular festivals, the most famous being the Mardi Gras. Come Carnival season, which begins in January, flocks of people visit the city, but that's not all. A host of other events take place throughout the year. The Jazz Fest, perhaps the next most popular, happens every April. It offers visitors an event with local musicians together with other big names in the industry. And of course, there's the food. What makes up the unique New Orleans flavor? It can be described as diverse, unique, and easily recognizable. The Central Grocery is perhaps the most famous place to sample their authentic dishes. Jambalaya, red beans and rice, Creole bread pudding, po' boy sandwiches, and practically anything that includes crawfish. These are certain must-tries. Next comes music. As you know, the city is regarded as the birthplace of jazz music. The city's history of jazz music, in fact, dates back to 1835, a time when slaves used to congregate in Congo Square for some singing and dancing. Over time, the jazz and brass bands formed and expanded throughout, and have even influenced each other. Now there are Creole contributions, ragtime, Dixieland, and soon blues and rock. And then, of course, there's shopping. It's got everything from old world antiques to the latest in fashion. Food lovers should visit the popular Crescent City Farmers Market, while the art enthusiasts should head over to the Bywater Art Market for healthy inspiration. Popular streets for women's wear are the Magazine Street and Canal Street. You'll also find music stores, shops for tourists, and yes, even voodoo shops. Time to explore! It's time for us to go! Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. and we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
From the White House to Gaza, Kiev to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deepfake and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
my campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
Welcome to the metropolis. The big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Seattle. Seattle's best. Get to know its finest characteristics and what makes it such a unique city that's worth getting to know. For one, Seattle is surrounded by water. It's got a great historic seafaring culture too. You'll find so many water-related activities to do in the city. You can go fishing, sailing, scuba diving, kayaking, paddleboarding, surfing, and commuting by ferry. Next is its coffee. After all, this is where Starbucks was founded in 1971. The city has earned its nickname as Fueled by Coffee. Here, you'll also find Seattle's best, Tully's, Top Pot, Cherry Street, Pete's, Cafe Ladro, Victrola, and Espresso Vivace. Its coffee scene is thriving with commercial, independent, and artisanal espresso roasters and cafes. There can never be too many places to grab a cup of coffee. Here in Seattle, the more coffee places, the merrier. Seattle is also known for its nature parks. Did you know that it's surrounded by about 30 national parks? This means more opportunity for outdoor activity. Seattle is a city where you can find beaches, glaciers, waterfalls, and rainforests. Imagine all that in one place. Meanwhile, it is also known to have a reputation for being a culinary destination. Seattle is home to many critically acclaimed world-class chefs. The city can in fact be considered a farmer's market, locavore, and seafood culture. The people in Seattle usually like to buy food products that's within their area of residence as a way of supporting their neighbors and the natural resources. And last but not least is its culture. Seattle is known to be a place friendly to any race, gender preference, families, you name it. It has in fact gained the title of being one of America's best cities for families. The city has also a remarkable LGBT population. Many of its residents also hold a commendable bachelor's degree or higher. Family-friendly fairs, festivals, markets, restaurants, and activities make it a well-loved city for families to settle in. It's a pet-friendly place too, and you can expect a playground anywhere nearby. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
Hello and welcome to The Real Deal, coming to you from the Arabiya English studios. This is your weekly bulletin, bringing you all the latest business news headlines and analysis from Saudi Arabia. Coming up, Saudi Arabia revises the 2024 foreign direct investment figure upwards to $31.7 billion, surpassing targets. While strong inflows are seen as a clear sign of international investor confidence in the kingdom's legislative and economic reforms. Fresh data from a survey carried out by Riyad Bank points to steady non-oil private sector growth. We'll be speaking to Riyad Bank's chief economist and asking what's driving the growth. Plus, the Global Water Expo wraps up in Riyadh. That brought together expertise from right across the globe. Sustainable water infrastructure is a key element of Vision 2030. We're going to jump right into our main story. Fresh revised data shows that Saudi Arabia attracted a near record sum from overseas investors during the year 2024, far surpassing the annual target. Well, foreign direct investment reached 119 billion riyals last year. That's just over $30 billion, considerably more than was previously reported. Well, manufacturing, trade, construction and financial services all saw strong activity. All these results are seen as a clear sign of investor confidence in the kingdom's legislative and economic reforms. Ali, thanks a lot for taking the time to speak to us. Clearly good news, FDI up across the region, but Saudi Arabia really leading the way. Some might say this proves that plans to diversify the economy are really paying dividends. What are your thoughts?
Tom, the question over the last few years has been, can Saudi Arabia really diversify away from the oil economy and build the kind of global economic powerhouse that it is proposing to do? And it's been quite a blunt question. You know, you've heard versions of this across many of the conversations that relate to the various sectors being built, from automotive to sports to entertainment and such. This is a very significant event because, of course, this is a clear demonstration that the efforts that have been underway under Vision 2030 are proving useful. And, you know, just a few months ago, Tom, actually, you and I were speaking about this, the FDI numbers being estimated around $20 billion, just north of, and, you know, the expectation being that perhaps this would be somewhat of a decline. Under the Vision 2030, Saudi Arabia has a FDI inflows target of around $100 billion. And if we go back a couple of years, I mean, the peak that Saudi Arabia has hit is usually around 22, 23 billion. So, you know, to reach the $39 billion mark is quite a sizable jump. And it's not by accident. I mean, we've talked about many of the industrial reforms that are taking place and the many initiatives and programs underway. We've seen 600 plus regional headquarters established in Riyadh or in Saudi Arabia. And, you know, when you have global enterprises establishing their headquarters in a region, it's not simply an injection of capital or resources and such. There are second-degree consequences, flow-on consequences to the availability of talent There's mentorship available to the young, very educated population. There's new knowledge in the region. There is, that fact in itself, or the existence of those headquarters in themselves, are an attractor to further enterprise. So what you see is a compounding effect. And we've often spoken about the fact that, and I'm, very often you hear me say that there are some challenges in various aspects of the national investment strategy, or some challenges that may be perceived from some of the economic indicators at times. But if we look at the story as a whole, the leading indicators, they are telling a positive story. And these numbers are the result of that. It is showing that the economy is heading in the right direction. There is still a way to go. We're about halfway through Vision 2030 being in motion, but it's all heading in the right direction.
Okay, I don't know if you're able to tell us, but are we able to see where that FDI is coming from, and which countries appear to be the main sources of foreign investment? Ali?
It's quite a diversified mix. I mean, China has been for a long time and perhaps will continue to be one of Saudi Arabia's largest trading partners. But the obvious culprits, China, US, India, there is substantial growth in a lot of the trade with the BRICS nations. I mean, just earlier this week, we saw a significant pipeline of investments actualized with the UK, with the forums that have been underway in partnership with the UK. So it's quite diversified. And, I think in this discussion, it's also important to know, I mean, Saudi Arabia has really taken a neutral stance across the globe and worked hard to maintain relationships and friendships with as many of its counterparts across the globe as possible. And whilst there are some leading players like the ones that we've just discussed, I mean, our friend Trump certainly brought a posse with him, so to speak, when he arrived a couple of months ago, and there was a lot of trade that took place then. There's been a lot of flow-on investments and partnerships that have taken place. But, all of that being said, Saudi Arabia is open to the world, and I think this mix is going to continue to diversify, and we'll see new entrants kind of pick up on the ranks.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like 2025 FDI inflows will be even higher than they were in 2024. I mean, is that sort of roughly where you'd see things heading?
We can certainly speculate. I mean, the Saudi strategy has been such that if you look at the psychology of the sovereign fund or some of the semi-sovereign bodies or even the private sector, it has been to establish footholds in industries by building what I would call a spine, building core entities or platforms that establish distribution, manufacturing and such. And these things pay dividends over time, and they do compound in value. So if that is any indication, and the scale of development that's taken place across the sectors is any indication, then I think it's correct to speculate that 25 will be a substantial year.
Okay, well, we'll be speaking to you in just a moment. We'll also be talking a bit more about the boosting of economic ties between Saudi and the UK. But for now, thanks very much indeed, Ali. Now, according to a new survey carried out by Riyadh Bank, Saudi Arabia's non-oil private sector growth was steady during the month of August. Business activity grew slightly faster during the previous month. The seasonally adjusted Riyadh Bank Saudi Arabia Purchasing Managers Index rose to 56.4 in August, well above the 50 mark, indicating growth, which has been driven by multiple factors, amongst them further gains in employment. Well, let's get more on this and get to understand those numbers a little bit better. We can speak to Naif Al-Ghaith, who is the chief economist at Riyadh Bank. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. Let's talk through the Purchasing Managers Index. Just remind us what it is and what this latest data tells us.
Thank you very much, Tom. Yes, as you said, the PMI, or Purchase Manager Index of Riyadh Bank, recorded 56.4, which is an expansionary. What it means that the economy, when compared month to month or month to month, it's growing. When you are above 50, it means that you are growing than what it was. And when you are below 50, then the economy is contracting. Luckily, with this, which represent the non-oil economy, our economy is still growing and mainly pushed by the output, employment, and also the new orders.
Okay, tell us a bit more. I mean, as we've been saying, I mean, the number's only up very fractionally, isn't it, from the month before? But this upward trajectory, you mentioned a couple of factors there. Which is perhaps the most significant?
Sure. So the PMI, as you're very well aware, that it consisted of 12 sub-indices, each index that influence the PMI. The highest share of the one that has more weight is the new orders. So anything happens to the new orders, that it would influence the PMI. And this is what we have seen right now. The new orders recorded above 60. And it has influenced the index. The new orders were pushed by the increased demand. 28% of the survey responses indicated there is an increase in demand. Also, they indicated that there is an increase in export and also the project related to infrastructure and the increase in the clients in the GCC area.
Okay, and employment is continuing to grow across Saudi Arabia. And I understand that is a key part of the growth. Could you just tell us a bit more about that?
Sure. We saw last observation for the Q1 unemployment that has been reduced way below the 7%, which was the target for the Vision 2030. And now we have a new target for 5%. On the other hand, the PMI shows the employment, whether the employment is increasing or not. We're still in the expanding territory. We recorded above 54. And still it's growing. We have been seeing, despite the increase in the cost of employment, the employment is increasing. Mainly is pushed by the demand, the strong demand, competition, and also many of the companies report that they are willing to have more employments to meet these demands and to also to have a higher or qualified employee to produce, to be able to produce products that is to meet the client's satisfaction.
And I don't know if it goes into this level of detail, but you're able to see which sectors you're seeing the growth of employment in. I mean, I know they're all non-oil, but any sectors that stand out for employment growth?
Sure. We don't have so many sectors, but some of the clients, they indicate which they have seen the growth. They continue to mention projects, related projects. They continue to mention the infrastructure, also a related project, and also they have indicated the manufacturing as well.
Just tell us a bit about how you carry out this survey. What's the sort of the methodology? How does it work?
Sure. So basically, we are in partnership with S&P Global, and they send a survey to many number of firms. They are non-oil, obviously, companies. And the survey asks a question with the three identified answers. Either is your as your firm is growing, for example, if we just saying yes, if it's growing, that means 1. If it's not growing, that is 0. If it's not, if it's a constant, that is 0. If it's contracting, that is -1. So with a number of so many firms, then we'll be able to have the number 0 equal to 50, which is the balance, -1, then we can calculate it and get this number. So whenever you have a number above 50, which means 0, then the economy or the firms or the sample we are having, it is growing. And therefore, it reflects in the PMI. The good things, if you see the PMI trend, always moves with the non-oil, and the PMI is ahead of the non-oil GDP, and always PMI is ahead of the GDP. GDP calculation is more complicated. It requires times and always comes a quarter behind. So the good thing, we have observation 3 months ahead of the GDP, and we'll be able to paint a picture of what's going to be the expected reading.
Okay, and are you able to see how Saudi Arabia is doing compared to other countries in this region?
Sure. Well, our index is focused in Saudi Arabia, but at the same time, we can look at so many indices, the PMI of other regions. We continue to see our economy is growing, and that is also parallel with the PMI. One of the good readings, we can also look at the future output, and this shows us the confidence in the economy, and we can compare this also to other economy. Other things also indicate for comparison, when you look at also the export, and it is expanding. And many of the survey participants also, they indicate about how they are doing with their clients from the region. And this will give us also a good comparison with the neighboring country.
So how is Saudi Arabia doing compared to its neighbors?
Doing very well. So, we saw right now also the flash GDP, and it shows 3.9 for overall the GDP. For the oil GDP, it's 4.7. This is above the expectation of the IMF. The IMF is expecting 4.5 for this year. I expect we will record above the 4.5, from 5 to 4.5. Q1, we have recorded 4.9, so the trajectory of the non-oil economy is quite impressive.
Okay, and just lastly, when it comes to overall business confidence, what are you seeing when you look at the numbers and you look at the survey results?
As we said before, it's positive. The business sentiment is still indicating in the positive trajectory. We continue to see the confidence, and also one of the sub-indices is the future output, and the future output also right now is recording, it's way better than the previous month. This also reflected by the increase in demand. Businesses also indicated some of the challenges they have faced. They have also indicated the increase in purchase cost or the input costs. Yet with the competition and the prices, they still manage to grow.
Okay, well, we're going to leave it there. Thank you very much indeed for your time. We really appreciate you speaking to us. Always a pleasure. Naif Al-Ghaith, Chief Economist at Riyadh Bank. Thank you for your time, sir. Okay, let's bring Ali Reza, the Chief Investment Officer at Haytham & Company, back into the conversation. Ali, just listening in there to Naif, and we've spoken to him before, haven't we, the two of us, about that survey. But it really does seem that he's optimistic with regards to the latest PMI survey that's been carried out for the month of August, well above the all-important 50 mark, because that indicates growth.
Yeah, Tom, I mean, the conversation we were just having around, the FDI numbers, these are all different sides of the same coin, essentially. I mean, there is a very clear and substantial amount of momentum in the economy. There is improved sentiment. Unemployment is at a record low rate. There is a lot more labour participation, especially as over the last couple of years. We've seen an uprise in female work participation. There are, as we said earlier, regional headquarters that have been established that are creating a substantially larger volume of opportunities. I mean, all in all things combined, it is not surprising. And I think this is yet another consequence of the strategy that's been put in place to diversify away from the oil economy. So this is now all showing the results in action.
Okay, thanks a lot for that, Ali. We'll be back with you in just a moment. Let's take a look at some of the other stories from the past week. According to the Saudi Central Bank, point-of-sale transactions across the kingdom rose some 17.8% in the last week of August. That sharp increase in consumer spending is seen as an indicator of robust economic momentum, while the F&B sector remains the largest spending category, with the capital Riyadh dominating point-of-sale transactions, followed by Jeddah. Saudi Arabia has sold $5.5 billion of US dollars of international bonds in a two-part sukuk, or Islamic debt sale. That $5.5 billion was made up of $2.25 billion in a 5-year note and a $3.25 billion 10-year bond. Well, investors placed around $17.5 billion in orders, indicating strong demand. Well, this marks the kingdom's first international sukuk based on an ijara structure. FedEx Corporation is the latest international company to inaugurate a regional office in Riyadh. This in a move seen as its commitment to the kingdom as a key logistics hub in the Middle East. Well, FedEx has also secured an economic license to operate as a foreign air carrier in Saudi Arabia. And the flag carrier of neighbouring Qatar has announced that it's launching direct flights next month from Doha to Red Sea International Airport on Saudi Arabia's west coast. Well, Qatar Airways says it will operate 3 flights a week. The Red Sea tourism destination, part of Saudi Arabia's Vision 2030 plan for economic development and diversification, is expected to attract 1 million visitors every year once it's completed. Now, Saudi Arabia and the United Kingdom are on track to boost economic ties with some $485 million worth of joint investments. Well, those investments, which were announced on the sidelines of last week's Great Futures Summit in London, will create dozens of jobs in both countries, with energy and financial services amongst the sectors set to gain. Well, that summit was attended by the Saudi Minister of Commerce, His Excellency Dr. Majid Al-Kasabi. Well, the UK has a new ambassador to Riyadh, Stephen Hitchen, who's been making quite a buzz on social media for his fluent Arabic skills. He has also been hailing the strength of the relationship and the mutual respect between the two kingdoms. Well, here with me is Ali Raza, the Chief Investment Officer at Haytham & Company. Ali, we were talking about this at the beginning, and as you say, a lot of the stories today have got quite a lot of communality and linkages. I mean, just specifically on the UK, I mean, there's a long list of examples of economic cooperation between the UK and Saudi Arabia. I mean, one example that springs to mind is the fact that PIF has completed a 15% acquisition of Heathrow Airport, but that's just one of many, isn't it?
Yes, I mean, the relationship in the trade context spans back many decades, but much like many of the other regions in the world, it's starting to heat up now and becoming very interesting, not only because of the potential for foreign investment flows into Saudi Arabia, but, you know, Saudi Arabia naturally, like any developing and advanced economy, has an appetite and a real strategy to enable export of their industries as well. So Al-Fanar is one of the groups that, is setting up operations in Saudi Arabia, particularly involved in energy and mobility. And they're known, obviously, within Saudi Arabia for being involved in several high-profile energy projects and many of the sort of infrastructure projects. But now you're starting to see the expansion of enterprises like this into different parts of the world. And in the UK context, I mean, that's one example. We've seen firms collaborate in the private capital context. A&B Capital and one of the counterparts in the UK have built a partnership to invest into growth stage enterprises. We're seeing some developments in the insurance sector. So you could extrapolate the financial services sector out somewhat broadly. On top of all of this, I mean, this is yet another reflection. If we go back to some of the earlier points, there's a changed sentiment in the market, and the UK has had a long-standing relationship with Saudi Arabia in any case. But the improved sentiment, the unique opportunities, and the potential for joint interests is only multiplying with all of the developments taking place, and that's what we've seen this week. One of the interesting relationships that's been established. I mean, you don't typically see the UK as a mining and resources nation per se. We know the UK for financial services and professional services, and even a degree of manufacturing. But there's a very strong critical minerals relationship being established, which has been part of perhaps not the discussions this week, but a few months ago. So there's quite a broad-ranging set of interests that are being developed between the two states, and like with many others, I think this will continue to grow in the coming months.
I don't know if you saw it, but Stephen Hitchen has been quite visible on social media the last couple of days because I think there was a clip of him, and we showed a bit of it just before we crossed to you, walking around in Riyadh, I think it was, speaking fluent Arabic, and that I think has wowed quite a lot of people. I think he was previously ambassador in Iraq, so he had a bit of a head start by the looks of things, Ali.
He certainly seems to have the energy and the pizzazz for a place like Saudi Arabia, and to fly the flag not only on one side but also the other and bring people together. So we hope that will be the case, and all the best of luck to him and his counterparts.
Absolutely. Okay, we'll be back with you in just a moment. Thanks, Ali. Now, the Global Water Expo has just wrapped up in Riyadh. Well, that three-day event brought together some 300 exhibitors from more than 25 countries, offering an opportunity for new technology to be showcased and for knowledge to be exchanged. Well, sustainable water infrastructure is a key element of Vision 2030. And with that in mind, the National Water Company has announced 30 new water and sewage projects across Riyadh, valued at more than $500 million. Ali, thanks for standing by there. I mean, worth remembering when we talk about water in the context of Saudi Arabia. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding is the country doesn't have any permanent year-round natural rivers or lakes, and it's obviously got very low rainfall as a country. And, you know, clearly that represents a pretty major challenge, doesn't it, for this scarce natural resource?
Of course, you know, without water, Tom, you can't scale industry. You can't scale food production. You can't scale urbanization. So, you know, as we've seen across the many different aspects of society and industry that are being developed in Saudi Arabia, the nation has taken due care to consider the different challenges and shortfalls. And there's some really interesting developments underway. I mean, you know, this has been an interesting event. I haven't had the opportunity to attend the expo, but it's brought together a sizable pool of delegates. But there's some very interesting pieces of work taking place in the likes of Inoa, for example, out of NEOM, which is quite heavily focused on innovating for water sustainability and sustainability in the use of other resources. And, you know, NEOM is quite a hotbed for innovation and experimentation, given it's a city that's being built truly from a blank piece of paper. But we will continue to see, as with many other developments, particular innovation in this area. But it is actually, you know, it's a significant area of focus within the national strategy. So it's really refreshing to see all these people come together and work together to solve this problem.
And obviously, desalination is something that, you know, not just Saudi Arabia, but quite a lot of countries in the Gulf region have really got good at, isn't it? I mean, it's clearly been a major priority, and I'm assuming, I'd love to get your opinion, I mean, it must be a key factor behind how so many countries in this region have thrived in what would otherwise be pretty arid conditions.
Well, I mean, of course, you know, it's the region is essentially a desert. So when you consider where the level of development is now and how cities are thriving and how urban infrastructure is being developed, and the sheer increase in population, you know, the number of tourists that come through naturally. I mean, it's not a nice to have. It's a necessity. So innovation can be born out of two things, I believe, either vision or an ambition for a bigger future, or necessity. And in this case, I think it's both. So you've got the right ingredients for people to come together and solve the problem.
All right. Well, thank you very much indeed for that. Ali Reza, Chief Investment Officer at Haytham & Company. Thank you for your contribution today. Well, thank you for watching The Real Deal here on Al Arabiya English. Look forward to seeing you again next week. Do stay tuned, meanwhile, to our channel.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and then so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important developments straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Now, turning our eye to other world news, and specifically to the Middle East. And the civilian death toll in Gaza is continuing to rise as Israel pushes its ground invasion of the Strip's largest city. That's despite growing international condemnation. Well, the UN Secretary-General Antonio Guterres says Israel shows no interest in a peaceful outcome. Well, for more on this, I'm joined now by Olga Cherevko, who is a spokesperson for OCHA in Gaza. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us, Olga. I gather you're in Deir al-Balah, which, for the benefit of our viewers, is a city about halfway down the length of the Gaza Strip, equidistant between Gaza City and Khan Yunis. Just tell us what the situation is like there in Gaza today.
Thank you very much, Tom. Yes, I am here in Deir al-Balah, and here the situation is very, very desperate. It is getting much more crowded than it already was. People are looking for spaces to sleep anywhere they can find. And as we have said repeatedly, there is a very, very small area of Gaza that is currently not either under displacement orders or in otherwise militarized areas. So people are in need of food, of shelter, of water, medical care, and everything is in a very, very short supply.
Indeed, and I mean, food insecurity has been a recurrent issue for several months now. What level of supplies, what sorts of quantities of supplies are managing to reach people that need them?
So there's some supplies that are entering. There has also been a limited commercial supply entering for the past few weeks. But the issue is that the conditions on the ground are not allowing us to deliver at scale to meet people's needs, which means that we continue to face delays to pick up supplies. We continue to face many denials of missions and obstructions, as well as the routes that are provided to us by the Israeli authorities are extremely limited and many times dangerous. And I'll give you an example. I was in Gaza City just 2 days ago, and the mission that I was on actually took 2 tries, which sometimes they take many more. But the first day we got to Wadi Gaza Bridge, which is just south of Gaza City, and we were told to turn around because the mission had been denied from that point on. Then the next day we went back, and it took us 14 hours to complete the mission to deliver supplies, medical supplies, to Gaza City. And these kinds of delays, they happen all the time, and missions take 20 hours sometimes and even more.
So when the Israelis say you mission denied access, are you given a reason for that?
Well, sometimes we're told it's security reasons, there's operational reasons, and that's about the limit of it. But what we tried to do, for example, with this mission that took 14 hours the other day, we requested a different route because the route that we were on, it was extremely congested because until that point, it was the only route designated for the people to flee. And of course, there's thousands fleeing from the north. Many are on foot. Many are those who are able to rent vehicles to move their supplies there in those vehicles. So it is completely, the traffic had come to a standstill. So people were spending hours and hours waiting on those roads. And of course, we were taking the same road. So when we asked for a different route, we got no response. So we had to proceed on the same route.
I want to ask you specifically about the situation in Gaza City in a moment, because having said you've just been there, and obviously much of the military campaign by the Israelis is focused on Gaza City, but we'll come on to that in a minute. I wanted to ask you about something else. You're quoted as describing a distinct smell in the Gaza Strip in some of the material I've read. Just for the benefit of our viewers, describe that smell. What is it?
Well, it's a smell of dead bodies. It's a smell of decaying bodies because obviously this is there are remains that are buried under the rubble in many parts across Gaza, and really anywhere you walk, you can smell it quite strongly.
And have you, in your career as a humanitarian, ever smelt or seen anything like what you're seeing and smelling every day there?
I have in a few other places, but certainly not to the degree that it is here. It is a very small place, and this is, I think, what makes Gaza unique is that it's only 2.1 million people here, and everyone is in such dire straits. I have never worked in a place where the entire population is in dire need of assistance, and of course the toll of this war on the civilians has been absolutely devastating.
I mean, it sounds like nowhere is safe. Even one of the reports I was reading, a grenade or several grenades hit a hospital, the Rantisi Children's Hospital. I don't know if you heard about that, but it's a hospital that's, you know, catering for children with extremely specific medical needs. Do you have any information about what happened there?
Yes. So there were strikes on the hospital overnight, I believe. This is not the first time that the hospital has been struck. I was actually in this hospital a couple of weeks ago, visiting the various departments and talking to the staff about the lack of space, the lack of medicines, and the various times that they've had to rebuild and rehabilitate various bits of the hospital after the different strikes that they've sustained. So, of course, this is something that is a very stark reality for most healthcare facilities here, and very few of them are operating now. And of course, striking the ones that are still struggling to operate hits basically deals another huge blow to the healthcare system that is really on the verge of collapse now.
Let's talk about Gaza City specifically. It's being reported that Israel's been dropping leaflets on Gaza City, a city that was home to 1 million people. It's estimated about 600,000 people are still there, despite the very obvious dangers of staying. And you know, obviously, Israel is trying to encourage people to leave. Why are people so reluctant to leave Gaza City, do you think, despite the very real dangers?
So there are many reasons. One of the reasons, which is the most obvious, is that many people have mobility issues. Some people are disabled. Some people are not able to leave their house. There's another issue that after 22 months of war, people's savings have been completely depleted. And for them to be able to afford to put their things on a vehicle to transport it, to transport their belongings to the south, it's very, very expensive. Many cannot afford it. Then the other issue is the space that I mentioned. There is a huge lack of space. The services in the south are overwhelmed. Again, many are near collapse, and people are really just they don't know where they would go because there is simply no space. Another reason that people may not be able to leave is, and this is something that I was speaking to a friend of mine who is there now and has been trying to figure out a way to leave, but he simply cannot find a car that will take him because all of them are now engaged in transporting people. So everything is booked. So you cannot find a car. So either you do it on foot or wait for a car that becomes available. Today, I met a family in Khan Yunis. I saw them just walking down the street. The father had no shoes. The family had 3 small children. They were walking with two or three small duffel bags. And I stopped them and I spoke with them for a few minutes because I wanted to know where they came from. They came from Jabalia. They had been traveling for 3 days looking for a space in the south to sleep. And they hadn't found one until somebody had told them that they will make a small space for them available in Khan Yunis. And they were near that space when we saw them. But they have nothing. They have not even a sheet to cover them. And it's still extremely hot. They had a baby that was asleep, fortunately, but under such sun to walk in 3 days, it's beyond me to understand.
I mean, a horrific image you give us there of what reality is like for so many people there. And our sources are telling us that there's some confusion as well as to where people can go, conflicting information. I mean, is anywhere safe in the Gaza Strip right now?
Well, I think experience has shown that truly there is no safe place in Gaza. And I think perhaps this might be another reason that some people are not willing to move because they have moved so many times up to now. Almost everyone in Gaza has been displaced, and many people so many times that they stopped counting. So, and when they have moved, those places were struck as well. The places that were unilaterally designated as so-called humanitarian by the Israeli authorities. So this was a repeated experience by many people, and as we have seen also on the numbers of our colleagues being killed over the course of this war, we have seen that there's no safe place in Gaza.
Yeah, and you were just mentioning there people who've sort of undertaken the journey down sort of towards the south. And I looked at a map. It's about 30 kilometers from Gaza City to Khan Yunis. It would take about 6 hours on foot if you were able-bodied, but obviously not everyone is, as you've been saying. And what sort of scenes do people find when they arrive in the south? I mean, first of all, you mentioned there might not be any space. Are people also being turned away and told, you know, to go back where they came from?
Well, certainly this family that I met today, they told me that this is what happened to them. They were basically, they were looking for space for 3 days, walking around. And you see families walking in the middle of the night, searching for a space to stay and to put their heads down. And there are many, many families who are just sitting on the side of the road because I think they're so lost and they have no idea what they're going to do. They're just sitting there for hours and sometimes days. And many of them, of course, have no tents and have barely any belongings. And of course, the tents issue is extremely critical because for more than 5 months, no tents or no shelter materials were allowed. So this is a huge, huge need, and especially for those families who are coming with nothing.
You're quoted as saying this: when Gaza burned and children starved and hospitals collapsed, did you act? When you said that, who are you aiming that message at?
Well, mainly to the international community, to the member states with influence, to those who can enforce international law, who can make decisions that need to be made to stop this war. Because what needs to happen here is not a humanitarian solution. Yes, we can do so much as humanitarians, but what needs to happen is a ceasefire that is permanent. And of course, the release of hostages, everyone who is arbitrarily detained as well. And this must happen immediately because I really, at this point, I don't know how much more suffering people can take. Everyone is at their breaking point.
I mean, the UN has been saying things, lots of things. The aid groups have been speaking up. Foreign governments have spoken up. There's been global condemnation of Israel, in particular with regards to its actions in Qatar, where it attacked Hamas representatives. I mean, who would you like to see doing what specifically?
Well, Well, it's more basically it's putting words into action. So it is making decisions that will stop this war. And that is up to the member states with influence to decide which decisions these are, because it needs to be about putting pressure to basically would lead to a sustainable solution that leads to actual sustainable, meaningful peace.
And when you heard, for example, the UN Commission inquiry, which concluded yesterday that Israel had committed genocide in Gaza, which, by the way, Israel said was scandalous and fake. I'm assuming you agree with that UN conclusion. What more can be done beyond drawing such conclusions? Does that change anything, do you think?
Well, this is the thing. Of course, this is obviously this is an extremely serious issue, and of course, a legal definition of something is up to the international courts to decide and conclude. But what worries me is that, regardless of what the international courts decide, we might be too late by the time those decisions are made and those conclusions are made. And the same thing when famine was confirmed. In many ways, we were too late to save people because already so many died. So what needs to happen is we need to act. We need to actually start implementing decisions that will lead to an end of this war, that will lead to protection of civilians, that will lead to expanded access for us to be able to meet people's needs, deliver assistance, deliver services, and start on some kind of a path to sustainable peace.
We're coming to the end. I just want to ask you a couple of quick questions before we finish. How do you think history is going to judge this particular chapter?
I think it's honestly a stain on our collective consciousness. And I think that is how history will judge us, that in the time of technology, in the time of live streams and all these horrific, grisly images that constantly passed by on everyone's screen, still not enough action was done. And perhaps when it is finally done, it took so long that it cost an unimaginable number of lives that could have been saved. All of this is preventable and could have been stopped much earlier in the course.
And just lastly, let's talk about you, Olga. You're living right in the middle of the Gaza Strip, quite literally on the map, halfway down it. You've painted a picture in which, world leaders are not doing what you want them to be doing. You're meeting people on the side of the road every day who are in a state of total despair, not knowing where to go, people living in famine-like conditions, the stench of death you've described for us across the Gaza Strip. How do you stay motivated amidst all of that despair, Olga?
Well, I think what keeps me motivated, I think it's having a good team, and it's actually the people that I speak to on a daily basis. It's the people that I meet, because even this family that I met today, this man without any shoes that kept walking, and he was just happy to have heard about a space for his family to go and sleep on the ground on. He had a huge smile, and he was so hospitable, and he was so willing to speak to me and just to tell me his story. I think that is what gives me the motivation to continue, because we have to be here. Because if we're not here, then I don't know what would happen to this place.
Okay, well, we really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. We really appreciate your work. Olga Sharevko, thank you very much indeed for your time.
Thank you.